Bloodcraft, The Shadow Sorceress, Book 2. Written by Belinda Sheehan. Narrated by Angela Daw. Chapter 1. "Tom, put me down!" Marcy squealed, the sound of her tinkling laughter mixed with his deeper chuckle as he swung her around.
"You've made me the happiest man alive. Why would I ever want to put you down?"
he said, his voice dropping to a low whisper as he let her slide down his front, his grip on her small frame never faltering. He never faltered. It was one of the many things she loved about him. Ever since they'd met, he was there, reliable and dependable, nothing like her past relationships. It was such a change of pace to have someone you could truly rely on, almost a heady experience. Giggling, she threw her head back and stared up at the stars dotting the August summer night. It looked like an inky blanket stretched out before her, and the air was filled with possibility. There had been a part of her hoping he would propose, but she'd never imagined it would happen so quickly. She'd fallen for him from the moment she'd set eyes on him, and she would forever be grateful to Grace for setting them up on that blind date 6 months ago. He swung her around once more, his hands tightening on her waist as he held her flush to the front of his body. The moment his grip changed, Marcy returned her gaze to his face. The love in his eyes made her heart swell. If she wasn't careful, it would burst with happiness. No one deserved so much joy. The thought was a sobering one, and it hit her like a slap in the face. It was the same thing her father had always told her. Happiness and joy came with a price, and it was always one you didn't want to pay. Her stomach flipped nervously, and she planted her hands on Tom's shoulders, halting his movements.
"What's wrong?"
he asked, the expression on his face instantly switching to one of concern. "It's silly, really."
"You can tell me anything, you know that. Whatever is bothering you."
His face changed then, the concern slipping as something else swept in to take its place.
"You don't regret saying yes, do you? If you need time."
Lifting her hands to his face, Marcy gripped him, staring deep into his blue eyes. "I don't regret anything, not where you're concerned, and you know that. I love you, it's just my stupid brain." Tom grinned, the relief in his eyes causing her heart to skip a beat.
"Hey, don't say that. I love your brain,"
he teased, the lilt in his voice and the curl of his lips drawing a smile from her. "It's just... what if this is all too much?" she said, searching his face for any sign that he had the same fear.
"Too much?"
"Happiness. What makes us deserve so much more of it than anyone else? What if something happened?"
"Nothing is going to happen, Marcy. Where's all this coming from?"
"I've seen what it can do to people. I watched my parents, and they were so in love. But when my mother was diagnosed with cancer, well, I watched that bring them closer and yet rip them apart. They knew what was coming. My father was forced to watch her suffer, all the time knowing there was nothing he could do."
"Marcy, really? That's what's worrying you? Come on. That won't happen to us. And even if it did, it wouldn't change how I feel about you. It wouldn't change the fact that I want to marry you, to proclaim to the world that you're mine,"
he said, cupping her cheek softly.
"And I'm sure if you asked your dad if he'd been given the choice when he met your mom to walk away and save himself the heartbreak, I don't think he'd trade the time he did have with her."
He was right, of course. Her father wouldn't change the time he'd shared with his wife, and Marcy knew it, but she also knew the price he'd paid for that love. The price her mother had paid. Dying was hard enough, but to know who you were leaving behind, what pain your passing would bring, that was the kind of guilt you couldn't shake free of, and Marcy had seen it in her mother's eyes in the days leading up to the end. It was just all still so fresh. A year wasn't a very long time. Sucking in a deep breath, she pushed her morbid thoughts aside. Had she lost her mind? This was supposed to be one of the happiest moments of her life, and she was ruining it by dwelling on things she had no control over. "I'm sorry, I can't help it. It's just the thought of ever losing you."
"You're not going to lose me, Marcy Colt. I love you, and I promise that no matter what, I will always be by your side."
"If you make that promise to me, Tom, you better keep it," she said with a wide smile as she wrapped her arms up around his neck. Lifting her slowly, he dipped his head and crushed his lips to hers. Marcy didn't fight the kiss, allowing it to wash over her, the love she felt for him stealing all rational thought from her brain. Tom pushed her down towards the grass, and Marcy giggled, her hands pressed to his chest. Not here, not in public, she whispered, heat flooding into her face. She could imagine the color her cheeks were turning.
No one's around,
he said, pressing feather-light kisses along the length of her neck as his hands slid down over her shoulders to her breasts. Breathless, Marcy let her head drop back as he tasted her skin, the feel of his hands igniting a fire in her belly as they slid lower. He stiffened over her, his fingers digging into the soft flesh of her breasts as his head jerked back and he grunted. Marcy cried out, pain flaring through her body as his hands spasmed across her delicate feminine flesh. "You're hurting me," she said, her voice choked as Tom dropped his full weight on her. Fear flooded her veins as she stared up into his pain-stricken face, and she fought to roll his weight from her body. "What's wrong? What's happening?" she cried, her voice strangled by panic and fear.
"Marcy, run,"
he said, using his last ounce of strength to push up from her body, allowing her to crawl out from underneath him. Once free, Marcy stared at Tom. The long, curved blade protruding from between his shoulder blades sent her mind into overdrive, and she opened her mouth to scream, but there was no sound. Instead, she could feel her vocal cords as they constricted in on themselves, panic making it impossible for anything more than a small sob to fall from her lips. She wanted to go to him, to help him, but the blade hadn't entered his back on its own. The small, hunched man holding it stood over Tom and slowly pulled it free. Marcy watched on in shock as the blade slid free, but the blood she expected to see covering the bone-white blade wasn't there. How was that even possible? The attacker standing over Tom's motionless body lifted his gaze to her, his eyes friendly, a wide smile curling his lips as he stepped towards her.
"Your turn, dear. You don't know how much your sacrifice is appreciated. We thank you,"
he said, his voice quiet and unassuming. Instinct kicked in and Marcy turned, her feet flying across the grass as she ran. She'd get help. She'd save Tom, and pain ripped through her as the blade slid in through the center of her back. She opened her mouth, but there was only a choking sound, her body spasming like a butterfly on the end of a pin. The moist breath of her attacker fluttered against her ear as he leaned in over her.
"Truly, your sacrifice will not be wasted. You will be mother to a new rising."
He pulled the blade free as he spoke, and Marcy dropped onto the grass. She could feel it spreading through her, an all-consuming darkness that opened like the rotting petals of a perverse flower. The feel of the man's hands on her ankles filled her with revulsion as he grabbed her and began the arduous process of dragging her back across the ground to where Tom had fallen. Tom. Tears gathered in the corners of her eyes as she stared up at the inky, star-filled sky spread out above her. He'd promised to never leave her, but as the man with the bone blade moved her hand, entwining her fingers with Tom's, Marcy couldn't help but think this wasn't what she'd had in mind when they pledged each other forever. Chapter 2. Staring up at the ceiling, I watched the dust motes dance in the cold morning light. I wasn't a morning person, but the nightmares made sleep impossible. Just another one of the many gifts my half-sister had left me with. Stretching my arm out, I flexed my fingers, pain tingling up into my elbow. The white stretch bandage didn't really give it the support it needed, but the cast had been far too restricting. How was I supposed to train? How was I supposed to defend myself with what felt like a bulky lump of cement wrapped around my arm? Wincing, I pushed myself up in the bed and swung my legs over the side of the mattress, the remnants of the nightmares lingering in my head. The memory blocks my mother had placed in my head were well and truly gone, and I remembered everything. Nighttime was the worst. My mind seemed to take some sort of sick pleasure in replaying every sordid detail of what I had done to my father. Well, what the demon had done to him. But I'd summoned it to this plane of existence, and there wasn't an excuse for my selfishness. I was a monster, plain and simple. Climbing to my feet, I stumbled to the bathroom and flipped on the cold tap. Cupping a handful of icy water, I splashed it onto my face in an attempt to shake the last of the cobwebs from my head. The guilt was beginning to gnaw a hole in the middle of me, and I half expected to see a creature birth forced from my stomach, all teeth and claws as it chewed my intestines into a thick, gloopy paste. Don't be so bloody gross and dramatic, Amber. You've got enough issues. The voice of my conscience had become harsher, more judgmental ever since I'd discovered the truth. The sound of my cell phone's shrill ring jerked me from my own thoughts, and I jogged back into the bedroom, scooping it up from the bedside locker. Graham's name flashed across the screen, and without hesitation I jabbed my finger against the large green accept button. The speaker fizzed against my ear and I cringed. Wherever Graham was, the cell service was obviously crap.
Amber, can you hear me?
His voice cut through the static. Graham, where are you?
I went to see Jess.
The preternatural prison wasn't like the human prisons. Humans abhorred being held captive. The urge to escape was always foremost in their minds, but armed guards and heavy metal bars were usually enough to keep them trapped. Where the Fae, werewolves, or in Jessica's case, vampires were concerned, they had all the same desires as their human counterparts, except their desires were amplified to fever pitch. And then, of course, there was the little issue that human restrictions couldn't keep them contained. Metal bars were nothing more than a nuisance, and run-of-the-mill bullets wouldn't do much to stop a vampire with mind control or a werewolf who'd gone rogue. At any one time, there were no more than 20 preternatural prisoners kept in containment, and each and every one faced execution if found guilty of the crimes they'd been accused of. When you were a monster, there was no such thing as life in prison.
I'm going to pick you up. We might have something.
His voice faded in and out, the popping and fizzing of the static electricity surrounding him making the call practically impossible. The line went dead, and I dropped the phone back onto the bed. Jessica was another headache I really didn't need. She was guilty, there was no escaping that fact, but everything she'd done had been under the influence of her vampire boyfriend, and if she was still human, then the courts might have been more willing to listen. But she was a vampire now, and her future certainly wasn't looking bright. What Graham honestly thought I could achieve was beyond me, but I knew he wanted me to do something, talk to someone in charge. The only problem was that I wasn't convinced I wanted to help Jessica. The things she'd done, well, it wasn't something you could really come back from. And I still couldn't shake the memory of her looking at her father like he was a perfectly marbled rare steak. She'd wanted to rip his throat out, made a bloody good attempt at it, and if it hadn't been for Nick swooping in to stop her. The demon brand on my shoulder itched and tingled, sending a shudder of revulsion rolling down my spine. Glancing down at it sent a flutter through my stomach. It needed to go, there was no doubt about it. Every minute I had to spend with that thing's brand seared into my skin was a moment too many. There wasn't much information on demon brands. It seemed anyone who ended up with one had obviously not been in the sharing mood, and so what little information I could find out about it was sparse, to say the least. But I could only imagine what it would do to me if I didn't do something about it. Demons weren't to be messed with. I knew that from experience. The memory of my father's face, twisted in agony, flashed through my head before I could stop it, and I swallowed back the bile that crawled up my throat. I would find a way to atone for my sins, no matter the cost. And while I was doing that, I would figure out a way to send that goddamn demon back to hell where it belonged before it had the chance to hurt anyone. How I was going to do all of these miraculous things hadn't yet come to me, but I needed something to believe in, because if I didn't, then my own personal demons were going to eat me alive. Chapter 3. Graham, why are we out here? I thought this was ruled a human homicide, I said, watching the cops move around the taped-off crime scene. They'd been forced to close off the entire river gardens in an attempt to prevent the reporters from snapping pictures of the bodies. The last things the families of the victims needed to see was their loved ones' remains splashed across the front page of all the major news outlets in King City.
It was. I looked the case files over myself, but I wanted to get you down here to take a look in person.
I don't understand, I said.
You will,
he said cryptically. Glancing over at him, I studied his face carefully, but his expression was guarded. There was obviously something he wasn't telling me about the case, and Graham was the type of man to hold on to his secrets until he was ready to spill them. I, on the other hand, wasn't exactly the patient type. He grabbed the edge of the crime scene tape and lifted it into the air, holding it in place so I could duck beneath it. He'd been completely silent on the ride over, and every time I'd asked him about the case, he'd batted it aside with some sort of wishy-washy vague answer that didn't tell me anything at all. "How's Jessica?" I asked, doing my best to change the subject. The more nonchalant I could be about the case we were stumbling into the middle of, the faster Graham would spill his true reasons for us being out here. The wind rippled the grass at my feet, and I wrapped my leather jacket a little tighter around my body. It shouldn't have been so cold, at least not in the middle of September, but one look at the pristine white forensic tent sent an icy shiver racing down my spine. The thought of what lay inside, well, it wasn't something I wanted to think about, but then I was going to have to do a lot more than just think about it.
She's doing as well as she can,
Graham said, his voice curt and clipped. I shot him a look back over my shoulder. His expression was as closed as before, but there was a slight flinching around his eyes. Clearly, even thinking of his daughter caused him pain, and I couldn't blame him. She faced the executioner if the jury found her guilty of the crimes she'd committed. Both I and her father knew for certain she had committed them, but he loved her, and I wasn't going to hold that against him. Have they set a date for the trial? He shook his head, and I could see the first real flicker of emotion in his eyes.
Not yet, but I know they don't want to wait. They want it all over and done with as quickly as possible. It's an election year, and they can't afford to have a blot like this on their copybooks. The public needs to know they can trust the mayor, that he'll do what needs to be done to keep them safe.
There was a bitterness laced through Graham's words that had me taking a second glance in his direction. I'd never heard him speak with such condemnation for the ones in charge. He'd always struck me as someone with great respect for the established institutions. But that wasn't entirely true either. If he was that kind of man, then he would have turned me into the authorities the second he knew what I was. Instead, he'd chosen to work alongside me. That wasn't exactly the sign of a man enamored with the run of things. Graham, I'm sorry. It was such an inadequate thing to say, but I honestly couldn't think of anything better. He nodded and dropped his gaze to the ground. He blamed me for what was going on. As far as Graham was concerned, I held some sway within the elite, and I could put a stop to the trial and spare Jessica's life. And perhaps I could, although John was certainly no fonder of me than he had been before. His hatred for me knew no bounds. Given the first opportunity, he would see me out of a job, but he couldn't deny the fact that I'd saved his and the elite's ass. The glowing report I'd received from Anthony Barbosa, or the Machine, as everyone liked to call him, had cemented my position within the organization. Whether John liked it or not, I was the media darling of the elite now, and I sure as hell wasn't going anywhere. Of course, if everyone found out what actually happened in that graveyard with my half-sister and the demon I'd summoned, I'd be on the slab right next to Jessica awaiting execution. That thought alone was enough to sour my stomach.
Wasn't expecting to see you lot down here,
a male voice called out, drawing me out of my reverie and back to reality. My thoughts hadn't been pleasant ones, but they sure as hell beat the reality of tramping across the grass toward the forensic tent. The Sidwell case had been hard enough to deal with. The crime scene was something I hadn't been prepared to deal with. And after everything that had happened, I knew for a fact that whatever awaited me wasn't something I could be prepared for. Death was a reality of the job, but knowing and doing were two very different things. A young detective jogged up from the riverbank toward us, the confusion on his face almost comical. He raked his hand back through his wavy blonde hair, causing it to stand on end. I fought to hide my smile. His blue eyes sparked with curiosity as he came to a standstill before us.
Just thought it was better to be thorough,
Graham answered with a smile on his face as he held his hand out to the young detective. There was a flicker of admiration in the young man's face as he gripped Graham's outstretched hand.
Graham, I didn't think I'd ever get to see you out in the field again after everything that happened, and especially not with the elite. You never believed in any of that crap,
the young detective said.
Life has a horrible way of proving you wrong, Dex,
Graham said with a sad smile before turning back to me.
Morgan, this is Dexter Gray, one of the smartest and youngest men I've ever seen rise through the ranks to become detective.
Graham spoke like a proud father as he presented the smiling Dexter to me.
My friends call me Dex, and any friend of Graham is a friend of mine, Morgan.
He held his hand out to me. His fingers wrapped around mine, a warm, firm grip as he pumped my hand vigorously. Sucking in a deep breath, I fought to control my expression as pain speared up through my forearm and into my shoulder. As far as the doctors were concerned, the break wasn't fully healed. The doctor had mentioned something about me removing the cast too soon. I shook my head. You can call me Amber. Morgan is my last name, and only Graham calls me that, I said, my smile turning to a grin as I cast a quick look in my partner's direction. Graham shrugged and stared at us both, utterly unapologetic.
Morgan sounds tougher,
he said, the hint of a smile lighting his face. Dex's eyes lit up with amusement.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Amber. I've heard a lot about you.
I stared at him in surprise. I was so used to nobody knowing me that to hear someone say they'd heard about me was more than a shock. How could he possibly know me? I certainly didn't know him, and the greeting he'd shared with Graham told me they hadn't been in contact in quite some time.
In the paper, I mean. You're all over it with the upcoming court case and everything.
He trailed off and shot an apologetic look in Graham's direction.
I'm sorry about Jessica. I can't imagine how that feels. Well, we're not here to discuss that. Take us down to the tent, Dex,
Graham said, the strain of his emotion evident in his voice. Dex threw me a helpless look, and I shook my head. There was nothing he could do, and certainly nothing he could say to make Graham feel better. Reading the look in my eyes, he nodded almost imperceptibly, and his expression shifted. His full lips curled down in displeasure, and his bright eyes dimmed as he turned towards the tent.
It's a weird one. It's the reason they sent it over to you lot first. And while the preliminary file had some oddities, ultimately it appears to be all too human.
I followed the two men as they started down towards the riverbank, their conversation fading into the background as I took in my surroundings. It was so open, so exposed, but even with the small amount of detail I'd managed to glean about the case from my sneak peek at Graham's file, it was far too public to commit such a crime. They'd obviously been killed elsewhere and moved here. The grass shivered around me as though the earth itself felt the chill of death on the air. My skin started to crawl, thousands of skeleton fingers beating a tattoo out on my back, and it took all of my effort just to snap free of the feeling. I couldn't feel any magic on the air. Nothing that suggested that what had happened here was anything but some sick creep's perverse fantasies. And yet I could feel the ground itself calling out to me, warning me.
Morgan!
Graham's voice snapped me free of my thoughts, and I jerked my attention in his direction.
What the hell are you doing?
He said, grabbing my arm and tugging me backwards. Graham, what the... I trailed off, suddenly realizing what exactly he was dragging me back from. The river raged just inches from where I'd stood, the current unusually strong for August. 2 black scorch marks had been burned into the earth where my booted feet had stood just moments before. I was doing magic, I said, my whisper filled with shock, my hand automatically reaching up to brush against the demon mark seared into my skin. It tingled against my skin, reminding me of how it felt when the demon had marked me. The pain had been excruciating. Glancing down at my hand, my gaze was drawn to the flickering blue spark of my magic as it danced across the tips of my fingers. I'd gone from a witch without any true magic to one with far too much. So much it seemed to leak from my pores and cause mayhem wherever I went. It was utterly out of control, and I had a sinking suspicion that my inability to harness it was connected to the demon mark.
You could say that. I sent Dexter into the tent ahead of us when I noticed you wandering off. There's no way I could explain what was going on with you without raising suspicion. He's no fool, Morgan. He's one smart cookie, and if he thinks for 1 second that there's some sort of skeleton in your closet, he'll dig it out,
Graham said, giving me a small fatherly shake. Closing my eyes, I sucked in a deep breath and fought to clear my mind. The earth screamed in my head. Whatever had happened here had offended it deeply, but I couldn't be sure if that had been caused by my out-of-control use of magic or if whatever had happened inside the forensic tent had scarred the area.
Christ on a cracker,
Graham said, his words making me smile as I opened my eyes and peered down at where my magic had scorched the earth. The marks were fading. Swallowed by the earth itself would have been a far more accurate description of what was happening. The ground rolled, shuddering the way a cat might if you ran your hand across its fur in the wrong direction.
You need to get a grip on it, Morgan. If any of the cops here had seen what you were up to, well, they're not going to be as understanding as I am about the situation.
It's not exactly a science, I said. I couldn't keep the irritation from my voice. It wasn't his fault, but he, above all people, had to know that what I was dealing with wasn't exactly normal. For me, anyway. I'd spent my life being a witch void of any real power. Most witches my age were trained in their craft, deeply disciplined by years of honing and harnessing their abilities. I'd come to a grudging understanding that I would never be like them. That was, until Lily had removed the barriers my mother had placed within me, tearing them all away and leaving me utterly at the mercy of my own power.
Evidently,
he said with a small smile.
At least for now you're safe. No one saw you.
So let's just get this over with in case my magic flips out again. He nodded, smile disappearing, his face taking on a grim seriousness that had me swallowing hard. I didn't want to follow him away from the water's edge. I could turn tail and run, race back to the car, lock the doors, and refuse to come out. But what would that achieve? Absolutely freaking nothing. Trudging over the grass, I followed him to the tent, my heart beginning to race in my chest as I broke out in a clammy sweat. With one final glance back up at the road and Graham's car parked in the parking lot, I swallowed back the fear that was doing its damnedest to crawl up the back of my throat and ducked in through the white tent flap, the sound of it slapping back into place echoing in my ears. Chapter 4.
Everything all right with you two?
Dex asked. There was no mistaking the curiosity in his voice as his gaze flipped between the two of us.
Yeah, Morgan just wanted to get a lay of the land is all,
Graham said. Once again, his mastery at batting the question aside amazed me. It had to be a skill he'd learned on the force, because he sure as heck hadn't picked it up in the elite. Most of the other elite officers had all the subtlety of a brick through a window. My stomach rolled, and I crinkled up my nose. There was a strange smell hanging in the air inside the tent, and as soon as the waft of fresh air cleared, my senses were quickly overwhelmed. It wasn't particularly unpleasant, but there was just no getting away from the scent. It filled my nose, the tang of it coating my tongue, and I knew that no matter how hard I washed my clothes, it would stay with me.
What is that?
Graham asked, voicing the question swirling in my head.
Your guess is as good as mine,
Dex said, standing to one side of the tent, his nose wrinkled in disgust. My eyes fell on the covered bodies lying slap-bang in the center of the space. They'd been covered over with 2 large white sheets, and relief washed through me. At least the cops were trying to preserve some semblance of dignity for the victims. Graham held out a pair of gloves, and I took them grudgingly. I was going to have to touch things, examine things, dead things, and my stomach rolled again at the thought of it all. It wasn't really the thought of blood and viscera that bothered me. Well, it didn't please me either, but I could handle it. What really got to me was the fact that I couldn't separate myself from the fact that these had been people with hopes and dreams, just like me. The pain and the fear they'd felt in their final moments wasn't something I would wish on anyone, and despite knowing that people were murdered every day of the week, well, I just couldn't wrap my head around it. It was just all so pointless, so cruel. Monsters I could understand, well, to an extent anyway. The soulless couldn't exactly be expected to show restraint over the things they wanted. They simply took the things they desired, whether that was material items or the life of a living being. But the thought that another human, that someone like Graham or Dex or any number of others I knew could do something so heinous. I couldn't exactly include myself in that list. As it was, I wasn't even sure what side of the scale I actually fell on. I was a monster. The things I'd done ensured my belief in that, but I also didn't go around taking whatever in hell I wanted. But I'd still done things I could never erase from my memory, things I never deserved to shake free from my mind. They were the kind of crimes I would carry with me forever. Closing my eyes, I tried to suck in a deep breath, but the strange air invaded my nose and coated the back of my throat with its thick, cloying scent. I snapped the gloves on and opened my eyes once more to find Graham and Dex studying me carefully. "What?" I asked, the sharpness of my tone causing color to flood Dex's cheeks.
Are you feeling all right?
Graham said, concern lurking in his gaze. I knew that look. It was the same one he'd given me outside after I'd had my little magical accident. As all right as I can be, considering we're about to look at more dead bodies. Steeling myself, I strode forward and daintily gripped the edge of the first sheet before flipping it back to reveal what lay beneath. It took a few moments for my brain to catch up with what my eyes were actually looking at. 2 bodies lay on the ground, a man and a woman, their naked skin discolored in the artificial glow of the lights set up inside the tent.
Jesus Christ,
Graham said, stealing the words straight from my own mouth. Their eyes were stitched shut, thick black cords stark against the mottled pallor of their skin. Their mouths were stitched up with the same precision and black cord. The bruising around their eyes and mouth told a story I didn't really want to know. They'd obviously been alive when the psycho had gone to work on them as though they were some sort of bizarre set of rag dolls. Leaning in over the bodies, my eyes picked out the same cord that had been used to stitch their hands together. Their fingers were entwined, and the bruising and half-moon fingernail shapes across both of their hands told me they'd clung to each other as their flesh had been painstakingly stitched together.
So, you see why it was sent over to you first,
Dex said, his voice cutting across my own thoughts. Graham, what makes you so sure this wasn't preternatural? I asked, glancing up at the other man standing over the 2 bodies.
What makes you think it was preternatural?
He said, turning the tables and throwing my question right back at me. And he was right. Why was there a niggling doubt in the back of my mind? I couldn't feel any magic. There was no lingering trace of the preternatural, or at least not in the way there normally was. But at the same time, this was weird. Far too weird to be just a run-of-the-mill psycho. Well, for one thing, how did he get them to lie still while he stitched them together? Or stitched their eyes and mouths shut?
He could have drugged them,
Dex suggested. With a shake of my head, I pointed out the marks on their hands. Drugs strong enough to paralyze would mean they couldn't grip each other hard enough to leave contusions on each other's hands. You can see where she dug her fingernails into his hand.
Tied them down while he worked?
Graham said, crouching down over the bodies. I could tell from the expression he wore that despite the fact that he'd ruled it a human kill, there was something he wasn't happy about. But I couldn't very well ask him what his problem was with Dex standing next to us. There isn't any rope burn on their wrists or ankles, or really any of the usual places you'd expect to find it, I pointed out. What has the coroner said about this? I asked, addressing Dex, who looked as perplexed as I felt.
It's Tyrell, so he's keeping all of his cards close to his chest. Wouldn't give us anything at all to go on. Just wanted the bodies moved and brought to him downtown. Well, the bodies and the ground they're resting on.
The ground? I leaned down a little lower and peered at the grass that disappeared beneath the body of the woman next to me. It was then I saw it, and my throat closed over, making breathing almost impossible. Shit, I said, jerking back away from the body, the sudden movement landing me on my ass.
What is it?
Graham said, his eyes studying my face carefully. There was a warning in his gaze, and I could practically hear his voice in my head telling me to quell my magic. It was good advice. What I'd just seen had sent a shiver of magic racing across my skin. Not my own. I wasn't even sure if it was human, but it was definitely connected to the feeling of offense the earth itself expressed.
So you saw it?
Dex said, the look on his face sending a worm of fear deep in my gut. It was as though he knew what I'd seen, that he had an understanding of the kind of magic needed to pull off something like this. He stitched them into the earth, I said, my words a little strained as I fought to find my equilibrium once more.
How is that even possible?
Graham said, sinking lower onto the grass. How he could even get that close to the bodies was beyond me. Their fear and pain practically rolled off their skin. I could still feel them as though they were trapped within their own bodies, their souls sealed within, their tombs made of flesh and bone. Was that why I couldn't feel any magic? The thought almost staggered me as I stared at the corpses of the two dead victims. Whatever had been done to them, was it sealed inside them? Sealed into the earth? Graham, we have to take this case back from the cops. This isn't a human kill, I said, doing my damnedest to keep the quiver of fear out of my voice.
I know,
he said, his face practically glued to the ground as he examined the black cord that held them pinned to the earth. The area needs to be sealed, quarantined even, until we can defuse it.
That might be a problem. You guys handed the case over to us. We have jurisdiction now, and I'm pretty sure you can't just walk in here and declare something as preternatural without proof, especially as you signed off on it as human in the first place. Dex piped up, his voice authoritarian. Dexter, we're the elite. If we say it's preternatural, then that is exactly what it is. We don't need proof the way you might. I don't have to make a case to you or anyone else for that matter.
Graham said, his voice icy, all traces of the friendliness he'd shown towards Dex earlier now gone. Dex straightened up, drawing himself up to his full height, his fists tightening at his sides as he attempted to stare Graham down.
I'd heard you'd changed, but I didn't realize just how much until now. There was a time when you'd have agreed with me, Graham. Stood with me as a brother in blue. What the hell happened to you?
The tone in Dex's voice betrayed his disgust, and I felt my own hostilities rise.
I grew up, something you have yet to do. Now, if you've got a problem with the elite stepping in and taking your case out from underneath you, then I suggest you take it up with your captain. This isn't how we do it, and you know that,
Dex warned, shooting me a sideways glance before he strode for the exit. The moment he was out of earshot, I turned my attention back to Graham. We can't really just walk in and take the case, can we? Graham shook his head and dropped his gaze to the bodies on the grass in front of us.
No, but we needed something to buy us some time. Dex is smart. He'll go to his captain and come back here with all of his facts straight. That gives us about 10 minutes to figure out what the hell is going on here.
Graham, we need to claim the scene back. They can't be allowed to touch anything else. I can't explain it, but there's something really wrong here. Don't you feel it? He shook his head and peered into my face.
Are you sure it's not just the after effects of you trying to swallow back your own powers earlier?
Shaking my head, I studied the bodies. Whoever did this sealed something inside the bodies. Graham took a step back from the corpses. The change in his expression told me everything I needed to know.
What sort of something are we talking about here?
He asked. I shrugged and continued my study of the bodies. Without being able to walk the scene, I can't tell you anything else. Your guess is really as good as mine.
So where do we get the proof that this is preternatural when it was already declared human?
Why did you declare it human? I asked, glancing back up at Graham. It wasn't like him to make a mistake like that. He was one of the best at his job, and normally he erred on the side of caution, not handing a case over to the cops until he was completely certain it was human and nothing else.
John sent me half the file. It's not an excuse. The part he did send me contained abnormalities, but nothing so weird I would rule it preternatural. When I got out for my visit with Jess, he'd sent me the other half, and I just knew.
But by then it was already too late. Oh, that bastard, I said, not bothering to keep the anger I felt from my voice.
Look, I'm certainly no fan of John, but he wouldn't do something like this deliberately. If this blows up, it's going to be the elite's ass on the line.
If this blows up, Graham, it's going to be our asses on the line. You know John will pass the book the first opportunity he gets. You work with me, and, well, he's not my greatest fan. If this goes wrong, this is his chance to get rid of us once and for all. Graham nodded thoughtfully before dropping back onto his knees next to the bodies.
Fine. Then I say we get on with finding ourselves some proof that this is preternatural.
Not you. I need you to keep watch. Let me know the minute Dex is on his way back.
Why? What are you going to do?
Graham shot me a curious look. I'm going to walk the scene. It's the only thing I can do to get us the proof we need, I said, tearing off the gloves I'd been wearing. As much as I hated the thought of it, this was going to require skin-on-skin contact, especially if I was going to get the information I needed before Dex kicked us out.
We don't have a warrant,
Graham said, and we won't have one if I don't get us something we can work with. Now please, go and stand guard, I said, sucking a breath in through my gritted teeth. He didn't continue arguing with me, and for that I was grateful. My magic was already unstable. The last thing I needed to add to the explosive mix was anger. If I did that, then... well, it just wouldn't be a good idea to lose control of the scene. Forcing my mind to quieten, I took a large breath in through my nose and let it out, slowly, before dropping my hands to the nearest body. Chapter 5. I wasn't sure exactly what I was expecting to happen, but it sure as hell wasn't nothing. The victim's skin was icy beneath my touch, but it had a waxy consistency that had nothing to do with the usual feel of death. The skin was practically slimy, and it took all of my willpower to just keep my hands pressed to the woman's chest. Nothing happened. There was just the steady rise and fall of my own breathing, and I could make out the faint sounds of Graham as he shuffled awkwardly just outside the tent. The wind ruffled the grass once more. The sound of it whispering through the blades sent a shiver of something I couldn't quite figure out down my spine. The last time I'd walked a scene, the dead body had come back and attempted to rip my throat out. But this, whatever was going on here, well, that was kind of the problem. Nothing was going on. Concentrating a little harder, I drew forth a little power, the feel of it curling up from inside, sending a frisson of anticipation across my skin. It was as though my body understood that this was what I was meant to do, that the power I felt, the power I wielded, was second nature to me, and if I would just get out of my own way, things would be easier. Pushing my power down my arms and into the body in front of me, I waited for the scene to come to life. Everything that had occurred here had left a mark on the earth, scarred it. The memory should have flared to life. The pain and fear the victims felt had soaked into the ground, and it was that my power tried to latch onto. But just like the bodies, their emotions were slimy, and each time my power found them and attempted to anchor them in place, they slipped away, out of my grip. They slithered around me like snakes, untouched and unmoved by my magic. Shit, I muttered, drawing some more power from my center and driving it into the ground. Static raged in my ears, and the faint sound of Graham calling to me caught the edge of my hearing, but as hard as I tried to follow the sound of his voice back, I couldn't. Pain ripped through the center of my body, and I screamed, a long, ragged, piercing cry of agony. My grip on the body in front of me fell away as I hit the ground. The smell in the tent intensified, smothering me beneath its cloying weight as something shifted inside me. It spread within me, its tentacles wrapping around my organs, sealing itself inside me. I opened my mouth to scream again, but there was no sound. My hands scrambled down at my sides, closing around the hilt of my athame, and I drew it up from my weapons belt.
Morgan!
Graham's voice came back to me in a flood of sound, and I jerked in his grip. The hold he had on my arm sent another kick of adrenaline coursing through my veins. "Let me go," I said, fighting his hold.
"Not until you give me the blade,"
he said, the look in his eyes betraying his fear. My hair was stuck to the back of my neck, my sweat cold as it coated my skin, and I gave up the athame without a second thought.
"Christ, Morgan, what the hell happened? I thought you said you were just going to walk the scene," he said as he dropped back onto his knees next to me. I was trying to, but... I cut off, my hands automatically reaching towards my stomach. Fighting against the white shirt I wore, I dragged it up and searched my skin for wounds. But there was nothing. I'd felt it. I'd felt something pierce me, force its way inside my body and spread through me, bit by bit, killing pieces of me. "Graham, is there anything on my back?" I asked, shuffling around to reveal my back to him. Glancing back over my shoulder, I studied his face as he checked me over and then shook his head.
"Not a mark. Now, are you gonna tell me what the hell you were doing? I'm standing guard outside the tent like you asked when I hear you screaming, and I come in here to find you about to commit seppuku."
"What does that even mean?" I asked, shooting him a confused look before letting my shirt drop back down.
"With your athame, you were about to gut yourself. If I hadn't stopped you, then this would be a very different conversation."
His words sent a thrill of fear racing through me. There had been a moment where I'd been convinced that if I didn't cut whatever it was spreading around inside me out, that it would kill me. I'd felt its black bleakness stretching out across my insides. Was that what the other two victims had felt too? If it was, then they'd suffered beyond measure. That kind of death wasn't something I would wish on anyone. But if I had enough strength to try and cut the bleakness out of myself, then why hadn't they tried to do the same? Other than the marks they'd left on each other's hands, there wasn't another mark on them. Well, nothing I could see anyway. Whatever had attacked me, I'd felt it enter through my back. Maybe when we could safely move the bodies and look at their backs.
"Did you find anything we can—"
Graham cut off as the tent flap slapped open and Dex strode back inside, 2 uniformed officers in tow.
"I'm calling you on your bullshit, Graham. I've spoken to the captain and to the head of the elite, neither of which are too pleased with either of you."
I groaned inwardly. I could just imagine John's face, the look of glee as he promised to deal with us, reprimand us for the mess we were making, a mess he was responsible for.
"Dex, just listen,"
Graham said, his tone soft and placating.
"I don't have time for this. You had your shot at it, and you yourself declared it a human kill. That makes it my jurisdiction, and I intend on carrying out my job to the letter of the law. You might have forgotten what that really means, Graham, but I haven't."
There was a finality to his voice, and I knew we were seconds from getting tossed out on our asses. The tent flap opened once more, and 2 men dressed in forensic overalls stepped inside, making the already cramped space even tighter. Without a word, they moved past Dex towards the bodies, and I grabbed the arm of the nearest one. "You can't move them. Quarantine protocols need to be in place. We need to get someone down here who can cleanse the entire scene and make the bodies safe for transport." The forensic guy shot me a baffled look over the top of the surgical mask he wore covering the lower half of his face before shaking his head and jerking free of my grip.
"We're gonna need some room in here if we're gonna move the bodies without disturbing the evidence,"
the other guy said. He was already beginning to prep the furthest body for removal, and fear curled in my stomach. "Dex, you can't do this. Please, just listen to me. If you attempt to move the bodies without—" He shook his head and cut me off with a wave of his hand before I had an opportunity to finish speaking.
"Just get them out of here before they screw up anything else,"
he said to the 2 uniformed officers standing next to him. They stepped forward, the nearest one grabbing my arm just as something behind me gurgled and hissed. Jerking free of his grip, I had just enough time to turn and watch the center of the first body split wide open. A gash as long as my arm opened up from neck to below the male victim's navel. The hiss of air escaping from his abdomen had my stomach rolling in revulsion as the smell of putrid food and crap hit the air. But the smell was the least of our worries. The gray column of smoke that thrust up into the air was something I'd never seen before. I stared at it, the forensic guy hazily visible through it as it thickened and pulsed before surging back towards him. "Crap," I said, more to myself than anyone else present in the tent, as the gray smoke poured in through the forensic guy's eyes and ears, causing him to start screaming. He dropped to the ground, his spine bowing as he writhed before finally growing completely still. The rest of the gray smoke disappeared out beneath the edge of the tent walls, and the sound of men screaming told me all hell had broken loose. The forensic guy twitched once, and sat up. "Crap," I said again, and drew my gun, settling its weight in my hands as I took aim and pulled the trigger. Chapter 6. Someone slammed into me, knocking my aim off and causing the bullet to just graze the shoulder of the now-possessed forensic guy. Although what had possessed him, well, that I had no clue about. Demonic possession was a black art. I'd seen victims of possession before, their eyes swallowed by the darkness that dwelled within them. This was something I'd never come across before. Jerking my elbow up, I caught Dex square in the chin as he fought to try and wrest the gun from my grip.
What the hell are you doing?
he shouted, falling back away from me, holding a hand to his bloodied face. The creature that had been the forensic guy roared, the sound reverberating through the tent. It hit me like a fist square in the chest, knocking me completely off balance, and I dropped to the ground, gun sliding out of reach as my heartbeat stuttered in my chest. Power flowed in around me, making it suddenly hard to breathe. The air itself shimmered with heat, and sweat dripped down my back as I struggled to draw a breath that didn't want to melt the inside of my throat. The creature seemed to flow upwards onto its feet, the human body it possessed moving fluidly as it advanced slowly across the space towards the still intact body of the woman. Crouching down next to her, it trailed its hand over her cheek, towards her chest, and instinctively I knew what it planned to do next.
We can't let it open her up. We can't allow it to release the other half of whatever in hell that gray smoke is,
I shouted, my voice hoarse as I threw a glance back at Graham's stunned face. He recovered fast, drawing his own gun and taking aim at the creature, giving me the chance to scramble across the ground to where my own Glock 19 lay discarded. I really needed to work harder in training. Once was one time too many for a creature to disarm me, and this was the second time it had happened in as many cases.
You can't shoot him! He's got a wife and kids and—
Dex shouted, his voice high and frightened.
Get back or I will shoot you,
Graham said, his voice utterly calm as he took aim at the creature, his arm steady. He wouldn't miss. The creature lifted its gaze to him, the frustration in its gray eyes sending a frisson of fear down my spine. It moved then, lunging forward over the remains on the ground, directly towards Graham. His gun went off, 2 rounds burying themselves into the center of the creature before it tackled him to the ground. Graham! The panic and emotion in my voice surprised me as the scream tore from my throat. I crossed the tent in a blur, emptying my clip into the back of the creature before I really thought about what I was doing. The gun clicked empty as it turned to face me. The splash of crimson down the front of what had been pristine overalls was startling. Its warm and wet hand wrapped around my throat, lifting me from the ground, its grip tightening until there was no air left to enter my lungs, and still its vice-like hold tightened. Power surged inside me, clawing its way up from the depths of my very soul, and I slammed my hand against its chest. Forcing everything I had down into that one concentrated area, I thrust my power into its body. The creature stared at me, a momentary flicker of intelligent recognition in its gray eyes before it threw its head back and screamed. The gray smoke that had poured into the forensic guy rushed out of him, dissipating into the air. The grip around my throat disappeared and I dropped to the grass as the possessed man crumpled to the ground. The second I hit the dry earth, I was already scrambling towards Graham. He lay on his back, staring up at the ceiling of the tent. The front of his white shirt was destroyed, the edges of it frayed, his blood slowly soaking into it, causing it to stick to him. "Graham, can you hear me?" I asked, pressing my fingers to his neck, to the place where I knew his pulse should have been. My hands shook, and I suddenly wasn't sure if I was feeling the thready beat of his heart or if my own tremors were tricking me. Dropping my head to one side, I listened for any signs of breathing. His chest wasn't rising and falling the way it should have been, and there was no sound leaving his mouth. "Christ, Graham, you can't do this to me, you can't leave me," I said, pressing my hands to his bloodied shirt as I began chest compressions. "Call an ambulance," I said, barking my order in Dex's general direction.
Is he dead?
He asked. "Just call an ambulance and stop wasting goddamn time," I said, grunting with the effort of forcing Graham's heart to pump blood through his body. Dex dragged out his cell phone, and I was only vaguely aware of him talking into it as I continued to work on Graham. There was no reaction from him. I so desperately wanted him to sit up and give me his indulgent fatherly smile that he had perfected so well, but I thrust down on his chest repeatedly with nothing but the labored sound of my own breathing for company. The snap of one of his ribs breaking broke my concentration, and bile climbed the back of my throat. It was normal. I needed to remember that. Broken ribs were something he could recover from. Brain damage due to his heart no longer pumping blood around his body, well, that wasn't something he could come back from. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I counted it out loud, my voice breathy as my arms began to feel like lead weights were attached to them. I could feel my shoulders beginning to lock up, my own breathing becoming shallow as sparks of light swam in my vision.
Let me help, Amber,
Dex said, his voice quiet and calm. I shook my head, but even that was too much effort, and I took one look down at Graham's open, staring eyes and moved aside. If I screwed up and faltered, if my body gave out before the EMTs arrived, then I would fail him. All the good intentions in the world of wanting to save him didn't count for jack shit if I couldn't actually do it. Dex stepped in seamlessly, instantly picking up where I'd left off, his rhythm fast and steady as he pumped Graham's chest. Shuffling a little closer to Graham, I leaned in over him and pressed my mouth to his ear. "You son of a bitch, you can't leave me now. You can't leave me to face these bastards alone. You come back to me, or so help me, I will follow you into death and drag your ass back if I have to." Sweat had beaded across Dex's brow, and I moved back to take his position from him, our switch out seamless, both of us working to keep Graham alive. My arms tired much faster the second time around, but the EMTs burst through the opening to the tent just as my shoulders were beginning to lock up. I shuffled aside to let them in to work on him, answering their questions on autopilot as I stared at his unmoving face. They moved fast, much faster than I'd expected, but then this wasn't something I was particularly used to. I'd been trained in CPR, but I'd never had to use it before. They stripped his shirt away, calling numbers and stats to one another as they fitted the shock pads to his chest.
"No pulse,"
one of the paramedics said. CPR wasn't like it was in the movies. It wouldn't restart his heart, only an electric current could ensure that. Something about the rhythms of the heart being an electric current. All chest compressions could do was keep his blood pumping, keep his vital organs supplied with the circulation they needed to survive. "Clear!" That one word set my body to trembling, and I pressed my bloodied hand to my face in order to keep my emotions in check. I couldn't break down now. Not now. Not yet. Graham jolted up from the ground, his body hopping as the current passed through him. Silence followed. My own heart came to a shuddering halt. Beep. 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 "We've got a rhythm," the female paramedic said, instantly settling the oxygen mask over Graham's face as she started bagging him. Pushing up onto my feet, I followed them as they wheeled Graham outside, my body moving sluggishly as I tried to keep up with their unrelenting pace.
"Amber, wait!"
Dex wrapped his hand around my arm, jolting me to a halt. Without hesitating, I swung around to face him, my hand balling into a fist as I brought my arm up. The satisfying thud of my fist connecting with his jaw filled my ears. He sprawled back from me, his hand automatically going to his face, his fingers brushing away the blood welling in the cut on his lip.
"What was that for? I helped you."
"If you'd let me do my job in the first place, none of this would be happening. Instead, you let your ego get the better of you, and now a man who is twice the man you are, twice the detective you will ever be, is fighting for his life."
"I'm sorry, I didn't know. I was told it was human. I swear I didn't know."
I didn't wait for him to continue spewing his excuses. I didn't want to hear them. If Graham died... I cut my own thoughts off. He would be fine. He had to be fine. There simply wasn't another way around it. I believed in him, and if anyone had the ability to go toe-to-toe with death and come out the other side unscathed, it was Graham. Picking up my pace, I jogged after the ambulance crew, reaching them as they finished loading Graham inside. "Are you coming with us?" the female paramedic asked. "Yeah," I said, climbing up next to her and strapping myself into one of the seats in the back of the ambulance. My heart rate had started to race, and I stared down at the bruising that was starting to bloom across my knuckles. Graham would kick my ass if he knew what I'd done. And as the first tear rolled down my cheek, I lifted my gaze to him. When he was better, he could kick my ass all he wanted. In fact, I'd welcome it. Chapter 7. Sitting in the waiting room, I stared at the board covered in little leaflets. The usual what to do when in crisis, or how to handle illness in a loved one. I hated hospitals. The smell of disinfectant invaded all of my pores, but that wasn't what bothered me most. It was the overwhelming stench of death. Hospitals were filled with the scent of it. It was never about healing and recovery. They were the place people came to die. The broken and ill whose lives were coming to a close, usually far sooner than their loved ones would like. Leaning forward, I placed my elbows on my knees and buried my face in my hands. I was beginning to lose it. I'd lost count of the number of hours I'd sat here waiting for some sort of news on Graham, and if I didn't get any soon, I was going to flip out. Or at least that was what I promised myself. It had been the only thought to keep me going over the agonizing wait. "Where is he?" A female voice cut through my solitary thoughts, and I lifted my head, my gaze settling on a middle-aged woman, her bottle-blonde hair perfectly coiffed around her face. She strode forward, and the animosity that rolled from her made me recoil. "You are?" I asked, folding my arms defensively across my chest. I could still feel the blood on my hands. It was dried into my nail beds, and getting it out was going to be an ordeal. But none of it mattered. This was my fault, and there was a part of me that believed I deserved to wear Graham's blood on my hands. "I'm his wife," They told me he'd been brought in here.
She paused and looked me over a little more carefully.
Oh God, is that his blood?
Her voice went up several octaves, and I watched her waver on her feet. A tall, lean man stepped into the room and grabbed her arm, swinging her around so she could bury her face in his shoulder.
She's covered in his blood, Henry. Please, she has to leave. I can't have someone like that hanging around. She's a bad omen.
The woman's voice was marred by hysteria, but I could still make out her words. The urge to hop up from the plastic seat my ass had practically molded onto and grab her by her blonde bobble head washed over me. Resisting, I crossed my legs and leaned back against the white, sterile wall the plastic seat I was perched on was pressed against. I'm Graham's colleague. I was there when the incident occurred. I'm covered in his blood because I was doing CPR on him. My voice was clipped and authoritarian, and I hated it. Yet I couldn't help it as the woman continued to sob into Henry's shoulder. He shot me a nasty look and in a nasally voice said, "Can you please leave? Can't you see how much you're upsetting her?" Sucking in a deep breath, I stood and strode out into the hall, anger bubbling in my veins as I paced back and forth. I certainly didn't remember Graham mentioning a wife in the picture, and his apartment had that bachelor feel to it. The impression I'd gotten was that he was separated from his wife, probably after Jessica's disappearance. So to have her now rush in here and throw me out after everything... I drank down another deep breath and let it out slowly. What was the point in getting wound up about something as petty as that? She was his wife. That was all there was to it. I needed to get over myself. He might have been my partner, but she'd known him longer, and separated or not, they had a kid together. That had to count for something. The doctor who had taken over Graham's case from the minute he'd arrived in the hospital appeared around the corner of the nurse's station, his expression grim as he caught sight of me, and I swallowed hard.
You came in with Graham Lance? Who are you?
He asked, moving down the hall towards me. I'm his partner. We both work for the Elite. I got the words out before the look on his face caused my throat to close over. There was a pity in his eyes that could only mean one thing, and it wasn't something I wanted to hear. I opened my lips to speak to him, but my mouth was so dry my tongue was stuck to the roof of my mouth, and the words refused to form. Instead, I was left to nod at him like one of those nodding dogs people enjoyed putting on the dashboards of their cars as he spoke at me.
His injuries are serious, but he seems to be stable for now. We operated in an attempt to stop the internal bleeding he came in with, but while on the table he suffered a cardiac arrest. It was a close thing, but he's strong.
The hallway lurched around me, and I slammed my hand into the wall in an attempt to steady myself. There was way too much white, and it only served to intensify the tilting inside my head. Steady, Amber.
Are you all right? Is there someone here with you?
I shook my head and did my best to unstick my tongue. Can I see him? He paused and seemed to mull it over before finally nodding.
Fine, but if anyone asks, your family,
he said, and still I could see the pity in his eyes. Obviously, I looked like a big enough mess that he was willing to risk getting disciplined by letting me in. His wife is here, I said, and the doctor's expression hardened a little.
Where?
I could practically feel his disapproval rolling off him. Whatever small amount of pity I'd managed to elicit in him was now gone. He pushed past me and disappeared into the waiting room. He wasn't happy with me, but he also hadn't said I couldn't go in and see Graham. Making my way unsteadily down the hall, I paused at the nurse's desk. I'm here to see Graham Lance. I was told I could have a few minutes with him. The nurse eyed me suspiciously, but whether it was the fact that I was still covered in Graham's blood or if I just looked that desperate, she nodded and pushed up from her seat behind the desk. Gesturing for me to follow her, she started down the corridor and paused outside a glass door. The blinds were shut, and it wasn't until she pushed open the door that I could hear the mechanical sound of the ventilator. Julie, someone to see Mr. Lance, the nurse said before allowing me to slide in through the small gap in the door. My heart stuttered in my chest as my senses were assaulted. The sterile smell in the room, the noise of the machines as they mechanically pushed air into Graham's lungs, the flashing on the monitors, numbers and bleeps as lights blinked up and down. And right in the middle of it all, Graham lay on his back, perfectly still. The machine next to him whooshed, and his chest rose and then fell once more. The nurse standing inside the door spoke to me, but she might as well have been calling to me from the other side of the world. Crossing the floor, I paused next to Graham's bed, staring down at him, a hint of a white bandage visible above the neckline of the hospital gown he wore. Christ, Graham, I'm so sorry. My words felt woefully inadequate, and they were.
What was the point in being sorry now that the damage was done? If I'd been faster, better at my job, then maybe I'd have found the evidence we needed to get Dex to hand the case back to us. But I hadn't. I'd screwed up, and now Graham was paying the price. The demon mark on my shoulder began to burn, and I gritted my teeth against the pain. It was a price I should have paid. If John wasn't gunning for me, then he wouldn't have sent Graham half a case file. He wouldn't have been trying so hard to destroy me. Graham wouldn't have been his collateral damage. Gripping the edge of the bed, I squeezed the metal bars until my knuckles went white. John would pay for this. And whatever it was that had attacked Graham, I would make it wish it had never entered this world. Excuse me, Mr. Lance's wife says you're not family? The nurse called Julie tapped my shoulder, drawing my attention. I'm his partner. This is all my fault, I said. Well, you can't be in here unless you're family, she said again. This time her voice was a little firmer. Leaning down next to the bed, I ignored the sound of the machinery as it continued to keep Graham alive. I meant what I said, Graham. If you leave me, I will follow you into death. This is not your time, so hurry up and get your ass better, I said before straightening up and turning from the bed. The nurse shot me a dirty look as I pulled open the door and came face to face with Graham's wife. She took one look at me and instantly went into the hysterics. Her legs buckled beneath her, and I caught her in my arms as she dropped like a stone towards the floor. Of course, holding on to her as she flailed around like a dying fish, her hands catching the side of my face, her elbow jabbing into my ribcage hard enough to drive the air from my lungs as she wailed like a banshee, wasn't exactly easy. What are you doing? Let her go immediately! The man she'd called Henry commanded, hurrying down the floor towards me, the doctor I'd spoken to bringing up the rear. Her hand caught me again, her nails tearing down the side of my face the same way a cat might. Henry, she killed him! Oh God, I told you she was a... I let her go, dumping her onto the floor as her wails cut off as suddenly as they'd begun. I felt sorry for her. She knew Graham better than I did, so she had to care for him, but I couldn't understand her reaction. Her sudden and pronounced hatred of me didn't make any sense. Although how could I blame her? If I was in her shoes, I'd blame me too. Didn't I already feel responsible for what was going on? Leaving her in the capable and comforting grip of her Henry, I turned and strode down the hall, leaving her to pick her hysterical screaming up once more. At least she was in the right place. If she kept up her hysterics, they'd sedate her, and at least then she might feel relief. Chapter 8. Escaping out through the front doors of the hospital, I paused to drink in the cool evening air. The sound of running feet met my ears before I even had the chance to fully take in my surroundings. Amber, can you tell us what condition Detective Lance is in?
Amber, what really happened down at the River Gardens?
Miss Morgan, is it true that the elite could have prevented this if the mind of Detective Lance hadn't been so preoccupied with the upcoming trial of his daughter, Jessica?
Miss Morgan, should the people of King City be worried by what escaped from the crime scene this morning?
Their questions came at me in a barrage of rapid fire, leaving me with no time to gather my thoughts, never mind actually contemplate what they were asking me. I stared at them, my mind grinding to a dead halt. What was I supposed to say? I didn't have the answers to their questions, and even if I did, my position with the elite forbade me from sharing information with them that wasn't first approved by my superiors. Pushing out through the crowd of reporters, I kept moving, despite the fact that they kept on following me, their questions a never-ending whirlwind of pain and confusion.
Amber!
A familiar voice called out to me, and I lifted my gaze from the ground, where I'd firmly planted it in an attempt to not make eye contact with the paparazzi vultures that surrounded me. Dex stood on the other side of the road, waving to me from the driver's side of his black car. Part of me wanted to ignore him, the same part of me that had wanted to kill him earlier in the day for the situation he'd allowed to happen. The more sensible side of me won out, and I broke free of the crowd of reporters, sprinting across the busy street to where Dex already had the engine running. Sliding into the passenger seat, I slammed the door behind and watched the reporters huff and puff on the other side of the road. Dex pulled away in a squeal of tires, car horns blaring as he cut up other oncoming traffic with his risky driving maneuvers. I fastened my seatbelt and stared out the window next to me as we drove in silence for several blocks. The quiet hum of the radio was comforting, and I found my eyelids growing heavy as we wound through the streets of King City's downtown area.
How is he?
Dex asked, finally breaking the silence between us. They've stabilized him, but he went into cardiac arrest on the operating table, I said, keeping my gaze firmly pinned on the moving landscape beyond the window.
Shit,
Dex said, pushing his free hand back through his blonde curls, causing them to stand on end.
If I'd known this was going to happen.
I shook my head and dropped my gaze to where my hands were knotted in my lap.
This isn't your fault, Dex. Not really.
Sure, you should have listened. Contrary to popular belief, I don't do what I do to get ahead in the media. Looking good isn't really my aim.
And that makes you one of the unusual ones, Amber. Everyone else is always out for themselves, looking for that big case that will send their career into the stratosphere.
I smiled, but it wasn't a happy look, and I continued picking at my bloodied nails. I know, and this is the price, but I can't hold you responsible. Not when Graham knew the risks of this line of work.
So what the hell happened out there today? Because from the look on your face when that thing split wide open, I'm guessing you were as much in the dark as I was,
he said, hitting far closer to the truth than I was particularly comfortable with. I have no idea. All I do know is that it was strong enough to try and rip Graham apart. Dex swallowed hard and turned the wheel, taking us down another side street and bringing the car to a halt in front of a late-night coffee shop. One of those little places that usually saw hipsters as its normal clientele. Just the type of place I normally avoided like the plague. Dex glanced over at me and smiled apologetically.
You look like you could do with a cup of something hot, and, well, this is the only place I know in the area that'll work.
I could have gone for something a little stronger, I said, jerking my thumb in the direction of the dive bar across the street. Dex gave me a surprised look before his face broke into a wide grin.
A woman after my own heart, then,
he said, not waiting for me to get out of the car as he hopped out. Suppressing a shudder, I pushed the thought of having to sit in the hipster coffee shop aside and grabbed onto the idea of getting a double whiskey. I wasn't much of a drinker, and I certainly didn't fit the usual Irish stereotype where my life revolved around my next binge session, but after the day I'd had, a drink was exactly what I needed. Something to settle my nerves, the tremors that had started in my knees and were slowly working their way up my body. I climbed from the car and started to cross the street as Dex locked the car and caught up, his stride long and easy as he fell into step next to me. I didn't look at him, but I could feel his gaze on me. He was obviously holding back, but I could sense his questions bubbling behind his lips like a shaken bottle of cola. Once he started, there would be no stopping him, and I wasn't ready for that until I had something dark and strong in my hands. Pushing into the bar, a large, meaty hand planted into the center of my chest, halting my progress. There was a spark of power to his touch. Not much, but it was there, and my own magic instantly responded, flaring along my skin without having to be called forth.
No teeny boppers. ID now.
I glanced up. The voice was gruff, and the owner of the voice matched it perfectly. There was a long, ragged scar that ran from the corner of his left eye and disappeared into his bushy ginger beard. "Get your hand off me and I'll show you my ID," I said, the magic flaring across my skin, making me edgier than I should have been. Gruff grinned at me and lifted his hand before sliding it beneath my chin and tilting my head back so he could see my face under the yellow light in the doorway.
"And what are you?"
he asked. The sudden interest in his voice made me uneasy, and I knew he'd felt my magic respond to whatever in hell he was.
"Get your hands off her,"
Dex said, suddenly stepping forward as he thrust his police badge into the face of the bouncer. The bouncer didn't seem to care that Dex was a cop. He swung his meaty fist up, the blow connecting with Dex's face before he had the chance to duck out of the way. With a groan, I moved into the fray, ducking beneath the bouncer's oncoming second punch and driving my hand up beneath his chin. He grunted. The sound of his jaw snapping shut and the telltale crunch of teeth crumbling beneath the force of the blow had him sprawling back against the door. "Stay down or I'll arrest your sorry ass," I said, grabbing Dex and swinging him back out onto the street.
"That's police brutality,"
Gruff shouted after me, and I shot him the coldest smile I could muster over my shoulder. "Lucky, then, that I'm an elite and not a cop," I said. The mere mention of what I was had the bouncer instantly rethink his position. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing so hard that his beard ruffled with emotion.
"What are you doing?"
Dex asked, rubbing his hand across his jaw. It was already beginning to swell, and if he didn't put ice on it soon, it was going to be out like a balloon before the night was over. "Getting you out of there before that guy beats the snot out of you?"
"I'm a cop, Amber. He can't do that. I need to arrest him."
Dex struggled against my grip, but it was merely a half-hearted attempt. "Don't be more of an idiot than you already are. You barging in there like that, you were lucky he didn't knock your head completely off."
"I was looking out for you. He had his hands—"
I cut Dex off with a hard stare. "Thanks and all, but I'm not some damsel in distress. If there's any saving of my ass to be done, then I'm more than capable of doing it myself. He seemed to struggle with the notion as I helped him cross the street towards the one place I really didn't want to go. But he needed ice, and we weren't going to get it from the dive bar. The light from the hipster coffee shop spilled out onto the street, and a couple that could barely keep their hands off each other stumbled into us as they pushed out through the glass front door of the cafe. Gritting my teeth, I ignored their strange stares as we stepped inside, and Dex slowly pulled out of my grip. "What the heck happened to you?" A loud female voice cut across the quiet babble, and I jerked my head up in time to see a willowy teenager launch herself between two tables and straight into Dex's arms.
"Sarah, this is Amber, one of my colleagues,"
Dex said, shooting me an apologetic grin as the young woman grabbed his face and jerked it up into the light. "Dex, what happened to your face? It looks like you lost a fight with the back of a bus." I liked her already, and I tried to hide my smile behind my hand as she continued to pull and tug at him.
"Amber, this is Sarah, my little but extremely annoying sister,"
he said, with a long-suffering sigh that spoke of an affection that only an older brother could have. She gave me an assessing stare before nodding curtly. "You're so predictable, Dex. You're not even finished with Izzy 2 minutes when you pick yourself up another bed warmer." Her words had me raising my eyebrows. A bed warmer was definitely not something I would describe myself as, and if the thought had ever occurred to Dex that we might mutually console each other, then I would be only too happy to tell him the truth.
"Sarah, zip it. It's not like that. She works for the elite. We're working together on a case and... well, today was a crappy day."
There was something in Dex's tone of voice that made me soften. The tension I'd felt after hearing Sarah's statement drifted out of my shoulders once more, and I sucked in a deep breath as she gave me a second curious glance.
"Now, please, can you just bring us 2 coffees?
Dex said, giving his sister his most winning smile. It was slightly lopsided, the swelling in his face already beginning to throw his features off in an almost comical way. What sort of coffee?" she asked. "We've got espresso, Hawaiian Kona, Boca Sunrise, Peruvian Java, Colombian dark roast."
"What about just ordinary coffee?"
Dex said, his confusion evident. "Those are just ordinary coffees?"
"Then you pick one,"
he said, starting towards a table near the back corner. Sarah started to shake her head, her long blonde hair whipping around her shoulders. "But how will I know which one you'll like?"
"Take a guess,"
he said. "And you?" she asked, turning to me with a bright smile. The thought of picking one of the crazy coffees she'd named out left my head reeling. When had coffee stopped being just coffee? "Do you do tea?" Her smile widened, and I instantly regretted my words. "We've got lotus, chamomile, honeydew, water. I'll have a water," I said, cutting her off before she could completely twist my head. She grinned at me and leaned in a little closer. "I take it this isn't really your scene?" I shook my head and gave her an apologetic smile in return. "Not really. I'm a pretty simple soul, really." "I'll sort you out with something. You just sit, and if that brother of mine tries to pull any funny business, you have my complete permission to kick his ass." Grinning, I turned away as she sauntered back up to the counter and started on the drinks. Making my way down through the close-fitting tables and chairs, I dropped onto one of the small armchairs next to Dex. I might not have been a fan of all the different drink choices, but I was definitely glad to get off my feet.
"Sorry about that,"
Dex said, cutting through my thoughts. "About what?"
"Sarah, she's pretty nosy. Means well, but a complete pain in my ass,"
he said, but I could hear the smile in his voice, and it made me open my eyes. "Is she living at home?" I asked.
"No, she's going to college here in the city, so she's staying in the dorms on campus. Got herself the job here so she could have some extra money."
"Very enterprising," I said, dropping my voice as I spotted Sarah weaving her way back down through the tables, a small tray balanced on one hand. "Right, 1 Colombian dark roast and an Irish coffee," she said with a smile as she set them down on the table. I could already smell the telltale sweet scent of the whiskey in the Irish coffee, and I shot her a questioning glance. "You don't need to worry, we've got a liquor license, and Tim the barista makes the drinks, and he's over 21, she said without me needing to even open my mouth.
"Wait, what was that about a liquor license?"
Dex said, his gaze darting back and forth between us. I grabbed the Irish coffee with a smile and took a deep sip before Dex even had the chance to register what was happening. The creamy coffee and whiskey mix slipped down the back of my throat like silk, and I relaxed back into the chair as though someone had wrapped me in a warm hug. I wasn't much of a drinker, but that didn't mean I couldn't enjoy one when I really needed it.
"Oh, come on, Sarah,"
Dex said, screwing his face up as he took the first gulp of his drink.
This is beyond bitter. How does anyone drink this crap? It's worse than the sludge I can get down at the station.
Well, if you like it so much, get your coffee from there, she said with a wicked grin. Sarah didn't hang around at the table, pushing the tray under her arm as she moved on to the next table and started cleaning away the empty cups and shredded sugar packets.
What did she give you?
Dex asked, leaning forward in his seat. Something you're not getting your hands on? I said, gripping the cup a little tighter.
Typical. You women always stick together,
he grumbled, sniffing at his own cup. He looked young, far younger than he had earlier in the day, and I wanted to ask him how old he actually was. Graham had said he was the youngest cop to ever earn detective, and watching him over the rim of my cup, I could suddenly understand exactly what he meant. What happened after I left with Graham? I asked, finally breaking the comfortable silence between us. He sighed, and the happy-go-lucky glow of youth I'd seen in his eyes vanished, replaced with a world-weariness reserved only for those who had seen the very worst of what humanity had to offer.
The scene is a mess. They removed the bodies of the dead. 3 other men ended up in the hospital. Not as serious as Graham, luckily.
He swallowed hard and hid his gaze from mine. I didn't bother reprimanding him. What was the point? I already knew the guilt he carried over the situation. Laying even more of it on him would just be cruel, and that wasn't something I wanted to be. He'd made a mistake, a costly one, but as long as Graham pulled through, his mistake could always be fixed. More of the smoke escaped? I asked, sipping at my coffee carefully, and Dex nodded. It seemed like such an inadequate description for it, but I didn't know what else I was supposed to call it. It wasn't demonic, I was convinced of that. But it was something along that line, and the faster I could figure it out, the better for everyone involved. The voice in the back of my head had gone quiet, but it chose that moment to suddenly throw up a name. Lily. After everything she'd already done, it made sense that she could be behind the bodies in the river gardens. Had she summoned something to this world to do her dirty work for her? She'd already proven she was into using lesser creatures as her minions.
You just thought of something. What was it?
I jerked, the liquid in the cup sloshing against the sides. Getting lost in my own thoughts while sitting next to an already suspicious cop was not a smart move. If Graham believed him to be clever, then I needed to watch myself around him. Letting my guard down and getting caught with my magic hanging out for the world to see, well, it was a one-way ticket to the executioner's block, and I didn't fancy dying just yet. Just contemplating what it could be, I said. Staying as honest as possible was the only way I could throw him off. The second he thought I was lying, well, it would be the moment he decided to start digging a little deeper into my background. It's not demonic, but I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, well, you're pretty new at the elite,
he said with a grin.
So I don't suppose you're gonna know everything.
I smiled back at him, but I could feel the tension curling in my stomach. He'd already checked me out. New, but I did the same training as everyone else.
I know that, but there's no substituting experience.
There was something in the way he said the word experience that had the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Was I being paranoid? He couldn't possibly know anything about me, smart cookie or not. I'd given him no reason, as far as I was aware, to make him think I was anything more than I appeared to be. Unless he'd seen what I'd done to the forensic guy. I studied him a little closer as I finished my drink and pushed to my feet. Thanks for the coffee and the ride out of the media circus, I said, zipping my leather jacket up the front of myself.
You're leaving? I can give you a ride home,
he said, eyeing his practically untouched coffee with disgust. No, the walk will do me good, and I need a chance to clear my head, I said, dropping a $10 note on the table.
You sure?
I smiled and nodded again. Yeah, plus I think your sister needs a ride more than I do, I said, gesturing to Sarah, who seemed to be politely attempting to fend off 2 overly friendly customers. Dex glanced back at her, and his expression instantly changed.
I'll drop by the elite office tomorrow, so...
he said, but his voice said he was preoccupied as he pushed onto his feet and started across the room. I watched him walk away, the set of his shoulders suggesting he was about to hulk out on the 2 idiots pushing their luck. Sarah spotted him, and I watched her expression change from one of polite irritation to outright panic as she shook her head. Smiling, I headed for the door and pushed out into the night air.
We weren't doing anything wrong, dude. Butt out.
The voice of one of the jerks carried across the coffee shop and out through the swinging door. Laughter bubbled up the back of my throat as the door closed behind me and blotted out whatever Dex said to them. He might have been an issue for me, his curiosity and investigative abilities a little too sharp for my predicament, but he was a good guy, and Sarah was lucky to have an older brother that doted on her the way he seemed to. At least someone had a sibling that genuinely cared. Chapter 9. The air was warm. August was apparently going to live up to its usual promise in King City. There would be no sleeping beneath the duvet. That was, even if I could get to sleep after everything that had happened. Cutting down a side street off the main thoroughfare, I picked up my pace. All I wanted was to get home and shower. I hadn't really thought of anything else beyond scrubbing the blood out from underneath my nails and putting on fresh clothes. When the morning had started, spending the day in blood-soaked clothes hadn't exactly been on my radar. A glass bottle skittered across the tarmac, and my pace faltered as I glanced behind me. I couldn't see anything. The streetlights were dull, causing shadows to stretch out across the seemingly empty road. But as I searched the area, what I couldn't see with my eyes, I could instead feel. Magic made the air heavier, and I could feel it pressing on my skin like an oppressive hand. The urge to run coursed in my veins, my human instincts telling me that whatever was following me in the dark wasn't something I wanted to mess with. But there was another part of me, a darker side, that wanted to stay and play. And by play, I mean it wanted to rip whatever was coming for me limb from limb. I'd never considered myself to be a particularly violent person. The crime scenes were always way too gruesome for my taste, so where the sudden urge to spill blood had come from, frankly, was scaring the shit out of me. Something growled in the dark, and I balled my hands into fists. My hesitation had obviously cost me whatever advantage I might have had. The sound was far too close, and there was no way I would outrun whatever was slowly advancing on me through the shadows. "I don't want to fight you," I said, calling out into the darkness naively, hoping it would be enough to make whatever creature was stalking me give up and walk away. Something moved in the darkness, sliding between the shadows, its yellow eyes glowing in the dim light of the streetlights as it never took its gaze from me. He stepped out of the shadows, and I felt the tension coursing through my body ratchet up several notches. The bouncer from the club watched me with his yellow eyes, and I knew they hadn't been that color in the doorway of the dive bar. It wasn't the type of thing to go unnoticed.
"Alone at last,"
he said, his voice a low growl that seemed to reverberate up through his massive frame. "Unless you want to spend the night in a cell, I'd turn tail and run." "Wolf," I said, my own voice carrying across the space between us.
"I don't take kindly to little girls thinking they're bigger and badder than I am."
He took a threatening step forward, or at least I was pretty sure he was trying to threaten me. Shapeshifters were normally the types to avoid confrontation. They could definitely fight, and their speed and agility made them the perfect candidates to play the role of bodyguards and general muscle. But unlike the vampires, they preferred to keep out of the limelight, usually only coming out into the open if they'd gone rogue. I laughed, the sound bouncing around the enclosed space of the alley, causing him to falter.
"I'm glad I amuse you. Will you laugh as I rip your guts out of your soft underbelly?"
He didn't wait for an answer. Obviously, my laughter had escalated the situation, and he charged across the small space between us, giving me only a split second to react. I wasn't going to outmaneuver him, especially not when it came to speed and strength, and if he wrapped his hands around me, well, I knew from sparring training at the Elite Academy that he would have enough power to rip my head clean off. Ducking to the side, I threw my body forward into a roll, coming back up with my athame ready in my hand. He growled, already turning as he lunged for me once more. His clawed hand tore across the front of my chest as I hopped back and brought my blade up through his arm. Pain bloomed across the front of my body, and I swallowed it back. Reacting to the pain would only drive him on. It was the usual predator-prey drive, and there was no way in hell that I was going to be his prey tonight. Lifting his head, I watched as he scented the air and then grinned, his human teeth replaced with a mouthful of wickedly sharp wolf ones.
"I smell your blood,"
he said, his yellow eyes glinting with excitement. "And I can see yours," I said, gesturing to the thick blood dripping down my dagger onto the ground.
"You smell sweet. When I eat your heart, will your magic become mine?"
I didn't answer him. There was no point. All he was trying to do was throw me off my game. Instead, I focused in on him, watching his body for the slightest twitch or tremor that would tell me where he was going to move to next. He might have been bigger, stronger, and faster, but I was trained, and he wasn't. He moved, his body shifting into a blur as he barreled towards me. I'd seen it in the flex of his muscles and neatly sidestepped him, bringing my dagger up and drawing it down his side. The rumbling roar of his pain tore at my eardrums. He might not have felt the blade entering his arm, but the gash I'd just opened up down the side of his body with my silver athame was something he couldn't ignore. He dropped to the ground and roared again, slamming his fists into the road as he twisted his head up to look at me.
"I'll kill you for that,"
he said, his voice wet, and I couldn't help but wonder just how deep I'd allowed my blade to go. My intention had been to wound, to put him down, not kill him. Glancing down at my hand, I realized the blade was coated in blood, all the way up over the hilt, making my grip on it slippery. The blood was still warm, but it was rapidly starting to cool in the night air. "Shit," I said, letting the blade slip from my fingers and clatter noisily to the ground. The part of me I'd felt earlier, the part that wanted to rip the wolf limb from limb, was actually excited by the feel of his blood on my hands, and my stomach rolled at the realization. What the hell was wrong with me? Scrubbing my hand down my jeans, I quickly pulled my cell phone from my pocket when the sound of the wolf's laughter made me pause.
"If you're calling the paramedics, don't bother. I'll be healed by the time they get here."
The blade was silver, I said, eyeing him suspiciously as my finger hovered over the call button. He shrugged, the movement causing his face to scrunch up in pain.
"So, you didn't leave any silver in the wound, and I'm not exactly a runt. Something like this isn't going to keep me down for long, and when it passes, I'll be only too happy to show you what true pain is."
As though to emphasize his point, he stretched. His joints popped as his entire body rolled and shifted. From where I stood, it looked like his back was made of water and there was a wave running straight down the center of it. The sound of bones snapping and realigning filled the air, and his clothes tore as his body shifted. "Ah, crap," I said, more to the air than anyone nearby, and the wolf grinned at me as his face became elongated.
"Run, little girl. The chase will make you taste all the sweeter."
The way he spoke out through his half-human, half-wolf face was beyond creepy, and this time I took him at his word. Scooping up my knife, I darted down the alley. I wasn't far from home, and he wasn't fully shifted. All I needed to do was outrun him. How hard could it be? Once in wolf form, he'd only have 2 extra legs. "Crap," I said again, and picked up my pace. Chapter 10. Air burned in my lungs. I really needed to train harder, do more cardio for these sorts of situations. My legs were beginning to ache and my heart hammered in my chest, the noise of it filling my ears, making it impossible to hear anything else. I was a member of the elite. The last thing I was supposed to do was run away from a fight, but I wasn't an idiot either. This wasn't a fight that would end well. One mistake on my behalf and he would kill me. One mistake on his behalf and I would be left with no choice but to kill him. Darting out through the mouth of the alley, I dashed through the late-night traffic. The sound of screeching tires and panicked screams told me the wolf was closing in on me. Despite knowing they existed, people weren't really used to seeing shifters roaming the streets of King City, especially when the shifter was 3 times the normal size of a wolf and had the single-minded determination of a psychopath. My cell phone buzzed in my pocket and I whipped it out. Nick's name pulsed on the screen, and I answered without breaking my stride. "Now is really not a good time," I said, my voice high and breathy as I crossed into the next street and rounded the corner onto my own road.
"You're running?"
Nick said. The smile in his voice at some other time might have been cute, but not when I was running for my life. "Shifter! Wolf, and he is pissed!"
"Rogue? Wait, who's chasing who?"
The sudden concern for my well-being was overlooked as something large and hairy crashed into my back. The phone clattered to the ground, breaking apart into pieces as I scrambled to climb to my feet once more. Gruff, as I decided to call him in my head, had hopped out past me, his momentum carrying him forward, but that didn't last. From my knees, I jerked my head up and watched him eyeing me, the intelligence in his wolf eyes sending a shiver down my spine. There was a glint in them that no true animal could recreate. Sliding my hand down to my weapons holster, my hand closed around my gun. The bullets were lead with silver casings. The real silver bullets only came out when an execution order was handed down, and they weren't the ones the elite usually used for rogue shifters. A rogue shifter was notoriously hard to take down. They almost never felt pain, and only a sawn-off shotgun at close range loaded with silver buckshot cartridges were known to stop them. Once fired, the shot would break apart and spread through the shifter's body, systematically shutting down their vital organs. A death at the end of a bullet like that, I could only imagine, was excruciating. Of course, I'd never hunted a rogue shifter before, and I'd certainly never had to put one down. The only hands-on experience I even had with them had all been done in the safe confines of the academy. What I was dealing with now, well, although he was a shifter, he definitely wasn't rogue. He knew exactly what he was doing. He launched himself towards me, and I ripped my gun from its holster, aiming it for the broad width of his body. I pulled the trigger twice, the crack of the gunshot ripping the air. The shifter's howling scream as both bullets landed in their target was enough to set the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. He hit the ground, and still he crawled towards me, pain now clouding his yellow eyes.
If you move another inch, I'm gonna empty my shotgun into your ass.
Nick's voice cut over the panting sound the wolf was making. I jerked my head up in surprise and watched him approach slowly. He was as good as his word. The shotgun he held in his arms was leveled directly at the shifter, and if he fired, he would take off its entire hindquarters. The shifter's fur rolled and spilled outwards from its body, replaced with a sudden rush of human skin. He groaned, his bones sliding beneath his skin as though there was nothing there to connect them, and I felt my stomach roll as I watched his joints shift and pop back into place. I held my gun steady in a two-handed grip, keeping it trained on the shifter as his eyes rolled in his head. "Where did you come out of?" I said to Nick, keeping my gaze trained on the creature in front of me. He'd already proven that he could overcome injury faster than I'd ever thought possible for a shifter, and I wasn't about to make that mistake twice.
I was at your apartment when I called. I thought you'd be back,
he said, cautiously moving around the naked guy on the ground.
When I heard you running, well, I put two and two together, and I could hear the shouting from outside your door.
I chanced to look in his direction, and he was smiling, the dimple in his cheek visible even under the poor streetlights. I'd gotten so close to actually making it home when the shifter had caught up to me. I wasn't as slow as I'd first imagined, but I still hadn't been fast enough to outrun him. Obviously, I definitely needed to hit the gym harder. The grip I had on the gun was beginning to make my arm ache, and I lowered it slowly. "Can I borrow your cell? I really need to call this in," I said to Nick.
Already done. I told you I could hear it from up the street. I called the elite as soon as I knew what was going on. They're on their way down here with a crew, but they've missed all the fun.
"Yeah, great fun," I said, wincing as the adrenaline started to leave my body, every ache and bruise finally beginning to make itself known to me. As I moved, my shredded leather jacket rubbed against the scratch marks down the front of my chest, and I bit down on the string of curses that formed in my mouth. Cleaning and bandaging it was going to burn like a son of a bitch. Holstering my gun, I asked, "You got this?" I gestured to the moaning guy still lying on the ground, and Nick simply nodded, keeping his shotgun trained on its target. Approaching the fallen man, I gripped his shoulder and flipped him over onto his back. The two neat bullet holes in his shoulder and stomach smoldered as blood oozed from the wound. Someone was going to have to fish the bullets out of him, and there was no way in hell I was volunteering for that job. "Not so hot at healing now," I said, the sound of sirens splitting the air.
I'll make you pay for this,
he said through gritted teeth, and I shook my head. There was no way he was going to make anyone pay now. This was a definite death sentence. The courts would instantly look at him as a liability, a loose cannon, and although I was certain he wasn't rogue, there wasn't a judge in the country who would take that risk. The street lit up with the blue lights of the elite emergency response truck, and I took a step back from the guy on the ground. He was their problem now. Tomorrow would be soon enough to sort the paperwork out. Stephen Myrtle hopped out of the truck, the flash of the blue light illuminating him in his full riot gear uniform. I recognized him from around the office, and I knew he was close friends with Anthony the Machine.
"Where is it, Morgan?"
he asked, taking a cursory glance at the man lying at my feet. "You're looking at him," I said, gesturing to Gruff, who was still gritting back his huffing breaths of pain.
"This is the rogue?"
Stephen asked, his face a mask of confusion as he approached Gruff. "Yeah, he attacked me over on Crescent. I got as far as here before I was forced to draw my weapon and shoot him." I kept my voice as matter-of-fact as I could. There was not a chance in hell that I was going to let him know that I'd gotten dragged into a hand-to-hand fight, that I'd wounded him and then run. I wasn't exactly the most popular among the men of the elite. If they heard I ran from a fight, they wouldn't congratulate me for doing the smart thing. I'd be branded a coward. And in the elite, a coward was the last thing you wanted to be. The look Stephen gave me was a skeptical one, and I sighed. He crouched down next to Gruff, staring down at the wound pattern. I started to speak, but it was already too late. Gruff lunged upwards, wrapping a half-human, half-clawed hand around Stephen's neck and dragging him down towards his waiting mouth. Stephen let out a half-strangled scream as Gruff bit down on him. I pulled my gun once more and fired off another round, but Gruff dragged Stephen down over him, using his body as a shield.
I don't have a clear shot, Amber, Nick shouted, moving around the screaming and flailing body of Officer Stephen. Adrenaline coursed in my veins once more as several more elite officers arrived on the scene. I darted forward, keeping my gun low as I struggled to find a weakness in Gruff's cover. Just as I reached the two struggling men, Stephen surged upwards, his body crashing into mine and knocking me to the ground beneath his weight. The sound of gunfire filled the air as Stephen jerked and gurgled on top of me, blood pouring from the wound in his neck. I could feel a wet heat spreading out across the front of my clothes. Rolling him to one side, I propped myself up and surveyed the scene. Gruff lay face down at the end of the street, utterly still, and I knew without having to ask that he was already dead. Nick stood a few feet away, one side of his face a bloody mess and the short barrel of his shotgun bent up at the snout. Turning back to Stephen, I pressed my hand to his neck, but his eyes were already glassy and the twitching movements of his body were the involuntary movements of the dead. Shit, I swore, balling my hands into fists as I dropped back onto the road. Morgan, is he... One of the officers called out to me, but he didn't need to finish his sentence. The look on my face was obviously all the answer they needed. It seemed one shitstorm in a day just wasn't enough, and in my line of work, well, it was only a matter of time before people started dying.
Chapter 11. The last of the blue lights receded, and a hollow ache opened up in the middle of my body. There was always so much needless death. Why the shifter had decided to come after me, well, it just didn't make any sense. He'd known I was an elite. I hadn't kept it a secret after he'd punched Dax, so why attack me? Of course, there had been the odd way he'd looked at me, as though he could see through all of my pretenses to what I truly was. Although I hadn't heard of anyone having this ability before, there was still so much I didn't know and understand about what I was. Perhaps if I could feel his flavor of magic, he had felt mine? I shuddered at the thought. It seemed like an altogether too personal thing to be sharing willy-nilly with strangers, but still not impossible. Turning back towards my apartment block, I came face to face with Nick. There was a long cut down one cheek, and it had clearly been caused by the shifter. The edges of the mark were far too clean for anything else. "You need to get that seen to," I said, gesturing gently to his face.
I'm not the only one.
He answered with a grin, but there was a faint flicker of a flinch around his eyes that told me it hurt to smile. "I've got stuff back at the apartment, and you did say you had something you wanted to tell me," I offered, moving past him on the road. He fell into step next to me, our silence an easy one. At least that was one good thing. With Nick, I knew exactly where I stood. He liked me. I had no idea how much, but he certainly didn't allow it to interfere with the working relationship we'd formed. Nick was a professional. Personal relationships or thoughts did not matter if he had a mission to fulfill, and more often than not, he had a mission. Of course, it helped that we knew the truth about each other. I knew he was a player, and he knew I was a witch. Perhaps I knew a little bit more of the truth than he did, but in the end it all boiled down to the same thing, or at least that was what I was telling myself. My chest ached as I pushed open the door of the apartment block and headed straight for the stairs. The thought of standing in an elevator, if it was even working, didn't sit well with me. The last thing I wanted was to get trapped in an enclosed space. Even though I knew the shifter was dead, I couldn't shake the ill feeling that filled the pit of my stomach, and it was that same trusting of my gut instinct that had kept me alive so far. Nick didn't say a word as we climbed the stairs, and I was grateful for that. All I really wanted to do was climb into bed and pretend the world didn't exist anymore, but he had information, and that wasn't something I could afford to ignore. Reaching the apartment door, I slid the key into the lock and jiggled it around. Ever since Graham had burst into my apartment to rescue me from Nick, the door hadn't really recovered. The memory of our first meeting was enough to make me smile before the tears started. Graham wouldn't be bursting in the door to save me anytime soon. Not when he was lying in a hospital bed with a machine keeping him alive. That thought alone was enough to bring the entirety of the day's grief down on top of me, and I jammed my hand into my mouth in an attempt to stifle my sob.
What's wrong?
Nick asked, catching my arm and swinging me back to face him. I tried to shrug free of his grip, but he held on, grabbing my hand and drawing it away from my face as he peered down at me.
Amber, how hurt are you? Tell me what's wrong.
I shook my head and finally broke away, moving further into the apartment as though I could get away from my own feelings and emotions, somehow outrun them and leave them behind. "It's not that. I'm fine, it's..." I cut off at the thought of Graham lying so still on the ground, no rise and fall of his chest to tell me he was going to be all right.
Then what is it?
Nick asked, following me inside and closing the door behind him. There was an issue today. Graham is... My voice faltered. I was being an idiot. I was behaving as though he was dead, when in reality he was fighting to stay alive.
It was all over the news, but I didn't realize it was...
He cut off and dropped his gaze to the floor.
Is he...
No, he's alive. But they have him on a ventilator. He was hurt pretty bad. The creature tried to tear his heart out, left him with a lot of internal bleeding. Nick nodded and then closed the distance between us, his hand brushing softly against the side of my face as he cupped my cheek with his palm.
He'll be fine, Amber. He's a fighter. There's no way some freak of nature is going to take him down, not without him taking it with him.
His voice was soft and comforting, and I pressed my face into his touch, allowing his warmth to spread through me. The practically non-existent gap between our bodies suddenly felt like a gulf. Lifting my face to his, I stared up into his eyes, the color drawing me in. Color flooded my face as I remembered the last time I'd tasted his lips. Well, first and last. He'd kissed me with a possessive ferocity that had stolen my breath and left my knees weak. I wanted to feel that again. I wanted to feel anything but the cold, hollow ache in the middle of my chest. His face dipped to mine, almost as though he could read my mind, and I wrapped my hands in the front of his jacket, drawing his body to mine. The shrill of his cell phone had us both dive apart as though we'd been caught with our hands in the cookie jar. Get a grip, Amber, you're an adult. If you want to kiss him, hell, if you want to take him to bed, you can. No one is going to stop you, and no one is going to care. The voice in the back of my head spoke up, filling my head with all sorts of debauched images, the kind that sped my heart and brought heat to my cheeks. But the voice was wrong if it thought no one was going to care. I would. I liked Nick. If I was perfectly honest with myself, I liked him a hell of a lot. Too much to risk screwing everything up. We had a good thing going. He was an ally I couldn't do without. And now that Graham was hurt, Nick was suddenly even more important to me. He was one of the only ones in this whole giant mess who knew what I was, and he didn't judge me for it.
Sorry,
he said, grabbing the phone and staring down at the screen. I watched him hang up on the number and quickly tap out a message on the screen before returning his attention to me.
Amber,
He started to speak, and a wave of nausea washed over me. I'll get the bandages and antiseptic. Grab a seat, I won't be a minute, I blurted out, cutting his words short. He stared at me in confusion, and I spun away from him, racing from the room in my attempt to get away. Great job, Amber. If your plan was to not screw it up, I think you failed miserably, I muttered to myself as I gathered up the items we'd need in the bathroom. Sucking in a deep breath, I forced my nerves to settle. I could do this. Of course I could. I'd fought a shifter and lived to tell the tale. This would be a cakewalk. Christ, I just wished I could convince even myself. Chapter 12. Carrying the contents of the first aid kit back into the room, I paused in the doorway and watched Nick silently. He stood with his back to me, his broad shoulders tense as he stared down at the only picture I had in the living room. It was the only one I'd managed to salvage of my mother and father. I'd never understood why my mother had burned all of his pictures until Lily had brought all of my memories crashing back down around my ears. Now it made perfect sense. If I'd been in her position and found out my husband had a whole other secret family that he was leaving me for, burning pictures would be the least of it. I blinked back the memory of what had happened that night, my father's screams echoing inside my head as I stepped into the room and cleared my throat.
Is this your parents?
Nick asked, his gaze never leaving the picture, the edges of it in the gilt frame charred. I'd lifted it straight from the fire, and my mother hadn't stopped me. Part of me couldn't help but wonder now if she'd let me do it because she was afraid of me. Yeah, before it fell apart.
They looked happy,
he said, finally turning toward me. I don't really know. My dad was clearly one of the great pretenders. I'm not sure if you could ever tell what he was truly feeling or thinking.
Well, he looks happy, and so does your mom.
I smiled and dumped my haul onto the couch. She was. She loved him, and he broke her heart. Now get over here so I can look at your face. I cringed inwardly even as the words left my mouth. The smile Nick gave me told me he knew exactly what I'd meant, but he wasn't the type to let an opportunity pass him by.
Why? Do you want to paint me?
He asked, giving me his best trout pout pose. Laughter bubbled up out of me, the movement causing pain to flare along the gouges on my chest. Wincing, I covered my mouth with my hand and sat down on the couch. Nick's smile disappeared, and I knew he'd seen my discomfort. Closing the gap between us, he dropped to his knees and rifled through the packs of gauze and sterile water on the couch next to me.
Let me see, Amber. We'll patch you up first.
His voice was soft, gentle even, and it seemed at odds with who I knew him to be. He was a hunter, a complete playboy, and yet as he peeled back what was left of my leather jacket, I couldn't help but notice the look on his face, the utter concentration and delicacy of his touch as he ripped open some of the sterile water packs and soaked the gauze in it before carefully cleaning the wound across my front. It didn't hurt. Part of me had expected it to, but I didn't feel anything as he worked. Instead, I continued to watch him. This was a side to Nick I'd never thought existed. Granted, I didn't know him that well, but the image he portrayed to everyone else was that nothing ever touched him. Staring down at him now, I wanted to know more about him. I wanted to know his story.
Why did you start hunting?
I asked, my voice soft. He glanced up at me, and the flash of emotion that crossed through his eyes, I couldn't place it.
It just seemed like the right thing to do.
His words were a warning, and yet this was something I couldn't leave alone. There was so much I didn't know about him, so much I wanted to find out, and that wasn't going to happen with me biting my tongue every time I was around him. You know everything about me. Hell, you know more about me than most of my family. No one falls into this line of work. We all have our reasons.
And some reasons should stay hidden,
he said, and this time there was no mistaking his tone of voice.
I don't want to talk about it.
I swallowed back my questions. As much as they burned at me, and I so desperately wanted to know more about where he'd come from, if he wasn't ready to share, then I wasn't going to be the asshole that pushed him out the door. He dropped back onto his knees and admired his handiwork.
I think you'll live,
he announced. All the warning from his voice was gone, but I could still detect the hint of an edge. He expected me to carry on pushing the topic with him. What did you want to tell me? I asked, straightening up and shrugging free of my jacket.
What?
He sounded genuinely confused, and the look on his face made me smile. You came here looking for me. You said you had something to share with me, and I can only assume it had something to do with Lily. He recovered quickly and nodded before climbing to his feet.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that she seems to have gone to ground. No one has seen or heard anything about something like her. It's as though she never existed.
Well, we both know that's impossible. She's a plan, and if she's gone quiet, then it's only because she has something else that's more pressing right now.
Are you sure the demon didn't kill her? I mean, he was pretty badass, and it did take a joint effort from us all to even slow him down.
I'm certain, I said. And I was. The demon might have been badass. Where the demonic was concerned, it was simply par for the course. But she was a different kind of deadly, and one pesky demon wasn't going to take her out of the game.
Well, I'm not going to question how you're so sure, but there's something else.
I sat up a little straighter and shot him a curious glance.
The case you're working on. I think I might have a lead.
I steadied myself against the couch, my fingers digging into the soft cushions as I fought the urge to hop up from my place, grab him by the front of his shirt and shake him until he spilled his secrets. I barely understood what was going on, and I'd seen it happen. How the hell could he possibly know what was happening? Are you going to share it with me or keep me guessing?
I was at Sanctuary a couple of nights ago.
I shot him a surprised look. She still allows you in? I'd have thought fraternizing with me would be enough to earn you a ban. Nick grinned and shook his head.
Nope. What can I say? Madeline has taste.
Is that what they're calling that these days? Snorting back a laugh, I bit my tongue to keep from quipping back my true thoughts on Madeline and her taste. The last time I'd met her, she'd tried to drink my magic from me the way normal people drank a tall glass of water. Since then, seeing her as anything but the threat that she so clearly was more than a little difficult.
If you just apologized to her, then there wouldn't be such a problem. You'd be welcome into Sanctuary just like everyone else.
Apologize? Christ, Nick, that shifter hit you harder than I thought.
I know you two have your differences, but
She tried to steal my magic. She practically tried to drain me.
But she didn't.
Only because I was able to stop her. There's no way I'm apologizing to that I cut myself off before I cursed her. That was the funny thing about curses and magic. They had a nasty habit of coming back to bite you in the ass, particularly if you didn't know exactly how to word it, and that was something I was not a master at. I didn't like Madeline, but she'd certainly cut me a wide berth since our little run-in, and I wasn't going to run the risk of bringing her full wrath down on my head all because I wanted to burn off some steam and score verbal points against her.
She's a powerful ally to have, Amber. You and I both know that. If you swallowed some of your pride, you'd have a lot more answers.
Nick's words stung, and they hung in the air between us like a bad smell. What the hell did he mean, anyway? I knew when to swallow my pride, and this situation was not it. Look, I'm pretty tired and I have to be up in a couple of hours, so I'd really appreciate you sharing. The look he shot me was anything but friendly, and the air suddenly sang with tension. I swallowed past it and rolled my shoulders to try and shake off the worst of it all. You're welcome to crash on the couch, I said, attempting to soften my bitter words, but the damage was already done.
I just thought you'd like to know that there are rumblings of witchcraft, but not like anyone has ever seen. This stuff is new, and it's more a mishmash of different flavors.
What, like Lily? He shook his head and moved for the door.
No, not like your sister. Like someone amateur got bored and decided to experiment.
So they don't even know what they're doing? Nick shrugged and reached the front door.
No idea. That's your job, hotshot.
Tugging open the door, he disappeared out into the hall before I could say anything else to him. Watching him leave, I felt my thanks drying on my tongue. I'd well and truly screwed everything up, just like I always did. Obviously, my ability to deal with the monsters did not extend to my personal life. Where that was concerned, I didn't need any creature feature turning it into a car wreck. That was something I could do all on my own. Chapter 13. Lying beneath the bed covers, heat spread up over my legs and up my stomach. Rolling away from it wasn't an option. It didn't matter what position I tried to find for myself. Everywhere I went, the heat followed me. Was I just dreaming it? The heat reached my ears, and the first faint crackle set my heart hammering in my ribcage. My eyes flew open, and I scrambled up the bed in an attempt to get away from the fire that was eating its way across my bedspread. "Shit!" I said, rolling free of the bed and landing with a thud on the floor, my mind instantly transporting me back to the night the vamp had attacked me. Without thinking about it, I glanced upwards at the place where I knew the black magic mark had been. The white paint I'd used to try and cover it up seemed more transparent than usual, almost as though the mark itself refused to be covered and was slowly sliding out through the micro gaps in the paint. The bed was well and truly on fire, and I swore again as I grabbed the covers and dumped them on the floor, folding them over on themselves as I tried to smother the flames. Working fast, I stamped at the smoldering mess, causing the billowing smoke to fill the room. With the flames finally out, I stared around the room. What the hell was happening to me? First, the creepy feeling I'd had when I'd tangled with the shifter, the urge to bathe in his blood, had been one that had left me feeling more than a little weirded out. And now this? I could understand it if I was in danger, but there was nothing here but me. The apartment was silent around me, just the usual sounds of the building settling, the creaking of wood, and the familiar rattle of the elevator far off in the distance. Nothing. I was alone. Dropping onto the end of the bed, I buried my face in my hands. Life had never been this complicated. It had been bad, but not like this. At this rate, I didn't need to worry about my sister or a demon coming to finish me off. I would do it all by my lonesome. Crossing the room, I searched the bedside locker for my phone. There was one person I could call. The events of the day hit me like a punch to the chest, and I choked on the emotion that welled inside me. My cell phone was smashed, broken when the shifter knocked me on my ass, but that wasn't what hurt. There was one person I could call. Graham. But even if I had my phone, he wouldn't be answering his anytime soon. I wanted to feel sorry for myself, to bury myself beneath the remnants of my blankets and blot out the rest of the world. But that wasn't going to help Graham. It wasn't going to help me get to the bottom of what was going on, and it sure as heck wouldn't help me catch the people responsible for putting him in the hospital. Crossing to my closet, I pulled out the first pair of black jeans my hand closed around. They fell out into my hands, a bottle green t-shirt tumbling out after them. I grabbed that too. It looked clean, if a little unfamiliar. It had been a while since I'd gone to the laundromat, and I was having to dig into the back of my closet to find clean clothes. Clothes that, judging by the level of unfamiliarity I had with them, I hadn't worn in years. Tugging them on, I fought with the jeans. They were more than a little snug. Clearly, there was a reason I hadn't worn them in a while. Dragging out my gym bag, I scooped up my keys and headed for the front door. I needed to do something. I'd let Graham down, and there was only one thing I could really do to try and make it up to him. If I couldn't sleep, then I was going to go and see Jessica, and if she didn't want to see me, then I was going to train. The last thing I really wanted to do was see her, but I owed Graham that much at least. And I had a sneaking suspicion that her mother wouldn't have told her what had happened to him. It was the one and only thing I could do. And if I failed and she turned me away, then the fight with the shifter had taught me a valuable lesson. I badly needed to train harder. Staying alive through sheer luck and my magic popping up to save my ass wasn't a smart move when working for the elite. Sooner or later, one or the other would let me down, and then where would I be? The tattered remains of my leather jacket sat on the couch where I dumped it the night before, and my stomach dropped. It was my favorite jacket. Sighing, I headed back into the bedroom and searched within my Narnia closet, finally fighting free with a black hoodie. It wasn't an ideal choice, and it certainly didn't look smart enough for the elite offices, but I was beyond caring. If John had a problem with it, then I would happily iron it out with him. After all, I owed him a conversation after what he'd done to Graham by only sending him half a file. Sitting in the prison's main visiting area, I waited for them to escort Jessica out. She wouldn't really be escorted anywhere. The system was all electric to cut down on the number of fatalities associated with holding preternatural killers who really didn't believe in a prison system or justice in general. A loud buzz echoed in the room and I jumped, a green light flashing over a door inside the clear box Jessica was supposed to sit in. She shuffled out through the door, her ankles and wrists bound with silver chains, one of the few weapons we had against her kind. The second her eyes found mine, she stiffened up, her pupils dilating until they filled her iris completely. It never ceased to amaze me how the vamps worked their little mind control tricks. Of course, in here she was given a daily shot to neutralize her mind control ability. It was something that really only worked on the newer vampires, and Jessica was definitely a baby in comparison to who her boyfriend had been. She launched herself across the space, slamming her body into the bomb-proof glass with the same force as a runaway freight train. She hissed and growled, her fangs fully extended as she scrabbled against the thin piece of protection between me and her. "Why are you here?" She spat the words out, her eyes completely black as she fought to claw her way out of the box. "Your father wanted me to come and talk to you. He wants me to help you," I said. Honesty seemed like the best policy where Jessica was concerned. "You don't want to. You're only here out of guilt. What did he say to you this time to jerk your chain?" Scorn dripped from her words like acid, and I found myself shifting uncomfortably on the metal chair I'd been given. "Jessica, there's something I need to tell you." "I don't want to know anything you have to tell me. You killed Zach, and when I get out of here, I'm gonna rip your throat out. Your father's in the hospital. There was an accident. He's pretty bad." I couldn't bring myself to say the words, "he's on a ventilator." If I did, it would make it all too real, and I wasn't in the mood for that. "Do you think I care? That bastard is nothing but a thorn in my side. I hope he dies. I hope you all do. And when Lily recovers..." Jessica cut herself off and screamed in frustration. "You tricked me! How dare you trick me!" "Jessica, I didn't do anything to you. What do you mean when Lily recovers?" She laughed, the sound like nails on a chalkboard, and she shook her head, causing her ponytail to whip around her shoulders. "I'm not telling you anything except this. Your sister says hi. Round 2 is coming, and this time no demon is gonna save your sorry ass." I straightened up in the seat, leaning forward so my arms rested on my thighs. "Tell me what else you know about her. How badly was she hurt?" Jessica laughed again and pulled back away from the glass. "Jessica, tell me everything you know. I can help you. I can speak to them about your execution." She shook her head and moved back to the heavy reinforced steel door she'd entered through. I watched as she slammed her hands on it, the silver chains she wore sizzling and smoking as they bit into her flesh, and yet she showed no signs of pain. "I have just one regret in all of this," she said as the door alarm buzzed and the steel started to shuffle open. "What's that?" "I didn't cause enough pain. If I could do everything over, I'd kill more." She stepped out through the door, leaving me to stare after her with my mouth hanging open. I'd met plenty of vampires, but none who had so little remorse. Graham still loved her, and he wanted me to help her, but after meeting her, there was really nothing I could do. Nothing I wanted to do, considering the pain she'd caused. Chapter 14. Tightening the wraps on my hands, I adjusted my stance in front of the heavy bag and restarted my routine. It was the only thing I could do to try and clear my mind of the angry hatred I'd witnessed in Jessica. Foot forward, twist hip, extend arm, imagine your fist exiting out through your opponent's head. Rolling my shoulders, I switched sides and started again, gradually picking up my pace. It was easier to fight in the moment. There was something to be said about adrenaline coursing in the veins, heart pounding, fighting for your life, to make the routine effortless. Standing in front of the bag, I had to remind myself over and over what my next move was supposed to be. You! The female voice cut across my concentration, and I turned in time to brace my body as a petite, dark-haired woman crashed into me, taking us both to the mat. You fucked up and now he's dead! Why couldn't you just do your job? Why? The emotion in her voice wasn't something that could be faked. She rained blows down on my head, my arms and hands taking the brunt of her punches. Wrapping my legs around her waist, I tipped her to the side, driving her body into the mat beneath me as I attempted to pin her. But she had pure, unadulterated rage on her side, and she drove her legs up between us, planting her feet in the middle of my abdomen before thrusting back with all of her might. I tried to break my fall, but my back met the edge of the mat, and I cried out as my head slammed into the floor. She was on me before I could even recover, her tear-streaked face a blur above me as she landed her first good punch, the coppery taste of blood filling my mouth. Someone appeared above her, lifting her away from me before she could land her next blow. She lashed out, her legs flailing in an attempt to hurt me by any means necessary.
Sonia, cut it out!
Anthony said, his strong frame wrapped around her, holding her back as I climbed slowly to my feet. What was that about? I said, dragging my hand across my mouth, smearing blood across the back of my fist and the white wraps I wore. She's the reason he's dead, Anthony! You know it! Let me go! Sonia cried as she continued to fight and kick in his grip, but I could tell her movements were getting slower. The longer he held her, the more the rage seemed to seep out of her, and what was left behind in her expression created a hollow feeling in the middle of my gut.
He was doing his job. You know that. It's the same risk we all take.
Anthony's voice was soothing, as though he was talking to a volatile child that needed calming. She jerked out of his grip and turned her fading temper on him. That's bullshit and you know it. You're just protecting her because she saved your ass when you screwed up.
So Amber is supposed to save us all when we make a mistake? I don't think that's fair.
Sonia shook her head, her short brown hair whipping around her face, and the look she shot Anthony was anything but friendly. You were his friend. I can't believe you would betray him like this. This is her doing, and if you're not going to do something about it, then I will. She turned and gave me a look that made me want to duck and take cover, but she didn't make a move on me, choosing instead to stalk from the gym, leaving me to stare after her. I had no idea she was involved with Officer Myrtle, I said, watching her leave.
There's a lot you don't know about the people you work with, Amber. You keep to yourself, but we're supposed to work as a team. More often than not, I see you rushing in on your own, and you've been lucky. Until Steve.
Anthony spoke as though I'd murdered Stephen and not the shifter. It's not like that,
That's your problem, Amber. There is no I in team, and the sooner you realize that, the safer it will be for the rest of us.
Anthony shook his head and turned back to the small group that had gathered around him. I stood and watched them talk amongst themselves, anger bubbling in my veins. What was I supposed to do? This was a job at the end of the day, and most of the other team members looked at me like I was some sort of upstart. I hadn't paid my dues, not the way they had. I was too new, and yet I was the one the media wanted to talk to. Swallowing back my anger, I crushed it down inside. Allowing such destructive thoughts to fill my head was only going to result in one thing, and I didn't want to become that person. The one that everyone despised and no one wanted to work with because they were too reckless, endangering the lives of everyone around them. But I sure as heck wasn't going to grovel to Anthony for his approval. Sonia's anger toward me was justified. She'd lost the man she loved. Anthony hadn't even been there, so why he thought he could scold me like a naughty schoolchild, well, I had no idea where he'd gotten the attitude from. Grabbing my towel and water bottle, I stalked out of the gym and down the corridor towards the changing room. Amber, my office, now! John's voice made me jump. I'd been so lost in my own bitter thoughts that I hadn't realized he'd stepped out into the hall. I was just, my office, now! I don't have time for your bullshit, he said, his voice frayed with anger. Turning, I stalked after him. The day had barely started, but it really couldn't get any worse. Chapter 15. I was wrong. The day could get a whole lot worse, and it had. Victoria Tellin is a very talented elite member. She's just flown in from New York, and I want you to show her the ropes, John said, overly animated. In fact, if I didn't know him better, I'd have said he was doing lines of coke in the bathroom before he'd found me in the hall. No offense, Victoria, I said to her. She smiled at me, but there was no warmth behind it. But I'm really not looking for a new partner, John. I have one. You don't. With Graham in the hospital, you've got no one, and I can't allow you out in the public eye. He cut himself off and pushed his hand back over his head. Out facing the dangers that you do without some sort of backup. Victoria is extremely skilled. She can probably teach you a thing or two. I didn't doubt it. Her resume had been the first thing thrust into my hands the second I walked through the door of his office. From what I'd seen of it, she was more than proficient as an elite member, and if I was honest, I would probably hold her back. She seemed more the type to be a member of Anthony's cleanup crew. Efficient and deadly. John, Graham is coming back. John shook his head and dropped his attention down onto the desk in front of him. We both know that's not guaranteed. They don't even know if he's going to pull through. And whose fault is that? I said, finally losing my temper. Graham was my partner, the only one I wanted, and certainly the only one who understood who I was. I really wasn't interested in starting all over with someone new, and I definitely wasn't in the mood for entertaining the idea that Graham might not survive. He had to. There was no other choice in the matter. What's that supposed to mean? He asked, his register taking on an icy tone. I know you only sent him half the case file. He told me before everything turned to shit, I said, practically spitting the words at him. I have no idea what you're talking about, John said, but I could tell from his nervous expression that he knew exactly what I meant. Don't give me your usual bullshit, I said. This is not the time or the place, Amber, John said, inclining his head in Victoria's direction. Can we get a few minutes? I asked, smiling sweetly in her direction. Actually, I was hoping we could get straight into it. I was filled in on the case before I got here. This doesn't seem like something that can wait for personal vendettas. There was an edge to her voice, and anger bubbled in my veins, spiking my blood pressure and causing the beginnings of a headache to take up residence between my eyes. Opening my mouth to answer, I caught myself. She'd flown in from New York, but why the hell would the elite send someone as talented as her to King City? Our preternatural issues certainly couldn't compete with New York City and its surrounding areas. None of it made any sense, unless she was sent with the express purpose of spying on me. Biting back my words, I nodded as John planted his hand in the center of my back and began pushing me towards the door. You'll be pleased to know Victoria is also very skilled in dealing with the media. You'll both be doing an interview later in the morning. The thought of doing an interview sent bile creeping up the back of my throat. I hated getting trotted out as the media circus's prized performer, and their questions would be unbearable if they were anything like the barrage I'd gotten outside the hospital yesterday. I didn't answer John as I stepped out through the door and shrugged free of his vile touch.
You don't hold much regard for your boss,
Victoria said as I wound my way down through the desks in the office. It wasn't a question, and the statement only served to heighten my suspicion of her. If she was here from the New York office to spy, then I needed to find out her reasons. General subordination I could handle. It certainly wouldn't take much to get out from underneath it. I'd just have to find a better way to make John pay for his misdeeds. But if she was here because they suspected me of something, that was going to be much harder to deal with. I had secrets. How was I supposed to keep the important ones hidden from someone like her? If she was working in New York, then she was probably practically a human bloodhound, scenting out the truth no matter how difficult the puzzle. If you knew the things I know, you wouldn't have much regard for him either, I said, reaching my desk and dropping down into the generic swivel chair they'd supplied everyone in the office. Nothing in the office was comfortable. It was all simply serviceable, and it seemed that was how the elite liked to keep it.
What do you know about him?
Victoria asked, almost light-heartedly, and instantly her new approach set my suspicions on edge. Giving her the side-eye, I dug around in the files on my desk until I found what I was looking for. Tugging it free, I dropped it down in front of her, the card folder flopping open to the first crime scene picture. I'm not interested in tattling. Whatever problem I have with John, it's going to stay just that, my problem. I kept my voice hard as I tried to avoid looking directly at the pictures. I'd lived through them, and they were seared into the inside of my brain. The last thing I needed to do was study them. She stared at me a moment longer than was needed, and instinctively I knew she was sizing me up. She was still utterly unreadable, and I really couldn't figure out who she was here for. All that served to do was set me even further on edge. A partner was supposed to be someone you could trust in the field, and I'd been so certain I'd found that in Graham. Just thinking about him brought a lump to the back of my throat, making it difficult to swallow past.
Trust me when I say I'm here to help, Amber. You don't have to lock me out, and if you're protecting someone's secret, well, I won't hesitate to dig it out.
I nodded and jabbed my finger into the center of the pictures. How about you dig this secret out instead? She smiled back at me, but it wasn't a friendly look. Clearly, I'd already made myself a new enemy, like I really needed any more. Dropping her gaze to the pictures, her expression instantly changed. A small crease appeared in the center of her brow as she tucked her black hair behind her ear and leaned closer.
I've seen something like this,
she said, and my stomach flipped nervously. King City wasn't small, but it still wasn't New York. How could we have something so unusual in common? What was it?
I don't know.
She shrugged and lifted her gaze to my face.
They never got to the bottom of it, but for a while the body count was pretty damn high.
Well, how did you stop it?
I don't think we did. By the looks of it, whatever's going on just moved here.
Great, I said, dropping my face into my hands and scrubbing them back through my hair. I was still wearing my gym clothes, and in comparison to Victoria, I looked a mess. There was no way I could go out and represent the elite looking like I crawled out of a barroom brawl.
So, where do you hit first?
She asked, keeping her tone as neutral as possible. I contemplated heading over to Sanctuary to find out if Madeline had heard anything, but that would only be inviting trouble. If Madeline let slip what I was, then it was game over. There's a place downtown. I was gonna swing by after the gym, but I was called in to meet you instead. Swallowing back my anger, I fought to keep my voice pleasant. The guy who runs it knows some stuff about the preternatural occult.
You think it's a cult?
Victoria asked, cocking an eyebrow in my direction. Don't you? She smiled then, a hint of the true Victoria peeking out through the curl in her lips.
Sorry, I'm just so used to questioning everything. It's been a while since I worked with someone.
Her words intrigued me, and I contemplated asking her what she meant, but it didn't seem like the right time. She was probably the type that if I jumped on everything she said would just clam up and I'd never get anything from her. Right, I'll get cleaned up and then we can head on over there, I said, hopping up from my position at the desk.
Can I look over the file?
She asked, and I nodded, letting her take over my seat behind the desk as I headed for the locker rooms once more. Chapter 16. Standing outside the elite offices, I waited for Victoria to bring her car round from the parking garage. If I'd been going on my own, I'd have walked downtown. Enzo's wasn't that far, and the fresh air would have given me the chance to clear my head. But when I'd suggested it to Victoria, her reaction had been less than enthusiastic. A shiny black SUV pulled up to the curb. The tinted passenger window hummed softly as it slid down, and Victoria peered out at me from behind the steering wheel.
Are you gonna stand there all day, or are you getting in?
She asked. I didn't answer her and climbed in. It was a world away from Graham's trash can on wheels. I'd never been able to get into his car without first clearing the seats and digging out some footroom for myself in the debris on the floor. Settling in, I buckled up as Victoria fed the address into the GPS and pulled out from the curb. The air conditioning blew cold air up into my face, causing my still damp hair to stick to my neck and send a shiver down my spine.
You cold?
She asked, casting a curious glance in my direction as she maneuvered in and out of the morning traffic. Nah, just didn't have the time to dry my hair, I said, gesturing to my high ponytail. She nodded thoughtfully and returned her attention to the road ahead, but there was a tension in the car that told me she had questions she wanted to ask me. Questions to which I would either not have the answers she wanted, or have answers I didn't want to share.
Look, I'm not trying to take the place of your old partner,
she said, shooting another glance in my direction as she zipped through a particularly tight corner. Sucking in a deep breath, I dug my fingers into the edge of the seat. If there was one thing I hated, it was close encounters in cars. It was the whole out-of-control thing that really got to me.
How long were you two working together?
Only a couple of months. Well, weeks, really. I spent time in the office being the general dog's body before I got out into the field. Laughing, she spun the wheel, taking us down a small side street.
I know what that's like. There's something about this job that makes all the guys think the women should stay in the office.
You get that too? I asked, unable to keep my surprise to myself. It was probably naive, but I'd always imagined New York to be far more sophisticated and void of the same issues we suffered from here.
God, yes, maybe even more. All the guys in the New York office are really macho, constantly showing off to each other and always getting into fights. It's part of the facade they have, and every single one of the women in the office, as far as they're concerned, are fair game.
I can't see that going down too well with you, I said with a small smile.
I gave them fair warning. If they refused to take notice, then I did what needed to be done. I'm no man's plaything, and I'm certainly not going to put up with any sexist bullshit.
I hid my smile. She was an outsider, and there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell that I could trust her. Yet, anyway. But I couldn't fault her attitude. The elite seemed to attract more of the jerks than any other profession, and the women had to work 10 times harder just to get by. It wasn't fair, but it was the way of the world. To meet another woman with the same attitude that I had, well, it was certainly a breath of fresh air. And part of me wanted to know what would happen if John attempted any of his usual bullshit tactics with her. I had a feeling it would end with him sobbing, and I really wanted to be around to see that. It's just in there on the left, I said, pointing out the small spice shop on the corner. She nodded and jerked the wheel, cramming the car into a space that I would have thought was way too small. She inched us in, and I cringed inwardly. Any second now, there was going to be the screaming sound of metal and the telltale crunch as it— "Done," she said, killing the engine and sliding the keys from the ignition. Opening my eyes properly, I stared at her in surprise. She had no magic, and yet as far as I was concerned, she just performed some sort of weird black magic to get the SUV into the tiny space right outside Enzo's. Climbing from the car, I slammed the door after me and started for the front door. Before I even hit the sidewalk, Victoria caught my arm and tugged me back next to her. "You need to tell me what we're walking into here. I don't want any surprises," she said, her voice hushed as though there might be someone other than me listening. "Well, we're walking into that shop over there, and we're going to ask him if he has any information on what might be in King City." I thought that was pretty clear, I said, deliberately emphasizing my words. "What is he?" she asked, her bluntness catching me by surprise. "Enzo?" I said, raising my eyebrows in her direction. "Whatever his name is." Her dismissive tone rubbed me the wrong way and set a nervous curl of concern winding its way up through my stomach. "He's a psychic, or at least that's what he says he is. I've yet to get the lotto numbers from him, but if anyone is going to know where to start in King City, it's him." I deliberately left Madeline's name out of it. The less Victoria knew about my contacts, the better, at least until I was more sure of her intentions. "Not dangerous, then," she said, more to herself than to me. "Don't be fooled by him. Enzo is plenty dangerous if he needs to be." Victoria grinned at me and shook her head. "Sure he is," she said, leaving me to stare after her as she stalked towards the shop. If she was going to walk into Enzo's shop with that attitude, then she was in for a rather nasty surprise. But none of that was my problem, and I wasn't going to get in the way of her finding out the truth, not for love nor money. I caught up to her as she pushed open the door to the small spice shop. It wasn't really a spice shop, more a place where someone looking for any kind of remedy or ingredient might come to find it. Most of the elite used the store for tips on the preternatural community, and then there was, of course, the supplies. The gloop the rest of the elite needed to use in order to walk a scene didn't come cheap, and Enzo was the only one in the city with the connections needed to get the ingredients. I knew Enzo for a completely different reason. He'd been the one to look out for me when I'd gotten to King City originally. His bond with my mother made him the perfect candidate. And even though I'd always suspected he knew more than he was telling me, he still hadn't shared his secrets. The bell over the door chimed once, and then again as I stepped into the gloomy shop, the smell of polished wood and the pungent scent of ginger and cayenne pepper instantly overwhelming my senses. I could taste it on the back of my tongue, and it instantly transported me back to the crime scene. The smells themselves weren't actually the same, but they certainly provided the same obliteration of my senses. "Ladies, how can I be of— Amber?" Enzo's familiar tone welcomed me, and I couldn't help but smile as he appeared out from behind the counter. His small stature forced me to bend at the waist to accept the bear hug he insisted on wrapping me in. It had always been like this. Enzo liked contact, obviously connected to his power, but I'd never questioned him on it too closely. There was something unnerving about knowing the future, and I didn't want to know what mine held. Or at least I'd always believed I didn't. Now I wasn't so sure.
"Child, how long has it been?"
I opened my mouth to speak, but he cut across me.
"Too long, that's how long. Come in and take a seat."
He started to drag me towards the back of the shop when I dug my heels in, causing him to come up short. The look he shot me was one filled with knowing and fear, my stomach churning in response.
"Actually, we don't have time for that," Victoria cut in. "We're here on a case, and—" "You want to ask me some questions?"
Enzo said, his expression growing blank.
"If you have a few minutes, yes,
I know nothing," he said with a dismissive wave of his hand.
"Don't be like that. You haven't even given me the chance to ask you anything yet,"
Victoria said, the edge of her voice betraying the beginnings of her anger.
I don't need you to. I'm a psychic. I already know what you will ask me before you ask it. It's one of the perks of the job. Amber, how's your mother?
Enzo's change in conversation topic surprised me, and I jerked slightly in his grip, but it remained unchanged.
Listen, this is not how you want to start this conversation,
Victoria said.
Unless you want a trip back to the elite, you better start spilling what it is that you know. Or are you telling me that your psychic gifts aren't to be trusted?
Enzo drew himself upright, releasing the hold he had on my hand as he moved. Despite the fact that he was at least half a foot shorter than Victoria, he still managed to look far more intimidating than she ever could.
You come into my shop and threaten me. You really have no idea who you're dealing with.
Enzo's pupils dilated before the iris slid up into the back of his head, the white of his eyeball and the zigzag of blood vessels the only thing left visible. His hand whipped out lightning fast, and he caught Victoria's arm in his considerable grip, holding her in place. Her aggressive mask slipped, revealing the fear she felt as he shared his vision of her future with her.
Your ways will not lead you to the happiness you seek. Betraying those close to you will be your end,
he said. His voice had taken on a strange hollow ring, and I covered my ears, but it was no use. It seemed to seep into my bones, spreading an impending sense of dread in every corner of my body it touched. Victoria fought against him, but he didn't release her. I'd seen it happen before. Once he latched on, it was as though he fused with their bodies, and I'd watched creatures attempt to hack off their own limb in an attempt to escape what he was doing to them. Blood dripped from Victoria's nose, her eyes growing bloodshot, and still Enzo shared the truth with her. She cried out, a strangled sob that spoke of pain and desperation. "Enzo, enough! Let her go!" I said, grabbing his shoulder. It was a stupid move, and one I instantly regretted. He released the hold he had on Victoria, his power switching seamlessly from her to me, and I tried to shake him free, but it was an empty gesture. Images flashed through my head faster than I could follow them, but I was left with the overall impression of violence and despair, hurt and anger, pain and death. The demon mark on my shoulder pulsed, and I dragged my nails into Enzo's arm. The part of me that was still lucid half expected my nails to extend into claws, but they didn't. It pulsed again, power surging upwards through my body, pouring into my veins and pushing back against the onslaught of emotion that Enzo was unloading into my head. I didn't want to know my future. It wasn't written in stone, and no matter what happened, I would always make my own choices in this life. I felt the warm trickle of blood from my nose, but the pain from Enzo's visions was starting to subside. I could feel him scrambling for purchase inside my mind, his hold on me slipping out from underneath him, and still I pushed back harder with my own power, taking back my mind from the grip he'd sunk into it.
So much pain,
he whispered, his voice hoarse as though he'd been screaming, but if he had, I hadn't heard him. "Enough!" I gritted out from between my teeth, giving one last surge that sent him tumbling back away from me. I wavered on my feet as my heartbeat roared in my ears. "What in the name of God was that?" Victoria said, jerking me back to reality. "That," I said, "was Enzo's gift." I could still practically feel his power rifling through my brain, but he wasn't there anymore. Instead, he sat on the floor next to his counter, looking up at me with a too wide-eyed stare. "Are you all right?" I asked, crouching down next to him, but he cringed away from me as though I'd burned him.
Amber, I had no idea.
He started to speak and then caught himself, his gaze automatically darting up to Victoria. I could feel her standing behind me, her presence like ice against my back. Did she feel like that because of what Enzo had done to her, or because of what he'd done to me? "I should arrest you for that," she spluttered, and I glanced over my shoulder and watched her sag against the wall. Her face was pale, too pale, and I couldn't help but wonder if she was going to pass out on me.
But you won't. You came into my business seeking news on something I couldn't tell you about.
"You attacked me with magic," she said, the strength returning to her voice.
"No, I showed you the future,"
Enzo said matter-of-factly.
"But there is something I can give you, something I gleaned from Amber."
He cut off when I gave him a warning look. "What is it?" Victoria asked, suddenly eager. Enzo pushed unsteadily to his feet and gripped the counter in a white-knuckled grip.
"The one you're seeking has done this before. He's using a combination of magics, and he will strike again."
"What do you mean by a combination?" I asked, searching Enzo's face for answers.
"He has a blade. I can't tell you where it comes from, but he's using it to focus what he's doing. Before this, he was a student of many dark arts, not particularly proficient, but now...
But now he has the blade and proficiency suddenly doesn't matter, I said, finishing his thought for him.
Exactly. I'm not sure what he's trying to do, but these spirits come in pairs, and this pair was a failure.
But they are spirits, I asked.
Unlike anything I've ever seen. They're not evil, but they also do not care for human life, and their time in the place between has warped them beyond recognition,
Enzo said, leaning a little more heavily against the counter.
Amber, you must be careful. He's drawn to you.
I shook my head and nervously scrubbed my hand against the leg of my jeans. I don't think so.
Why would he be drawn to Amber?
Victoria blurted out, asking the question plaguing my own mind, but it was one I didn't have the guts to ask.
Perhaps because she is beautiful,
Enzo said with a wide smile, but it was his theatrical fake smile, the one he wore when he was done giving answers. There were bags beneath his eyes that hadn't been there when we'd first arrived. I'd only ever seen him like that when he'd done a particularly large party, but I'd never asked him just how much using his gift took out of him. It had never seemed important before. His shoulders drooped, and I reached out to steady him, but he took a stumbling step away.
Don't, I'll be fine. Go and speak to Hedu. He practices in the church on Maxon Corner.
Who is he? I asked, searching Enzo's face for answers.
Well, you'd know him as King City's most powerful voodoo priest. Tell him I sent you or he won't speak to you,
Enzo said, a small smile playing around his lips.
He owes me a favor.
A voodoo priest, are you for real? Victoria asked, grabbing my arm and spinning me around to face her. I thought you said this guy was good. If I'd known he was going to point us in the direction of that kind of crap, I wouldn't have bothered coming.
It's not, as you put it, crap. But if that helps you sleep at night, Victoria,
Enzo said, cutting across her words.
Yeah, it is. Everyone knows
There aren't any more practitioners, at least not in the true sense. The elite outlawed the use of that kind of power, along with shadow sorcerers. Her words sent a shiver down my spine, and I fought to control my expression. I couldn't allow her casual announcements to betray me now, not when I'd come so far. Enzo laughed and shook his head.
But that doesn't mean he doesn't understand your case better than you do.
As long as you're a good little girl, he won't have any need to invoke the Loa to deal with you, Enzo said with a smirk. Victoria grumbled and spun on her heel, stalking out of the small shop and allowing the door to slam behind her. Did you really have to tell her that? I said with a sigh.
It's better if you don't come back here, Amber,
Enzo said, his words catching me by surprise. I turned to face him. Excuse me?
You heard me. Now, out of respect to your mother, I won't bar you, but if you darken my door again, I'll be left with no choice but to ward against you.
His voice was cold, and his words cut me to the core. Without answering him, I nodded and left. I'd seen it in his eyes, the distrust and fear. He'd been an ally, a friend, someone I could trust, but all of that was gone. Whatever he'd seen in my future had been enough to destroy a relationship that was as close as a family bond. Whatever he'd seen, I really didn't want to know what it was. Chapter 17. You can't seriously be considering doing as he asked, Victoria said, surprising me outside the door to Enzo's shop. Why not? Have you got any better ideas? Yes, not falling for his crazy shit for starters. Shouldn't we head down to the morgue and see what the lab has come up with? They have to have figured something out from that woman's body by now. They don't even have an ID yet. What makes you think they'll have anything else? I asked, an image of the woman's eyes and mouth stitched shut popping into my head. Can't we try? Even you have to agree that going to meet up with some crazy pretend voodoo priest is bogus. I didn't argue with her. The thought of going to see a voodoo priest gave me the willies, but it made me even more nervous to think I might go and see him with her in tow. Nick, on the other hand, would make a far better partner when investigating the weird crap, and I'd heard some seriously weird stories about voodoo. As far as I was concerned, it was something I never wanted to get tangled in. We got back into the car. Fine, morgue it is. Maybe if I get a chance, I can swing by and find out how Graham is doing. Aren't we doing a press conference or something? I don't think you'll have time, she said, starting the engine. Facing Hedu suddenly seemed like a much better idea. Showing Victoria that I was a shadow sorceress was a better idea. I already knew the types of questions the reporters would ask, and what was I supposed to tell them? It wasn't as though we had any real answers or information we could share with them. You can't really be that bothered by the thought of a press conference. In New York, they were practically a daily occurrence. Her tone was snotty and superior. Good for New York, I said, the exasperation in my voice unmasked, but I cut myself off before I could really share with her what I was thinking. Telling her to go back to New York was one of those things that were better off unsaid. And anyway, enacting it in my head was so much more fun. We traveled in silence until she finally looked over at me, a sheepish expression on her face.
I don't actually know where I'm going.
A grin crept across my face, and I started to laugh. The entire situation was beyond ridiculous. Something had happened to freak Enzo out, a man I'd always believed to be utterly unflappable, and I was traveling around town with an officer from the New York elite office who had no idea where anything was in King City. How were we going to get anything solved when everything we'd come across so far seemed to point in the direction of us never figuring anything out? I gave her a quick rundown of where we were headed before I returned my attention to the streets. Everyone looked happy and normal. To look at them, you would never know that there was something horrible going on. It was one of the many strengths of being human, the ability to compartmentalize and pretend everything was as it should be.
What did he show you?
Victoria asked quietly, as though afraid of the answer. Just a lot of jumbled images, I don't really know. You? I turned in my seat to face her, and I could see the color drain from her face.
The same.
There was a hitch in her words. She was lying. But what could have been so awful that she felt the need to lie about it? Whatever it was, she wasn't going to share it with me. She turned the car into the underground parking garage of the medical examiner's office and killed the engine. I didn't hold much hope that they'd have found anything as I climbed from the car and waited for her to click the automatic lock. All I could hope was that whatever was inside the female body, they dealt with it properly and quarantined it appropriately. If they didn't, well, I didn't exactly fancy a repeat of what had gone on with Graham. I blinked back my tears as an image of him, unmoving and silent, popped into my head, and John's words replayed in my head. He had to make it through, and when he did, then he would come back to work. I refused to believe anything else. Her name is Marcy Colt. She broke her leg when she was 10, a severe break that required extensive surgeries, a plate, and several screws. We got her name from the serial number on the plate. Callum droned, his tone bored as he read from the clipboard he held in his hands. So what about everything else? I asked, moving slowly around the shiny, sterile office. The consultant was able to move the issue on without incidents. It all sounded so safe, so cold and clinical. Callum Sidney was the best medical examiner King City had to offer, but that didn't mean I had to like him. He spoke about Marcy as though she was nothing more than an inconvenience, just another body cluttering up his perfectly pristine lab.
Is he still here?
Victoria asked. Mr. Zeck is filling out his report, Callum said. Is there anything else you can tell us? I asked, picking up a wickedly sharp blade from a small tray in the center of the room. Callum rushed towards me and snatched it from my hand. Please don't touch anything. This is a sterile environment. Everything you touch must be re-sterilized. He set the blade to one side and then gestured for us to follow him through to another room off the main lab. There was a long metal table set up in the middle of the room, and the white sheet over the top of it told me Marcy lay beneath it without Callum ever having to open his mouth. When he whipped back the sheet, I tried to look at her the way a detective might. The more emotion I allowed into it, all the harder it would be for me to divorce myself from my personal connection and what I needed to do. As it was, I still had nightmares about Joanna Sidwell and her children, their faces pleading with me as vampires fed on their insides. The last thing I needed was to add Marcy Colt to the list. We found a strange substance inside both bodies. Now, in Miss Colt's case, it was untouched. A mixture of wild garlics and foxglove combined with feathers and a white powder that we're running some tests on. Where was it? I asked, staring down at her face, the tiny purple marks around her lips and eyes, the result of them getting stitched shut. Just below her heart. A blade was used, but it didn't kill them. We didn't find the entry wound until we removed the stitches that held her to the ground. That was the other strange thing. The sudden change in Callum's voice drew my attention away from my study of Marcy's face. Stranger than everything else? I asked. He nodded and turned away. I watched as he dragged out another long table on wheels, a long white sheet draped over the top of it. He tugged the cover from it, revealing a solid piece of black... Black what? I stared at it a little harder, my eyes struggling to pick out exactly what I was looking at, but it was utterly unfamiliar. What is it? I said, slowly approaching it. It's the section of ground Marcy was stitched to. The rest of the area consists of fresh grass and earth. This is different. From initial analysis, I want to say it's become obsidian, or at the very least something very close to that. Is that even possible? I asked, examining it a little closer, the urge to touch it washing over me in a wave that I fought with difficulty.
It shouldn't be, and yet you're looking at it,
Callum said, and for the first time ever he actually sounded vaguely interested. We should go and talk to Mr. Zeck, Victoria chipped in, breaking my study of the solid piece of black rock. I nodded, drawing back, my own face reflected back to me in the shiny black surface. What the hell was going on? The sooner I could read Zeck's report on whatever it was that he removed from Marcy Colt, the better. At least then we would have some clue as to what exactly we were fighting. Fine, let's go. I turned away from the black rock and something niggled at me, a tremor running down the back of my neck, causing the fine hairs there to stand on end. It reminded me of the feeling I got whenever I was being watched, and I cast a look back over my shoulder. Something shimmered beneath the surface of the rock, something dark and powerful, and it was pissed as hell. And then, just as quickly as it had arrived, the feeling was gone, slithering away like it had never been there at all, and no matter how hard I stared at the flat, shining surface of the black rock, I couldn't see anything in it. I shuddered. Creepy didn't even begin to cover this case. Chapter 18. Crossing the hall, I paused outside the door where Callum had told us Zeck was working. There was no sound from behind the door, and no matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't shake the feeling of uneasiness that had washed over me. The black stone beneath Marcy's body played on my mind. There was no way I'd imagined the thing I'd seen lurking inside it, but what that thing was? Well, I had no clue. I've never heard of it before, never mind come across it. Victoria took the lead, rapping on the glass door with her knuckles. There was a momentary pause, as though the world itself seemed to take a breath, and then a quiet voice called out.
Yes?
Victoria didn't wait for the man, presumably Mr. Zeck, to say anything else. Instead, she pushed in the door and strode into the tiny, cramped office. The overwhelming smell of cheese and onion wafted through the air on the breeze created by the door, and I tried not to wrinkle my nose in disgust. Victoria held her hand out towards him, a gesture of greeting, but Zeck simply stared at it as though it was an alien come to abduct him. Mr. Zeck, my name is Victoria Tellin, and this is Amber Morgan. We work with the Elite, Preternatural Investigations, and this is the case we've been assigned to. I was hoping you could give us a little insight into what you might have discovered during your examination and treatment of the victim. Zeck stood behind the desk and pressed his glasses back up his nose with his small, chubby hand. I'm not sure what it is you expect me to tell you, he said, the slight lisp in his voice making him seem even more pathetic than his food-stained, crooked tie and slightly yellowed shirt did. You don't mind if I keep eating, do you? It's just moving the spirit on really took it out of me. He gestured to his half-eaten, sloppy cheese and onion sandwich, which seemed to be oozing across the papers on the desk. No, go ahead, I said. I didn't mind. It was something I'd come to notice in myself. The more power I used to accomplish something, the hungrier I was afterwards. Clearly, Zeck was no different, even if his actual gift was more than a mystery to me. The other reason I didn't care if he finished his sandwich was I hoped if the smelly, oozing creation didn't exist anymore, the office would stop smelling like the inside of a biker's armpit. Not that I'd know what a biker's armpit actually smelled like. It was more of a hunch than actual knowledge. Can you tell us what sort of spirit it was? I asked, doing my best to look as neutral as possible as he scooped up the dripping sandwich and proceeded to cram it into his mouth. He shook his head, a combination of mayonnaise and something lumpy trickling down his chin as he chewed. No, that's not what I do. I just open the door to the other side and move it back to where it belongs. He spoke around the food in his mouth. So how do you know where to send them? Victoria asked. There was something in her tone of voice that suggested she knew more than she was willing to admit to. Zeck shrugged and popped the last of his food into his mouth. The sound of his lips smacking and wet chewing filled the room as we waited for him to completely finish. I don't, but everything goes through limbo, so that's where I send them. But what if it's demonic, or... He cut me off with a shake of his head. I don't do demonic. That's the work of an exorcist, and luckily my job doesn't fall into the description. I'm afraid I just deal in the much more mundane spirits, he said, keeping his gaze averted. It seemed Victoria wasn't the only one keeping secrets. Zeck definitely knew more than he was letting on, but there was no way for me to prove it. And how could I push him for information when I wasn't even sure what I was pushing him for? Is there anything at all you can tell us? Victoria said, her sudden impatience catching me by surprise. As I said, Miss Tellin, I don't know anything. All I did was move the spirit on. And how did you do that? The tension in the room intensified, and I folded my arms and leaned back against the doorframe. Whatever game was being played, there could be only one winner, and I was really hoping it would be Victoria. If she could get some information from Zek about what we were dealing with, it would make everything a hell of a lot easier.
My methods are my own, and as such are not up for debate. If I told you how I work, Miss Tellin, it would leave me at a very real risk of being undercut in this business. Suffice to say, everyone who needs to know how I work already knows.
I knew exactly who he meant. All of the consultants working for the elite had to pass a standard show-and-tell test. Once the powers that be acknowledged their gifts and signed off on them, they didn't have to explain it to anyone else. Zek had walked us straight into a dead end, and from the smug look on his face, he knew it.
Will that be all, officers? I have a lot of paperwork to finish up.
Victoria continued to stare at him, and the hairs across the back of my neck rose in response. Was she going to flip her shit and punch him? That's all for now, Mr. Zek, I said, touching Victoria's arm gently. She shuddered, her shoulders rolling back as she drank in a deep breath. She spun on her heel and stalked from the office, leaving me to smile awkwardly at Zek and hurry from the room after her. Catching up to her, I blocked the corridor, forcing her to pull up short or plow straight through me. What was all that about? I asked, folding my arms across my chest.
What was what?
That thing with Zek? Why were you so determined to unnerve him? All you did was make him clam up. We won't get anything from him now about his process.
We wouldn't have gotten anything anyway. He knows how to play the game a little too well.
Can we just get out of here? We're not going to get any more information from here. I nodded. She was right, of course. Until Zek and Callum released their reports, we weren't going to learn anything new. The only thing we could do now was go and get the press conference out of the way. Simply thinking about it was enough to send my stomach into knots, but it wasn't as though I had another choice. Chapter 19. My cell phone began to buzz as soon as I stepped out into the mid-morning sun, and I scooped it up out of my pocket, answering it without bothering to look at the screen. Yeah. Amber? Dex said, the familiar sound of his voice instantly causing my shoulders to relax a little. Standing in the lab with all the bodies in their little metal drawers gave me the heebie-jeebies. It wasn't a particularly cool thing to admit, especially considering the cases I investigated, but cool wasn't exactly what I was aiming for. I'd settle for simply staying alive, and in my line of work, hanging around the dead was never a good idea. Hey, what's up?
I heard about what happened last night. How are you?
There was a concern to his voice that I wasn't expecting, and it knocked me completely off guard. I'm fine. How did you hear?
News of rogues has a way of spreading like wildfire down here at the precinct. Listen, they're making us do a press conference, and I saw your name on the list. I was just calling to warn you.
He said. Yeah, I'd heard, I said, pausing awkwardly.
Listen, can we talk? I feel responsible after what happened yesterday, and I want to help. I want to try and make this right, Amber. I won't ever be able to take back what happened with Graham, but...
He trailed off, but there was no mistaking the guilt in his voice. I knew what it was like to feel that. It sucked ass. At least in my situation, the guilt I felt was justified. Dex had acted foolishly, allowing his ego to get in his way, but I also couldn't blame him for it. It was a human reaction, and one many of us had. You really don't need to, I started.
No, I do, and don't try and make me feel better, Amber. I know I screwed up. Please let me help. This is all new to me, and I'm pretty certain I'll keep screwing up if you don't at least set me on the right path.
Fine. I'll see you at the press conference. We can discuss it then, I said, cutting the conversation short. The curious glances Victoria was giving me set me on edge. The last thing I wanted to do was give her any sort of ammunition against me, and knowing the details of yesterday's debacle was something she was better off never finding out. I hung up before Dex had the opportunity to say anything else.
Who was that?
One of the cops who got the case initially, I answered, keeping my tone as non-committal as I could manage.
John sent through the details of the conference. We won't have time to speak to the families of the victims beforehand.
I nodded. Who's leading it?
John, of course, she said,
shooting me a curious glance. Well, then let's get it over with. All it's doing is holding us up from doing our job. She didn't argue with me, but I could see the smirk hovering around the corners of her mouth as she turned and headed to get the car. The thought of getting Dex involved any further in the case than he already was didn't thrill me. He was a cop. His life was all about stopping the human and mundane. It was a necessary job and one that had its own risks, but the world of the elite was different. The things we hunted were more than capable of turning the tables on us, and Dex was the type who still believed he could save everyone. I'd given up on that belief a long time ago. Or at least that was what I told myself when things got tough. Climbing out of the car across the road from the courthouse, I stared up at the building and tried to stop my heart from sinking into my boots. There were so many better things I could be out there doing. Trying to placate people by telling them that the shit hadn't really hit the fan when it so obviously had wasn't really my strong suit. Neither was standing in front of the press while they snapped pictures and asked questions that they hoped would evoke the most emotion. If they continued to ask about Graham, then I was bound to slip up at some point. Control of my emotions wasn't an area of expertise. Power prickled along the back of my neck and across the place where I knew the demon mark sat, causing my heart to stutter in my chest. "Get a grip, Amber," the voice in the back of my head piped up. It was right, of course. If I lost control of my power in front of the cameras, then I was really in trouble. Planting my hands against the metal hood of the car, I fought to push the magic back to where it had come from. It was a technique I'd watched my mother use on more than one occasion. Of course, I'd watched her bury her hands in the ground. She'd call it earthing. I didn't have that luxury. If Victoria caught me trying to dig a hole in the sidewalk, she was going to have questions that I really didn't want to answer.
You okay?
Speak of the devil. Heat flooded into my face with the effort it took to get my power back to a manageable level. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. I haven't eaten. It wasn't a lie. And then it clicked into place. I hadn't eaten, and magic, like most things, was connected to the balance of the body. Throw one out of whack, and the other ended up screwballed. "Here, have this," Victoria said, reaching around me to drop an energy bar on the hood of the car. "I've got a blood sugar thing, too. If I don't eat every few hours to keep it steady, I'm prone to passing out. You have no idea how much grief that caused me when I first started working for the elite." "Thanks," I said, grabbing the bar and ripping the wrapper off it. The first bite of the chocolate and caramel-covered oats melted across my tongue, bringing me far more pleasure than it had any right to do. I focused in on the action of simply chewing, each bite I took making it easier for me to push my power back where it belonged, until I finally started to feel human once more. Turning away from the car, I smiled at Victoria, and she shot me a curious look as she stepped towards me.
It's so weird. Your eyes are...
She trailed off, her curiosity fading away as she shrugged.
It must have been the light.
What?
Your eyes, they were weird, like really blue. Unnaturally blue.
Her words sent a bolt of fear straight through my core, and I crushed the wrapper in my grip. How was I supposed to keep my power a secret if I couldn't even control my physical reaction with it? "People say that a lot," I said as nonchalantly as I could. I crossed the street under the pretense of dumping the wrapper, but it was really to ensure my power was once more controlled. Why hadn't it caused me this many problems before? Surely if I was a shadow sorceress, no amount of trying to hide it would keep it suppressed. It just didn't make any sense why it was choosing now to spin so utterly out of control.
You ready to go in?
Victoria asked, making me jump as I turned and practically slammed into her. She was standing close enough that I could make out the flecks of hazel in her brown eyes. "As I'll ever be," I said, with as much enthusiasm as I could muster, which, if I was honest with myself, wasn't a whole lot. Chapter 20. Standing in the courthouse's foyer, Victoria nudged me. "I think someone is trying to get your attention," she said, inclining her head towards the opposite side of the room. I peered across the space and spotted Dex with his arm raised in the air as he crossed through the crowds of people milling around in the space. Reaching our side of the room, he moved faster, pushing past the people paused in conversation.
Do you know where this is happening?
He asked, reaching our location. I kept my expression neutral as I caught him eyeing Victoria carefully, his stare a cross between curiosity and wariness. "There's a conference room down the hall. I'm guessing it'll go down in there, but I'm really in no hurry to find out. In fact, if I accidentally missed it, well, I wouldn't exactly lose any sleep over that," I said with a grimace.
I take it you're not a fan of these things?
He said with a wide smile. "Whatever gave you that impression?" I replied, softening my words with a wide smile. Dex, this is Victoria Tellon. She just transferred in from the New York Elite office." Dex's eyebrows lifted in surprise, and I could tell he was impressed. Hell, if I cared to admit it to myself, I was impressed too. Working in King City was proving complicated enough. I couldn't imagine how much harder it would be working in a city as expansive as New York. "Victoria, this is Dexter Gray," Victoria said, finishing my sentence before I even had the opportunity to get it started. Glancing over at her in surprise, she shrugged, and her expression was predatory as she took Dex in, her eyes raking over him as though she was undressing him then and there in the middle of the crowded hall. "I know who he is. Word tends to spread about talented detectives," she said, but I had a feeling there was something she was leaving out of that sentence. Shifting uncomfortably, I watched them eye each other, and I fought the urge to grab the fire extinguisher and use it on them both. If they weren't careful, the smoldering glances they were sharing were going to create another case for me to investigate, and spontaneous human combustion really wasn't as much fun as most people thought it might be.
I didn't know I was on anyone's radar,
Dex said, holding his hand out towards her. Victoria took it, and I half expected her to jerk him in towards her. From what I could see, she was a man-eater, and if Dex wasn't careful, he was next on her menu. Most people don't know until it's too late, she said, her voice dropping to a husky whisper. Rolling my eyes, I stalked down the hall towards the conference room. There was no way I was going to hang around watching them make moon eyes at each other. Crossing the hall, something caught my eye, and I paused. The man standing next to the wall near the exit looked familiar, but I couldn't put my finger on why. From the state of his ripped and dirty clothes, he had to be involved in one of the court cases, but that didn't make sense. The people passing in and out through the halls and rooms were all well-dressed and presented. It was sort of the unwritten rule of court. No matter how crazy or murderous you might be, you didn't turn up to face the judge and jury in the blood-stained clothes of whatever poor soul you'd ripped apart. In fact, it was always the crazy murderous ones that dressed the best. You could practically pick them out as they pranced through the halls like they owned the joint. He stood and watched the people who passed, his gray eyes taking in everything and nothing at the same time. I was about to take a step towards him when Dex's hand closed around my arm.
We need to talk,
he said. Oh, so you decided to drag yourself away from Victoria, did you? I asked teasingly.
You're not jealous, are you?
I stared at him. There was something so honest and curious about his question that it took me by surprise, and I opened my mouth, a nervous laugh bubbling forth. Why would I be? Dex flinched as though I'd actually slapped him, and I instantly regretted my reaction. But his face became cold and closed, the hold he had on my arm releasing as though I'd burned him.
Right. Can we talk?
I nodded, not trusting myself to open my mouth once more. Every time I did, all it seemed to do was get me into trouble. Following him into one of the small interview rooms off the main hall, I watched him pace back and forth.
My captain is looking for someone to blame for this entire mess,
Dex said, finally coming to a halt in front of me. Well, I know one person he can blame, I said beneath my breath as I thought of John.
He says I have to hang it on the elite. If I don't, that's the end of my career.
My mouth dropped open and I stared at him. Was my brain being deliberately slow, or had I just misheard him? If I hadn't, then I really didn't want to hear the rest of what he had to say.
I love being a cop, Amber. I can't lose it.
He trailed off, watching my face. For what, I wasn't sure. All I knew for certain was that I wouldn't make this easy for him. Whatever he had to say, he could say it.
He wanted names and...
He cut off again and dropped his gaze to the floor. So what, you gave him mine? I said, anger causing me to ball my hands into fists.
Well, you're the rookie in the elite, and I could hardly put this on Graham with him in the hospital and everything.
What has me being a new elite member got to do with any of this? You and I both know who screwed everything up. I tried to help you. I tried to stop all of this, and now you want to hang me out to dry in front of the press?
They like you. It won't be that bad. If the cops take responsibility, then it's just another nail in our coffin. The public don't like us. We're not superheroes the way you guys are. Amber, you know this.
I don't care what I know, Dex. I'm not taking the fall for your mistakes. If you'd just listened in the first place—
And that's something I'll just have to live with,
he said, pushing his hand back through his hair.
Don't make this harder than it has to be,
he said, his petulant tone surprising me. I'm making it harder? I really don't think so. I think what's eating you up is knowing that you're planning on selling me down the river for something I didn't do.
And I didn't do it either. What did you expect me to do, Amber? Just hand the case back over after everything my captain told me? I told you this job means the world to me, and I'm gonna do whatever I need to do in order to keep it,
he said, crossing towards the door.
I just thought I'd tell you out of professional courtesy.
Gee, thanks, I answered, not bothering to keep the heavy sarcasm out of my own voice. I let him go out ahead of me. If I followed him too closely and caught up to him, then I wasn't going to be held responsible for my own actions. How could he be such a complete jerk? Of course, I understood how he could. From everything I'd heard from Graham, the police captain wasn't particularly forgiving over situations that cast him and the precinct in a poor light. The screw-up had certainly been one of epic proportions, and it wasn't entirely Dex's fault, but to think he could simply pass the book off and blame me so easily— why not? It wasn't as though we were friends. I hardly knew him. Why shouldn't he blame me? It seemed like such a simple thing, and yet I couldn't help but feel betrayed by the entire situation. I might not know him, but I sure as heck wouldn't do to him what he was about to do to me. He was worried about his career and the possibility of screwing it all up, but I knew for a fact that this was just the type of thing John was waiting for in order to cut me down to size once more. He'd get rid of me if he could. The thought of him succeeding and getting exactly what he wanted filled me with an anger I hadn't thought I was capable of. It spread through my veins like fire, burning through my body, and I half expected steam to pour out through my nose and ears. If Dex thought he was going to get away with blaming me, then he was in for a nasty surprise. This wasn't the type of thing I would take lying down. Not for anyone. Slamming open the door, I let it ricochet and crash into the wall. The sound of splintering wood was lost in the general hubbub of the courthouse, and I stood watching the crowds of people hurrying back and forth across the marble floor. I scanned the hall, searching for any sign of the man I'd seen before Dex had asked to speak to me, but he was gone. A knot I hadn't even realized had tightened up inside released, and I let out a long breath as I headed for the conference room. By the time I pushed inside, the press conference had already started, and I sheepishly inched my way through the gathered reporters as John droned on about the safety of the city and the great job the elite were doing to keep everyone protected. Dex caught my eye and then looked away, the guilt on his face bringing me a sense of satisfaction. I wanted him to feel guilty. He deserved it if he did what he had planned.
We have some of our best officers on the case. Amber Morgan and a new officer, Victoria Tellin, brought in from the New York office. I expect great things from this dynamic team, and I have faith that they'll keep King City's faith and bring the killer to justice, John said, his words making me cringe.
Miss Morgan, how is your old partner, Officer Graham Lance, doing? One of the reporters from the front row had interrupted John the second her gaze singled me out in the crowd.
He's currently stable, but we're respecting the family's wishes and giving them the quiet time they need with him,
John continued smoothly, not even giving me the chance to open my mouth. I shot him a surprised look and then quickly covered it with a polite smile. Had he heard news on Graham? Guilt gnawed at my stomach, and I kept my polite smile plastered in place. I wasn't going to give them any kind of ammunition against me or the elite. If Dex kept his word, he would do enough damage all by himself.
Everyone here at the elite wish him the—
John's words were cut short with a loud crash that rocked the back of the conference hall. Pushing up onto my toes, I tried to peer out over the heads of the reporters gathered, but there was far too much movement and commotion, making it impossible to tell what was going on. The first scream that ripped the air sent my heart slamming against my ribcage. There was no mistaking that sound, the true sound of terror, and it sent a bolt of adrenaline racing through my body. The reporters who had just seconds before been blocking my view now surged towards the top of the conference hall, forcing me to fall back with Victoria, John, and Dex.
"What's going on?"
John demanded, the fear laced through his words unmistakable. How was it that a coward like him had succeeded, climbing through the ranks of the elite and gaining such a position of power?
"I can't see anything,"
Dex said, pushing against the frightened reporters. I followed him, elbowing my way through the panic-stricken group. That was the problem with large gatherings. Humans, when frightened, seemed to lose all sense of awareness, their survival instincts going out the window. The screaming continued, but I couldn't tell anymore if it was caused by whatever was going on at the end of the hall or if it was just the overwhelming terror and panic spreading like wildfire through the room. A particularly burly reporter appeared in front of me. The grip he wrapped around the tops of my arms was punishing, and I pushed back against him.
"You need to do something."
His eyes were too wide, and his rapid breathing told me he was going to pass out at any moment. What the hell had happened to frighten so many people?
"Save us!"
he shouted, shaking me as though I was nothing more than a rag doll. Breaking free of his grip, I tried to push past him to keep up with Dex and Victoria. They'd broken out ahead of me, and I'd already lost them in the press of bodies. He grabbed my hair, jerking my head back, forcing me to stumble back against his broad chest or risk having my neck snapped.
"No, you have to protect me. Don't let it touch me."
He was well and truly lost to the panic, and the hold he had on me was an awkward one. Twisting back around in his grip, I brought my fist up, driving it into the side of his face. Better he be unconscious now than continue his panicked rampage through the room. If people didn't start to calm the heck down, this was going to spiral out of control rapidly. He went down, the grip he had on my hair disappearing as he hit his knees, a surprised look on his face. "Dex!" The sound of Victoria calling Dex in a panic had me moving once more, and as I broke out through the crowd, someone else grabbed me. With a frustrated growl, I spun in their grip and lifted my fists. My gaze settled on their face and I faltered, taking an unsteady step backwards as I caught sight of their eyes. I could only assume the eyes had been blue, because now they were gray, covered in a thick white film. The muscles on one side of the face sagged, causing his mouth, his cheek, even his eyelids to droop. gravity drawing them towards the floor. He latched onto me once more before I had the chance to deliver the punch I'd been gearing up for. His fingers, if I could even call it a him anymore, dug into the flesh of my shoulders, drawing a pained groan from me. There was nothing familiar about the man, but he was wearing a cop's uniform, and my heart sank. The rest of the gray smoke had disappeared out beneath the edge of the forensic tent. This was clearly the outcome of its escape. The forensic guy hadn't looked like this, but I remembered his eyes, the expression in them, or lack thereof, as he'd been taken over. And whatever had a hold of me now had the same desperate look in its eyes. Drawing back my arm, I punched it square in the face as hard as my body would allow. It reeled backwards, but the grip it had on me remained unchanged, and as it went down, I went with it. Punching it had been a mistake. The face simply crumbled inwards beneath the blow, the waxy, moist feeling of his skin beneath my hands sending my gag reflex into overdrive.
"It's got Dex!"
Victoria cried, her voice somewhere nearby as I fought against the creature that held me. His gray film-coated eyes rolled in his head as I rammed my hand against his chest. The guilt I felt for what I would have to do was quickly overcome by my own instinct to survive. Grabbing a thread of my own power, I drew it up and let it pour down, out through my hands. Feeling it hit the other man's body sent a shiver of revulsion down my spine. I could feel every inch of him, feel the different parts that had at one time made him human, but not anymore. Now he was something else, something that lurked in the shadows, vile and putrid. My power coiled around the core of his being and squeezed. His eyes rolled back in his head once more and he gagged, fighting for air as his body seemed to sink in on itself before swelling outwards. The grip he'd had on me disappeared as he rotted in front of my eyes. I'd seen something like this happen on the TV, and it had been pretty disgusting then, but actually seeing it up close and personal? My stomach rebelled, churning uncomfortably as the smell of rot filled the room. "Christ," I muttered as he writhed, the wet sounds of choking escaping from him as his limbs became discolored and his face mottled. The hiss of compressed gases hit the air, and there was an almost inaudible pop. Fluids poured out from underneath what was left of his body, and the gurgling of his labored breaths came to an end. I scrambled back and hopped to my feet as the bloody mess that had once been the cop's insides seeped across the marble floor towards me. "Amber!" Victoria screamed, and I turned in the direction of her voice. She stood in the middle of the now clear space, surrounded by two others, but I could already tell from the way they moved towards her that they weren't human anymore. Pulling my athame out of my weapons belt, I ran at the nearest creature closing in on her. Ramming my blade in through its back, I jerked the knife upwards and simultaneously pushed a little power out through my hands. I felt the blade bite home, destroying the heart, and what was left of the human side of the creature died instantly. Its breathing stopped, and yet the body continued to thrash around on the end of my athame like a fish caught on the end of a hook. My bright blue coil of my power found what it was looking for and strangled it, covering it completely until there was nothing left and the creature's movements came to a shuddering halt. Dragging my blade back out, a grunt of pain drew my attention. Victoria was busy dealing with the other creature. She didn't have my power, but she did have a really long machete, and I had a feeling that the creature wouldn't be fit to fight back if it didn't have a head anymore. My eyes scanned the area, and the blood in my veins froze. Dex stood with his back to the wall, his feet no longer touching the floor as the woman that held him pinned in place pushed him a little further up the wall. Dex's hands scrambled at the grip, his fingers tearing into her flesh, gouging at her arms, but still she held him. My brain screamed at my legs to move, but they were slow to react. When I ran, it was jerky and uncoordinated, like I was running through molasses. The woman holding Dex opened her mouth, and the same gray smoke I'd seen in the forensic tent poured out. Dex thrashed in her grip before growing limp, the gray smoke pouring down his throat and up his nose. "No!" I screamed, reaching them as the last of the smoke disappeared into him and they both dropped to the floor. The woman's body had already started the rotting process as I dragged Dex away from her. He was a bit of a jerk, and threatening to blame me for everything that had gone down was a shitty move, but he didn't deserve this. Nobody deserved this. His eyes opened, the brilliant blue dimmed as the gray film washed over them, and he stared at me unblinking. "Dex," I said, my voice quiet as I stared down at him. His head tilted to the side as though he recognized my voice, but the second his hand closed around my throat, I knew it wasn't him anymore. He was strong, much stronger than he had been before, and he slammed me into the floor. I grabbed his hands, holding them as he put a little more effort into his grip, the force causing my throat to close. My power was within reaching distance. It would have been so easy to just use it, but how could I? Perhaps it made me stupid or selfish or any number of other idiotic names that my oxygen-starved brain refused to think up, but it was Dex. He was a friend of Graham's, a good cop, one who wanted to help, to make a difference in this screwed-up world we were living in. And I'd seen what my power had done to the others. The thought of Dex rotting into nothing but a puddle of gore and viscera, well, it was more than I was willing to do. Fight! You need to fight! I choked the words out, and his grip lessened almost imperceptibly, but suddenly I could draw a small breath, and that was all the reprieve I needed. Drawing my arms up inside his, I snapped them apart, putting pressure on the inside of his elbows. His hold on me disappeared. A growl of frustration erupted from him as he slipped, and I threw him off. Rolling out of his reach, I started to move towards him once more. If I could knock him out, then maybe I could find a way to get whatever had possessed him out before it did any lasting damage. Strong arms wrapped around my shoulders, dragging me backwards at force. It flung me against the wall, the blow ricocheting through my body and driving all the air from my lungs. I fought to clear my head, but something grabbed me once more and lifted me from the floor. He was small, and something tugged at my memory as he pinned me to the wall. The man from the hall, the one watching everyone moving. My eyes widened as his lips drew back, and I caught sight of the gray smoke bubbling just behind his teeth. There was no way in hell I was going to let him possess me with whatever that crap was. "Doran, come!" a voice commanded, and there was the barest hint of power to his call. The one holding me swallowed back the gray smoke and momentarily tightened his grip on my neck before jerking my head forward and slamming it back into the wall before I had the chance to move to protect myself. Light burst in my vision, causing the room to disappear, and my legs buckled beneath me as the pain swallowed me whole. Chapter 21. I floated on a cloud of white that was broken by the sound of screaming and shouts. Opening my eyes, the world was cloaked in a haze of red, and my head throbbed each time I tried to move it. Dex and Victoria. I focused, forcing myself to pick out the details in the room. People were huddled in small groups. One of the female reporters was covered in blood, the front of her cream blouse ripped, 2 long tears running down across her chest. It was her screaming that pierced the fog my brain wanted to hide in. Pushing up onto my hands and knees, I waited until my legs felt capable of taking my weight. Once back on my feet, the room spun in sickening circles, and the more I tried to focus in on all the things going on in the room, the harder it got. Keeping my back pressed to the wall, I closed my eyes and sucked in a deep breath, drawing it in through my nose and releasing it slowly out through my mouth in an attempt to slow the spinning in my head. Peeking out from beneath my lashes, the room was thankfully still, but no matter where I looked, I couldn't see Dex or Victoria anywhere among the wounded. Pushing away from the wall, I moved through the room, studying the people gathered, avoiding the putrid mess of human remains that had rotted where they fell. I could practically still feel the waxy moistness of their skin against my hands. "Amber, where's Victoria?" John shouted, cutting through the babble of voices that I'd blotted out as much as possible. I shook my head, but the movement only made me nauseous, and I fought to control the feeling once more. "She was right here, and then..." I trailed off, remembering the creature that had been holding me. He was going to possess me, or at least he'd given me that impression right up until someone had called him. I could still hear the male voice in my head, but I hadn't seen who'd called out. The man holding me had blocked my view, making it impossible to see anything beyond his broad chest. "Then what?" John prompted, the impatience in his voice making me angry. "Then one of those things slammed my head into the wall. If you're so worried, then where the hell were you? Why didn't you come to help?" John's expression shifted, growing dark, but there was something else lurking in the depths of his eyes. He really was a coward. "You hid, didn't you? You hid like all the rest of them, and now you want to blame me for what happened." My words lifted and carried in the suddenly quiet room. "I didn't say that, Amber, but you're a trained elite member. It's your job to protect those who can't protect themselves," he said, keeping his voice as low as possible. "And I did my best, but what did you do, John? What protecting did you do while the rest of us were down here fighting those things?" I said, gesturing to the bloody mess that was left of one of the creatures. It was wrong to think of him like that. It hadn't been all that long since they'd been human, just like everyone else in the room. Whatever had invaded their bodies, well, that was the creature. And now one of them had Dex, and by the looks of it they had Victoria, too. John trailed off, his face twisting in anger as he met my gaze and tried to stare me down. "Don't you dare try and blame this on me, Miss Morgan. I wasn't the one who screwed up in the first place. If you and Officer Lance had done your job, then none of this would have happened." I gritted my teeth and dug my nails into my thigh. He was deliberately trying to piss me off. If I gave in to my urges and punched him now, then he would have a room full of witnesses to condemn me for my actions. He would come out of it all smelling of roses the way he always did. John was a consummate liar, and if there was one thing he knew how to do really well, it was make himself look like the heroic victim in every situation. "I'm not going to stoop to your level," I said, keeping my own voice low. "We both know what went on, and while it won't help the immediate situation, don't think that I've forgotten what you did. I'm not going to let you get away with it." John smiled at me, an expression that was far from friendly. "I don't think you've got a choice," he said, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. Shrugging free of his grip, I turned and raced from the room. There was no point in standing around trading barbs with the man. He was a pig, a cowardly pig, and that was being unfair to the pig. The only thing I could do now was concentrate on what had taken Dex and Victoria. Dex wasn't on my list of favorite people after what he'd threatened to do, but I couldn't blame him. I had my issues with John, but I wasn't afraid of him, and I sure as hell wasn't worried about him taking my career away from me. That decision, thankfully, wasn't in John's hands. If it was, then after our last big run-in, I would have been out of a job. Reaching the hall, something silver caught my eye, and I scooped it up. Dangling the delicate leaf necklace from my fingertips, my heart sank. They'd definitely taken Victoria, and I had a sinking suspicion I knew why. There was only one place I could go in order to get the answers I needed. As for the mood I was in and the cracking headache grating in my brain, I could only hope for Hadou's sake that the answers he would give me would be the types of answers I wanted to hear. Chapter 22.
Amber!
Nick called out to me as I raced down the front steps of the courthouse. Pausing, I swung around to face him.
What are you doing here? I came to see you down at the elite office, but they said you'd be here, and by the time I was here, it was all over the news about the attack.
Rolling my eyes, I tried to steady the anger that burned in my blood. Typical reporters. Even when their lives were threatened, they were still trying to figure out how to break the biggest story before the competition. Yeah, we had some party crashers. I'm hoping it's just related to the case down in the River Gardens and not that there's a new set of bodies we don't know about yet.
I want to help,
he said quietly, serious. From the moment I'd met him, Nick seemed like the type of guy to never spend a second of his life serious. He was a charmer and a complete player. Dex, by comparison, was a child playing at being a grown-up. But as far as I could tell, that made Nick even more dangerous. He was the type who could easily manipulate me, and as much as I would fight against it, there was just something about him that I was drawn to. Probably had something to do with his bad boy devil-may-care attitude. Despite every birthday marking me as a year older, I still hadn't grown out of my pattern of falling for the wrong guy. Would I ever? I'm not sure if you can. They've taken 2 people. Dex, one of the young detectives working on the case, and Victoria. She transferred into the elite from New York.
Well, then you're definitely going to need all the help you can get, especially as this isn't your only problem.
Nick hesitated, dropped his head back, and blew out a long breath. My stomach dropped into my boots. Had something happened to Graham? What is it? Is it Graham? I asked, the panic in my voice ratcheting up with every word.
No, I haven't heard anything about Graham. I was hoping you might have,
Nick said.
This is about the rogue shifter we killed last night.
What do you mean? He's dead, right? We killed him. Where's the problem?
Yeah, he's dead all right, and that is the problem. His pack is contesting the kill. They're saying he wasn't a rogue at all, that you had a personal vendetta against him and just made it look as though he'd gone rogue.
Seriously? I shook my head and groaned. Why couldn't life be simple? Why couldn't I just work on my case and get it all out of the way, tie up the loose ends, and make sure no more people died because of whatever in hell was going on? Instead, my life had to be complicated by the pack of a shifter who'd lost his mind. My brain instantly conjured the memory of the night before, a feeling that had coursed in my veins, the urge to kill and maim. I'd wanted to rip him limb from limb. The feeling returned to me far easier than I would have liked, and it was an effort to bury it down inside myself once more. The pack wasn't right. The shifter had definitely started it all, but that didn't change the fact that there was something strange going on with me, something that left me more than a little uncomfortable, and just a little bit afraid.
Afraid so. I don't think their argument is going to get them very far. He killed an elite officer. There's no way the courts will view that as anything other than a rogue. But I know these guys. Once they latch onto something, they're like broken records. You need to watch your back with them.
There was a momentary flicker of tenderness in his eyes, and then it was gone, leaving me to wonder if I'd even seen it at all. There wasn't much I could do if the Shifter's pack decided to try and finish the job he'd started. All I had control over now was finding Dex and Victoria as fast as possible. If I didn't, then they were both dead. And even if I did find them on time, there was still a possibility that I wouldn't be able to save them. I'd seen what the Grey Spirits had done to the others, and I had no reason to believe that Dex would react any differently. I can't focus on that now. I need to find Dex and Victoria. What this does to people... I shuddered at the memory of what had happened in the courthouse. The putrid smell and the way they'd rotted while still being alive. It had to be an excruciating experience. No one else could be allowed to suffer the consequences of it.
Then where do we start?
Nick asked. A guy called Hadu, do you know him? Nick's face changed, his usual cocky expression slowly draining away.
You mean the voodoo priest?
Yeah, apparently if I'm gonna get any answers out of all this, I need to go and speak to him.
Have you spoken to Madeline? Wouldn't she be better at figuring out this sort of thing? Everything that happens in this city goes through Sanctuary first.
Why are you so afraid? I asked, peering up into his face. His reaction surprised me. I'd never met this Hadu before, and yet everyone's reaction suggested he was important and powerful.
I'm not afraid, Amber. Well, not in the way you think. Hadu is dangerous and unpredictable, and if he finds out about you, well, I don't think you should take that risk,
Nick said. Nick, if there's somewhere I can go to get answers, then I need to do it. This thing has taken Dex, it's taken Victoria, and I can't just leave them to their fate. It's not right. How many more people have to die because I'm hiding what I am? He sighed and shook his head.
You won't just try Madeline first?
A memory of what had happened with Madeline the first time I'd gone to see her popped into my head. The look on her face, and the feeling as she'd attempted to suck the power clean out of me. No, I'm pretty sure that bridge is well and truly burned.
Fine, then Hadu it is, but at least let me gear up first,
Nick said, his tone telling me he was less than pleased about the entire situation. Well, if you are, then so am I. Nick grinned, and his face relaxed for the first time since I'd mentioned Hadu.
I don't think he'll be expecting that. Everyone is too afraid of his power to challenge him personally.
I swallowed hard and attempted to school my features into an expression that wouldn't give away the sudden jolt of fear I felt running through me. Madeline was scary enough, but Nick was behaving as though she was nothing more than a fluffy kitten in comparison to Hadu. A fluffy kitten with sharp teeth and claws, with a temper and a control of her magic to rival any demon. If Hadu was worse than that, then I was in way over my head. It wouldn't be the first time. Chapter 23. Standing in the middle of my bedroom, I peered into my closet and pushed aside the clothes hanging from the rail in the middle, revealing my gun safe. Tapping in the code on the keypad, the lock made an audible click, and the door swung open. The inside was lined in a plush black leather. The gun safe was the one thing I had bothered to actually spend a bit of money on. My first paycheck from the elite, and as far as I was concerned, it had been worth every penny. The man I'd bought it from had said it was unbreakable, but then in a world filled with preternatural creatures, witches, and demons, nothing was really unbreakable. So far, no one had bothered with it. No one even knew it existed. Grabbing 2 extra magazines for my Glock, I slipped them into my jacket pocket and dropped down onto my knees. Tugging the small wooden box concealed at the bottom of the safe out onto my lap, I pricked my finger with the needle I'd brought and ran it along the edge of the lock. The small spell used to keep the box shut hummed for a second before it recognized my magic and dissipated. The curse was harmless to anyone who had the means to disarm it. A single drop of my blood was all it would take, but for any unsuspecting fool that lifted the lid without first nullifying the magic, well, I'd seen it used once before on a man who'd broken into my mother's house when I was younger. The smell of his skin as it had bubbled free of the bones of his skull was something seared into my memory. My own version of it wasn't quite as potent. I'd made it before my magic had come back into full force, and the thought now of what might happen if I attempted to upgrade it... Ugh. Flipping open the lid, I stared down into the contents of the box. It was a mishmash of witchcraft supplies that, if I was caught with them, would end with me strapped to a gurney and burned for my crimes. I pulled one of my mother's hex bags free from the bottom of the box and lifted it to my nose. It smelled like a mixture of rotten socks and cabbage. Not particularly what I wanted to carry around in my pocket, but the bag was capable of voiding another's magic, and if I was going to see this great and terrifying Hadu that struck fear into the hearts of men, then I was going to need to bring something with me that could protect me. Taking my silver cross, the one Graham had given to me after everything that had gone on with Jessica, I draped it around my neck. There wouldn't be any vampires as far as I was aware, but I was done with taking chances. Plus, it wasn't just vampires the cross could protect me against. Demons weren't particularly keen on religious artifacts as a general rule. Tucking the hex bag into my pocket, I slammed the box shut and hid it at the bottom of the gun safe once more. Closing my eyes, I sucked in a deep breath and called my power. It surged forward, making it difficult to breathe. The sheer ferocity of it all still surprised me. I'd spent so many years not having anything at all, and now... Well, now it was different, and I still wasn't entirely sure where the limitations of my magic lay. But from Enzo's face after he'd tasted it, I was pretty sure it was safe to assume my power was impressive. Nick stood propped against his motorcycle, his open leather jacket doing nothing to conceal the extra weaponry he'd collected. As he moved and lifted his arm, the end of his holster came into view, the gun catching my eye. Whistling low, I took the helmet he held out to me. "Nice gun," I said, eyeing it appreciatively, my own gun sitting comfortably against my chest. He glanced down and smiled.
It's my brother's.
"Are you allowed to do that? Carry someone else's gun, I mean?" I asked, sliding the helmet into place and quickly crushing down the fear that tried to claw its way up my throat. I still hadn't completely recovered after the last trip I'd taken on his bike.
It's mine now. My brother was military. He was killed by a pack of shifters gone rogue.
A pack? I was parroting his words back at him, but I couldn't help it. Shifters ran in packs, but rogues were usually out on their own, disowned by their group. It was part of the reason they were so dangerous.
Weird, isn't it?
Nick said, but his voice sounded very far away, and I could only imagine that he was reliving the horror. "Were you with him?"
No. I was supposed to be, but...
He trailed off, but not before I'd caught the trace of guilt in his tone. He sighed and pushed his hand back through his hair.
I was military too. It's a family thing, but unlike my brother, I was a complete screw-up. Got myself discharged for picking a fight with the local vampire group where I was stationed. The powers that be decided I was an unsuitable candidate, too much of a loose cannon. Can't say I blame them.
There was a bitterness in his voice that spoke volumes about how he really felt, and the urge to reach out to him was almost overwhelming.
The night he was killed, I got my ass thrown in jail for starting the fight with the vamps. If I'd just let it all go, he wouldn't have...
Nick cut off once more as his voice cracked. He dropped his gaze, and I could practically see him pulling himself back together once more. The shields he'd lowered to tell me what had happened to his brother snapped back into place, tighter than ever, and the moment was gone. "I'm sorry," I said, brushing my hand against his arm. Lifting his face once more, he grinned at me, his expression closely guarded. And then it hit me. This was nothing more than a persona. A really good one, but it wasn't who Nick really was. I'd been getting glimpses of who he was with the more time we spent together, but this was the first time I'd really managed to get behind the facade he kept in place. And from what I could see, he was so much more than he wanted people to believe him to be.
Sorry. Don't be. Jason could be a righteous prig when he wanted to be. We weren't close. He was the golden boy, and well, I was me. The eternal disappointment.
He said it all with a smile, but there was something else that lurked in his eyes, and after what I'd already seen, I couldn't help but think it was regret.
You ready?
He asked, swinging his leg over the saddle of the motorbike before he kicked away the stand and held it propped between his thighs, his incredibly muscular thighs. The jeans he wore molded perfectly to his ass. Christ, Amber, get your head back where it needs to be. Now is really not the time for that shit. But I'd glimpsed what lurked beneath Nick's tough playboy exterior, and I wanted to see more. Of course, it helped he was as hot as sin. I'd been able to resist the thought of his lips on mine before, but now, well, he wasn't the shallow player I'd assumed he was, and he'd gotten to me. And now, more than ever, I was in danger. I sighed and settled onto the bike behind him, wrapping my arms around his waist awkwardly as all I could feel was the harsh outline of every weapon he carried. "Ready," I said, and tried to ignore the scent of leather and the deeper musky scent that was all Nick. If I didn't get a grip soon, I was seriously screwed. Chapter 24. Staring up at the large white slatted house, I couldn't bring myself to feel afraid. Nick stood beside me, and the tension in his body vibrated off his skin, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. I was supposed to be afraid. "Hadu lives here?" I said, tilting my head to the side. And maybe if I stared hard enough, concentrated, I'd start to feel the appropriate amount of fear.
Yep, this is him. Are you sure Madeline wouldn't be a better fit?
There wasn't any nervousness in his voice, but the simple fact that he would even ask that meant he was afraid. You don't need to come in, you know. I can handle this myself, I said, moving on to the first step. Nick grabbed my arm and jerked me around to him. He searched my face, his gaze probing mine before he released me with a snort.
And this is the exact reason I need to go in there with you.
What is?
You're not afraid. Not even a little bit, are you?
Well, no, not really. I know what he is, but... I couldn't shake the image in my head of Hadou smearing chicken blood on his face and rattling bones around in a cup.
You really don't if you're willing to walk in there like an arrogant asshole. He'll eat you alive.
Literally? I said, raising an eyebrow.
Christ, Amber, what's going on with you? Why are you behaving like this is no big deal?
Why are you so certain it is a big deal?
Because I know who Hadou is. I know what he's capable of, and...
Nick trailed off and glanced over my shoulder. Hadou wants to know if you plan on arguing on the street for the rest of the day, or if you actually plan on coming inside. The female voice was soft, with a hint of an accent that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Spinning around, my gaze was captured by a pair of gentle brown eyes, the type that could draw you in, and before you even realized what was happening, you'd be tied up. She smiled at me, and the barest hint of power crawled across my scalp. Lifting her arm, her caramel skin glistened in the sunlight like she was covered in shimmering magic. The silver bracelets she wore sparkled in the afternoon sun as she held her hand out to me. "He can't wait to meet you," she said. I took another step towards her before I even realized what I was doing. Shit. Nick was right. I was an arrogant asshole, and if I didn't pull it together, it would get me killed. Slipping my hand into my pocket, I wrapped my fingers around my mother's hex bag, and the prickle of power instantly fell away. The woman in front of me, who still stood with her hand outstretched, stared at me in confusion. Her skin no longer glistened with magic. It was probably just some kind of shimmering body lotion, but it definitely wasn't magic. Realization flooded her warm brown eyes, and she let her hand fall back to her side. "Your parlor tricks might work on me, but Hadou is beyond that," she said with a smirk before turning and stalking back up the steps.
If your plan is to piss them off before you even get inside, so far you're doing a fantastic job,
Nick whispered in my ear, his sudden proximity making me jump. I gave him a dirty look before I followed the woman up the steps to the large porch that ran the full length of the house. Nick caught up to me easily, his long strides bringing him level with me as I waited for the woman to push open the front door and step into the dark hallway beyond. Glancing back at me, she gestured almost impatiently for me to follow. There was no rush of magic this time. At least the hex bag was doing its job, the first thing in a while to actually go right. I stepped into the house and the atmosphere settled down around me like a slightly too warm blanket. It pressed against my skin, and each breath was harder than the one before. The house itself surged with power. I hadn't felt it from outside, but now that I was standing in the hall, it beat against my body as though searching for a way in. It didn't feel like Lily's power had. Hers had made my bones ache and my teeth chatter. This was different. Old, just as hers had been, as old as mine. But I didn't recognize it. The woman who'd tried to trick me outside drifted down the long corridor that stretched beyond the wide, sweeping staircase, and I went after her. Her body seemed looser, and when she shot me a look over her shoulder, her eyes rolled in her head as though she was completely intoxicated. Nick's hand closed on my arm, and I stared at him. His eyelids were heavy, and he dug his fingers into my skin as he fought whatever magic was threatening to overwhelm him.
I can't breathe,
he said, gripping me harder. Go back outside, I urged, grabbing him as he slumped down onto his knees.
Amber, I can't.
He trailed off, his voice weak as though he didn't even have enough breath in his lungs to speak. Scooping the hex bag out of my pocket, I stared down at it for a second before jamming it into Nick's hand. His recovery was instantaneous, his shoulders shuddering as he dragged in a deep breath and his eyes cleared. The moment my hand fell away from the hex bag, the power within the house crashed over my head and my spine stiffened. My body wanted to run, to crawl back out through the open door if it had to, but my own power had other ideas. It poured upwards from my core without me needing to call it, pushing back the invading power that seeped in through my pores, scalding my throat with every breath I took. Clenching my fists, my own magic fought, pushing out every last drop of Hadou's power until there was nothing left but the power I wielded. The demon mark throbbed and burned as Hadou's magic continued to vie for control of my body. He was no different from Madeline, and he was testing me. Releasing Nick, I strode down the hall, Hadoo's power calling me forward. I didn't need a guide. His own power acted like a beacon, and it was that I followed. Pushing open a door at the end of the hall, I stepped into the full room, my gaze searching through the curious glances thrown my way before they fell on a man at the back of the room. He grinned at me, his smile wide, but it was far from welcoming, and his power suddenly intensified. "Cut the crap, Hadoo. I didn't come here for a pissing match. I want your help," I said, gritting my words out as he turned up the power again. I imagined it was how it would feel if I sank to the depths of the ocean, the crushing force of the water around me slowly squeezing me down until I was nothing but a fine paste.
You come into my house and demand my help? I should kill you where you stand, child, for the insolence.
He had the same accent as the woman I'd met outside, the same woman who was now standing next to the fireplace with a smirk on her face. Sweat beaded on my forehead as my own magic pushed upwards, keeping his power at bay. "Enzo sent me. He said you owe him a favor." The words dropped into the silence in the room like gunshots, and suddenly I could breathe once more. Hadoo's power disappeared as though it had never been there, but that was an issue all of its own. My own power flared as the pressure released, sweeping outwards and slamming into the people closest to me before I could stop it. They dropped, their bodies hitting the floor like puppets whose strings had been cut loose from the master. I turned in a slow circle, staring at the 8 bodies surrounding me in a perfect ring. "Crap," I said, catching Hadoo's furious gaze. The people didn't move. They didn't even twitch, and my stomach sank into my shoes. Had I just killed 8 people? Because if I had, then I'd just become the very thing I was supposed to hunt and stop. Nick stepped into the room, his eyes drifting across the bodies on the floor before he lifted his gaze to my face.
Amber, what have you done?
He asked, and my heart came to a shuddering halt as I realized his voice was filled with fear. Chapter 25.
She did nothing but defend herself.
Hadoo cut in, his voice ringing out clear in the still silent room. I stared at the other people standing around, but I didn't see terror in their faces. Instead, they continued to watch me with a type of curiosity normally reserved for animals in the zoo. "I don't know what happened, I stuttered, my gaze falling back to the people still lying around me on the floor. Dropping my knees next to the nearest one, I pressed my fingers against his neck, but there was no pulse, and his skin was icy. It shouldn't have been possible, but he felt as though he'd been dead for far longer than a couple of seconds. "I didn't mean to do this," I said, staring back up at Hadoo. He shook his head and clapped his hands together, the sound resonating around the room, growing deeper until I felt it to my very core. The man I'd just checked stirred and flipped over onto his back before slowly climbing to his feet. His movements were awkward and stiff, the kind of movements you might make if you'd spent weeks lying on your back. "They're all zombies," I said, staring at the other people as they climbed upright. Nick took an instinctive step backwards, and I didn't blame him. Zombies were dangerous. The types in the movies were bad, but these were worse. At least the ones in the movies could be put down with a headshot. The type raised from the dead couldn't be stopped so easily. Fire was pretty much the only way to guarantee they went down, and even then you had to wait for them to burn down enough that they couldn't move. That was the difference between a virus and magic. It suddenly became crystal clear why Nick was so afraid of Hadoo. It would take a hell of a lot of power to raise a room full of zombies, but to make them so lifelike that I'd honestly believed I'd just killed 8 people? Hadoo continued to smile, but he'd turned his attention to the undead surrounding me, and his expression had softened.
What gave them away?
He asked, his tone gentle as he reached out to stroke the hair of the woman nearest to him. She moved into his touch, rubbing her face against his hand like a cat might, and it sent my stomach churning. Zombies didn't feel anything, or at least that was what I'd heard during my training for the elite, so why would she react to him like that? "They don't move like a human, they move like the dead," I said, keeping my voice devoid of all emotion.
I could make them move like the rest of us, but then the others would suffer. The power it takes to move them is almost as great as the power to resurrect.
"Why are you doing this? Don't they deserve to rest? Their lives are done now, they're finished. Why keep them here like this?" Hadu tore his gaze away from the people surrounding him and stared at me in disdain.
I do this because I can. Because I am Hadu, and all who come to me must know of my power. No one can cross me.
But does it not drain you? He didn't answer me, and another sick thought occurred to me. Are these all the people who have done wrong to you? His smile widened, and he snapped his fingers in my direction.
Child, you are smarter than those you work for would give you credit for. This is the price you pay for betraying Hadu. There will be no rest, no eternal slumber, just eternal service.
You can't do that. It's against the law, I said, glancing around in horror at all the people in the room.
Raising the dead isn't. I can do as I please with them. They're dead,
he said. He spoke with such conviction that it was obvious it wasn't the first time he'd been challenged on the issue.
You didn't come here to argue the law with me.
I took another look around the room. How was I supposed to ignore something like this? I couldn't just walk out of here and let him get away with something so awful. If I did, then I'd be just as bad as he was. But I'd felt his power. He'd been fit to contain me, all the while keeping his zombies intact. If I went head-to-head with him, I wasn't convinced I'd walk away from it with my life. Nick's hand against my arm drew my attention, and I glanced down at the place where his fingers brushed against my wrist. Lifting my face, the look in his eyes made up my mind for me. He didn't like any of what was going on any more than I did, but it was all about restraint at the end of the day, and there was no point in picking fights everywhere I went unless I thought I could finish them, and this wasn't the time to face Hadu. There's a killer using human bodies as conduits for spirits.
It's not voodoo, if that's what you're wondering. I'm the only one in the city with a power capable of the crimes you speak of.
I know, it's why I came to you. I need to know how to stop this. The people are still alive. It's a type of possession, but their bodies are rotting. My mind was filled with the images of the possessed, the fear in their eyes when I crushed the spirit within and the human was left behind to suffer the consequences. Hadu scrubbed his hand across his chin and turned towards the woman standing next to him. He dropped his voice and spoke in a language that flowed a little like French, but none of the words were familiar. I had attempted to learn French when I was in school, but my aptitude had not lain in the mastery of different languages. Do you know what he's saying? I said, leaning in towards Nick and whispering. He shook his head and continued to watch the other two people interact.
I don't speak it, but I'm pretty sure it's Creole.
I glanced over at him, surprised. He couldn't speak it, but his ability to even recognize it impressed me. There were times, usually when I was pissed as all hell, that English was a struggle. My tendency to slip into nothing but creative swearing mode, as Graham had dubbed it, was about as close as I'd ever gotten to speaking a second language. How was Graham doing? I wanted to see him, talk to him, hear him tell me everything would be all right. But that wasn't going to happen anytime soon.
They are not the lower,
Hadu said, addressing me and drawing me back to the present. The what? I asked, racking my brains for a meaning to the word loa.
Ah, my sweet child, you have so much to learn if you are to become a Bokor. The lower are the intermediaries between the living and the Creator. They are the spirits who guide us, but they are not causing you the grief you feel.
So what are they then? Enzo wouldn't send me here unless he believed you could help.
I do not have the answer you're seeking, but I can give you something to strip the spirit from their human host. But it needs to be administered before the body begins to break down. The more powerful the spirit, the faster the body will die.
But why? Your zombies aren't rotting. Why would these people rot even though they're still alive? It just doesn't make any sense. Hadu smiled and took a step towards me. I held my ground as he reached out and wrapped a stray strand of my red hair around his fingers.
The spirits are powerful, and the human form was built to house only one soul. Unless one spirit gives up and moves on, the body will eventually die. It is why the lower do not stay with us all the time. They must be called to a body, and then when their time is done, they leave. Your spirits are not leaving.
He whipped his hand back, ripping the strand of hair from my scalp hard enough to make me cry out. Hadu skipped out of reach and quickly stashed the strands of my hair inside his blue waistcoat. What the hell are you doing? I asked, anger beginning to bubble in my veins.
Nothing you need to worry about. It's merely a precaution and payment for the drink I will give you.
Drink?
Yes. Give it to the possessed, and the spirits doing the harm will simply burn away. Give it too late, and the human soul will die instead.
His words sent a shiver of fear racing down my spine. Dex and Victoria had already been gone for several hours. Maybe we were already too late to save them. You can't think like that, Amber. You'll get to them. You will save them.
Give her back her hair, Hadu. I know what you'll do with it, and I won't let you pull any voodoo doll crap on her.
Nick cut in, his voice low and threatening. A voodoo doll? Is that what my hair is for?
What does it matter if you have the means to save the ones you care for? I know you, Amber Morgan. The Loa know you, and you're not the type to let the innocent suffer. Power be damned.
Hadu spoke, his lips curling back into a wide smile. He was right, of course. A few strands of hair were a small price to pay for the means to save as many people as possible. And anyway, I wasn't convinced I believed in all that voodoo doll crap. I'd always thought it was something dreamt up to frighten naughty little witches. But I'd seen what he could do, and raising the dead was no mean feat. It didn't seem like such a stretch to believe he could use my hair to create a voodoo doll if he wanted to. Keep it. But if I so much as get a hint of you doing any creepy shit to me, I will make you sorry. Hadu didn't seem in the least little bit bothered by my statement, but at least it made me feel a little better to make it. Hadu turned to the woman beside him once more and said something in Creole. Nick's hand closed around my wrist and he jerked me around to face him.
Have you lost your mind? You can't let him keep the hair. Do you know what he could do with that? What power you'd be giving him?
Nick, I don't have a choice. I need whatever that stuff is. Without it, I have no way of saving the innocent people possessed. I saw what it did to them, and I won't let that happen again. Not if I can stop it.
There has to be another way,
he said. There isn't, and if you don't like it, then go and wait outside until I finish up here. His expression darkened, and without another word, he stalked away to the door. I let him go, swallowing back my disappointment. Why couldn't he understand that I needed to do this? That if there was even the slightest chance that I could save those infected, then I would do it, no matter what?
Use this. They need to drink it,
Hadu said, and I turned to face him once more. He held a small bottle out towards me. The amount of liquid in it caused my heart to sink. There wouldn't be enough. I need more. There's too many of them.
This is the best I can do. It takes time to make, and this is what I have left.
There was no hint in his voice that he was lying to me, so I grabbed the bottle, my fingers brushing against his momentarily. But it was enough, and my eyes rolled back up my head, the earth rushing to meet me as everything went black. Chapter 26.
Amber!
An all-too-familiar voice called out to me, causing the pounding pain in my skull to increase to fever pitch. All I wanted to do was fold my arms up over my head and hide from the world.
What happened?
Nick said, shaking me softly, and everything came flooding back to me. I'd touched Hadu's hand when he'd held the bottle out to me. Images flashed through my mind. People screaming, blood, and Hadu's laughter. His maniacal laughter grated my ears, and I could taste blood in my mouth. Pushing up, I stared around the street I sat on. I was back on the sidewalk outside Hadu's house, and Nick was crouched down over me. The look of concern in his eyes would have sent my stomach somersaulting, but now I was far too angry. Reaching up, I brushed my fingers against my lip. A small cut on the inside of my mouth made me wince, and the coppery tang of my own blood only increased. That rat bastard, I said. Lurching up onto my feet, my head swam in sickening circles, forcing me to suck in a deep breath as I waited for the dizziness to pass. The second my vision cleared, I stormed past Nick and marched towards the iron gate that stood barring the entrance. Grabbing the bars, I gasped. Power surged up from the ground and in through my hands. Jolting back, I hissed in frustration and tried again, only to get the same shock. "Can you open this?" I said, glancing back at Nick, who stared at me with a bemused expression on his face.
Open what?
He asked, moving up next to me. The gate! The giant-ass iron gate that keeps on frying me every time I touch it! There was no hiding the frustration in my voice, and I didn't care.
There's no gate.
Don't play games, Nick. I know you don't like Hadu, but whatever he did to me, I can't let it stand. Nick simply shook his head and stepped through the gate. I waited for him to get jammed in the bars, but they melted around him as though they weren't even there.
There's no gate, Amber. I don't know what you're on about,
he said. I stared at him, my mouth hanging open. I looked like a fool, but I didn't care. Hadu had barred me, but why? I hadn't done anything to him, and if anything, he seemed more than a little curious about me and my power. There's a gate. Hadu has barred me, I said, continuing to stare at the tall black iron gate in front of me. I didn't know whether to feel flattered or even more pissed off. Nick stepped back out through the invisible-to-him gate and shook his head.
Why would he bother? He has your hair. Even if you wanted to now, you couldn't get close enough to do him any harm.
I shrugged and then patted my jacket pockets. Reaching into the inside pocket, I pulled the small bottle Hadu had given me free and stared down at the shimmering blue liquid. There wasn't enough. It would barely be enough to save one person. How was I supposed to decide who was worthy and who wasn't?
What will that do?
Nick asked, staring at the liquid as it glinted in the sunlight. The possessed have to drink it. It'll force the spirits to move on.
How much do they need to drink of it?
I shrugged. Hadu hadn't exactly given me the opportunity to ask questions.
Great, so when do you want to attempt this suicide mission?
Nick's voice was laden with sarcasm, and I shot him a sideways glance, but the smile he wore softened it. Can I make a quick stop first? I asked, sliding the bottle back into my pocket. He nodded and tossed me my helmet once more. I stared down at the shiny black surface, my face reflected back up at me. If we get out of this, you're gonna have to get a car, I said, sliding the helmet into place. Nick's smile spread into a grin as he climbed onto the bike.
Seriously, Amber? A car is just gonna screw with the bad boy vibe I'm going for.
I swung my leg across the back of the bike and wrapped my arms around his waist.
Besides, if we were in a car, your arms wouldn't be wrapped so tightly around me,
he said, his voice carrying over the roar of the engine. You cheeky... I started to talk, but he gunned the motorcycle and I was forced to press my face against his back. I hated the bike, but I could honestly say I didn't hate the proximity it forced me to share with him. Of course, he couldn't ever know that. Chapter 27. I just need to see him for a few minutes. You won't even know I'm in there, I said, hating the pleading tone in my voice as I attempted to bargain with the nurse standing guard on Graham's door.
I can't let you in there. You're not family, and his wife said nobody else was allowed in to visit.
We work together. He's my partner. Please, just a few minutes. She shook her head and placed her hand on my arm, turning me from Graham's door. I'd come so close to getting inside. If she'd kept her back turned for just a few seconds more, I'd have snuck straight past her and she'd have been none the wiser. Instead, here we were, walking away from Graham's door. My steps faltered. I didn't have to walk away. I just needed to convince her that I'd given up. If I could do that, if I could make her believe I was leaving, then I'd be free to do whatever I pleased. Coming to a complete halt, she sighed impatiently next to me and tightened her grip on my arm. Without hesitation, I swung my free hand up and laced my fingers around her wrist, spinning her out in front of me.
What are you...
You're going to go back to your desk. I'm leaving and you'll never have to see me again. Confusion clouded her vision, and I swore softly under my breath. The books I'd been reading weren't enough. There wasn't exactly a guide on how to be the best shadow sorceress you could be. In fact, the best I could do was find some vague history books that spoke about the powers witches possessed when it wasn't an immediate death sentence to be one. Mind control had been one such gift, but it wasn't for everyone, and I was quickly beginning to understand that.
You haven't left. You're still here. Really, I must ask you to...
I shook my head and rolled my shoulder back, letting the tension in my body melt away. Go back to your desk. I'm not here. I thrust as much authority into my voice as I could muster without sounding utterly ridiculous.
But you are,
She started to speak again, and anger threaded its way up into my chest. Silence! There was a hollow ring to my voice that hadn't existed before, and the nurse instantly fell silent. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound emerged, and she stared at me in panic. Calm, I spoke again, keeping my commands as simple as I could, and her face went slack, the panic slowly melting out of her eyes. Turning away, her hand on my sleeve halted me. The grip she had suggested that she still wasn't giving up on making sure I didn't go and visit her patient without her consent. Untangling her fingers from my sleeve, I took a step back, and she moved to follow. Stay, I said, and she froze. Staring at her, I searched her face for any sign that she knew what was going on, but I couldn't see any. Of course, if someone came along and found her standing here like some sort of a creepy mannequin, then I was screwed. The faster I got in and out, the better it would be for all involved. Hurrying away from her, I crossed the floor and paused in front of Graham's door, squaring my shoulders as I prepared myself to open it. The memory of him lying in the bed, hooked up to the life support machines. It took all of my strength to push open the door and slip inside. The warm smell of electronics invaded my senses, along with the smell of disinfectant. It was the smell of a hospital, but at least in here it didn't have the distinctive overtones of lingering torment and death. Graham lay on his back, seemingly in the exact same position he'd been in the last time I saw him. He was so still. The only movement was each breath the ventilator pushed into his body, forcing his chest to rise and fall. Moving up alongside the bed, I peered down into his face. His skin was no longer ashen, the color in his cheeks causing tears to fill my vision. A dying man wouldn't look so healthy. Graham, I don't know if you can hear me, but I just wanted you to know that I'm here. I'm going to stop this son of a bitch, and I'm going to do it for you. I gripped the edge of the sheet, suddenly afraid to touch his hand. What if I disturbed the machinery? What if I accidentally knocked something out and killed him? It was probably impossible, but probably was still far too uncertain for me to risk it. John is being the usual pain in the ass. He assigned me a new partner, a woman from New York, but... I trailed off. How much was I supposed to tell him? If he could hear me, maybe telling him that my new partner had been kidnapped along with Dex might not be the best idea. I watched his steady heart rate as it bleeped across the screen, the line unchanging as it created perfect little spikes. I wasn't a doctor, but everything looked pretty good, so then why the hell wasn't he awake yet? I saw Jessica. I know you wanted me to. She's so angry, and I don't blame her. But I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do to help her when she's so remorseless over everything that happened. Graham's heart rate fluttered slightly, and I paused, letting the rhythm fall back into a normal, steady pattern once more. Graham, we need you. I need you to wake up. I think there's something wrong with me. There was no flicker of reaction from him again. Everything continued on as it had before, and I sighed. What was I expecting? He wasn't going to just wake up because I willed him to. If life worked like that, miracles would be a hell of a lot more commonplace. And I wasn't lucky enough to get a miracle now. Turning from Graham, I made my way to the door. There was nothing I could do now but try and kill the thing that had caused all of this, and that was exactly what I would do. Moving out into the main hall, I stared at the nurse. She was still standing where I'd left her, her chest rising and falling with each breath she took, but her gaze was blank and unseeing. Pausing next to her, I pressed my hand to her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Forget." She started as though I'd slapped her, recoiling away from my touch, a confused look filling her eyes. "What are you?" she said. "I was just leaving. I'm sorry I bothered you," I answered and stalked away, the feel of her confused gaze boring holes in the back of my head as I disappeared out through the doors. Chapter 28. The sound of my cell phone ringing as soon as I stepped out through the front door of the hospital made me jump. Slipping it from my pocket, I glanced down at the screen, and my heart skittered in my chest. "Hello," I said, answering it quickly and pressing it to my ear. "Miss Morgan, this is Callum Sidney from the medical examiner's office. You wanted me to call if I found anything out about the bodies that came in this morning." "What have you found out?" I asked, catching sight of Nick across the parking lot. "Well, nothing has come back on the black stone substance found beneath the victims, but something interesting did come up in the thread samples we sent for testing." I waited for him to continue, but there was silence on the other end of the line. "Callum, what did you find?" "Right, well, the thread is a mixture. The main component seems to be wool, and the rest of it is hair." "Hair?" I repeated, my stomach flipping excitedly. Hair was something we could work with. I didn't know much about forensics, but in every cop show I'd ever watched on the television, they could always track down the identity of their perp if they had hair to work with. "Yes, human hair, to be exact," he said. "And have you tracked it? Run it through the system? Is there a hit?" My words ran into each other, desperate to get out fast enough. The faster I spoke, the faster I would have my answers. "No, the hair has been extensively treated with as-yet unknown chemicals. I've got to wait for the toxicology report to come back on that, plus whoever the hair belongs to took forensic countermeasures." "What do you mean, forensic countermeasures?" "There's no root or follicle on the hair. No way of testing it for DNA. My heart sank. No way of testing meant no way of figuring out who the hell the sicko was. Unless, of course... "Thanks, Callum." I hung up the phone and practically skipped across the parking lot to Nick.
You look happy. Is he awake?
Nick asked, staring at me curiously. No, he's still out of it.
So you're grinning like a maniac. Why?
Because I know how to find the guy who caused all of this, but I need to make a quick stop at the office first.
Are you gonna let me in on the secret?
Nick asked, readjusting his gun holster beneath his leather jacket. You'll see, I said, unable to tear my gaze away from the tightening of his t-shirt across his muscled chest. The movement left very little to the imagination, and it took all of my willpower to keep my hands to myself. Get a grip, Amber, you do not have time for this, the voice in the back of my head piped up, and it was right. I really didn't have time to stand around drooling over Nick. Lifting my gaze, I wanted to kick myself as I caught his smug smile. No, I definitely didn't have time to feed his ego. An image of Dex flashed through my head, the way the creature had pinned him, spilling the gray smoke down his throat. Guilt gnawed at my guts, and it must have shown in my face because Nick's smile disappeared, replaced with a far more serious expression. I'm going to end this once and for all, I said, climbing onto the bike behind Nick and wrapping my arms around him. I just had to hope and pray that I wasn't too late. Leaving Nick at the curb, I hurried towards the front door of the elite office. Bud pushed out through the door, his broad shoulders taking up the entire space, making it impossible for me to slip past him as he paused.
How's Graham doing?
He asked, his deep baritone rumbling in my bones. I knew from seeing him around the office that Graham had worked with him on a couple of cases before we caught the Sidwell case. Still out of it, I said, eyeing the door impatiently. The faster I could get in there, the better it would be. The last thing I needed was to get held up, especially when what I had planned was so dangerous. If I was caught stealing evidence, it would lead to questions I couldn't answer.
That's too bad. He was a great guy,
Bud said, his expression one of pity. One of the best. I smiled politely and edged forward.
Sorry, I guess I'm holding you up and you want to get on and catch the guy that did this to him.
I nodded and sidestepped him as he moved away from the door.
Listen, I know you didn't want for any of this to happen. I know it's not your fault, no matter what Sonia has to say.
What does Sonia have to say? I tried to keep my voice as steady as possible, but it was hard. She'd promised to make me pay, that I would be sorry, and I could understand her pain, but blaming me for something that wasn't my fault was something I wouldn't stand for. I didn't deserve that. My flaws were many, but I hadn't wanted Steve to get hurt, and I definitely didn't want him to get killed.
She's angry and looking to blame someone. Anyone, really. It's not her fault, but I just want you to know that no one is taking her seriously. We've got your back, Amber.
His declaration was so sincere that the back of my throat closed with tears. I'd always been an outsider in the elite, and John certainly hadn't made me feel welcome. Graham had been the first to take a chance on me. And now to hear something like that out of Bud, well, it meant something to me.
Thanks, Bud, I
trailed off, my voice growing a little choked. I couldn't ruin it all now by breaking down. That was the last thing I needed to do. The elite was all about being the toughest, the most unbreakable. If I cracked now and cried, it would only set me back to square one. Bud nodded, his expression shifting, and there was a tension in his shoulders that hadn't been there moments before. Coughing, I cleared my throat. It means a lot to know I've got your support, I said, finding my voice once more and crushing the tears down inside. Relief washed over his face, and he clapped his hand across my shoulders, hard enough to send me stumbling forward toward the front door.
You're one of the good ones, Amber,
he said. Thanks, Bud. He strode away down the path without waiting for me to answer. He was clearly relieved that I hadn't burst into tears on top of him. I bit back the smile that hovered on my lips. I could only imagine what his face might have looked like if I had. He'd have never recovered after the mortification, and he definitely wouldn't ever have spoken to me again. Hurrying into the building, I kept my head down as I made a beeline for the evidence room and crossed my fingers in the process. Something had to go right. We were overdue for a win. Scooping my keys for the evidence room out of my pocket, I shoved them into the lock and pushed the door open. The room was dark, the musty smell of boxes and papers tickling the back of my throat and nose as I stepped inside. Flipping on the light, I cringed against the harshness of the strip lighting as it hummed and buzzed before finally deciding to click on. It lit up the stark white walls, which were lined with shelving units. Having an evidence room was just the elite's way of trying to be as close to the police as possible. It was a way of normalizing what we did, even if that was impossible. The mundane evidence didn't need anything special. It could be kept in boxes along with the case files. But the other types of evidence, the stuff deemed preternatural that had a power all of its own, well, that went out of the city to one of the elite storage facilities. I'd never been to one, and I never wanted to go. The thought of being around that much raw power filled me with panic. I had enough problems to deal with without worrying about what might happen if I came in contact with something morally ambiguous that had a will of its own. The door dropped shut behind me, and I crept down between the stacks to the table at the back of the room. The newest evidence came here, awaiting cataloging or the closing of a case. The evidence bag lay at the back of the table, the thick black thread coiled within. A tremor of power ruffled across my skin as soon as I reached out to pick up the bag. Why hadn't I felt it back at the crime scene? There hadn't been anything there. The absence of power, the biggest clue that something freaky was going on. Of course, if I'd known just how freaky, I'd have tried harder. Maybe if I had, then Graham wouldn't be in the hospital fighting for his life. Guilt ate at me again, and I pushed it aside. It wasn't going to help right now. There would be plenty of time to wallow later, when this was all over and done with. Until then, I had a job to do. Popping open the bag, the air pulsed with energy, and I sucked in a deep breath. Wrapping a piece of the thread around my fingers, I pulled a strand of it free and quickly snapped it off. Jamming the rest of the thread back into the bag, I dropped it onto the table and turned towards the door. I froze, the blood in my veins turning to icy sludge as my gaze met Sonia's. Her arms were folded across her chest, her petite frame tense with unspent rage, her eyes focused on my hand and the thread dangling from my fingers. "I knew it," she said, the triumph in her eyes sending my heart spinning into my stomach. "Knew what?" I asked. My only choice was to claim innocence. There was nothing else I could do. Finding me stealing evidence was bad enough, but if she suspected what I wanted it for, then I was done for. "I've known from the second you started here that there was something off about you. You let Steve die, and now this? What are you going to do with the evidence? Are you using it to cover your tracks? Hide your incompetence? Because it won't work. I'm going to tell everyone what you really are." "And what might that be, Sonia?" I said, taking a small step towards her. I tightened my grip on the thread, balling it into my fist as I moved deliberately towards her. The demon mark itched, and it was a struggle not to scrub my hand across it. It would be so easy to shut her up. Permanently. She was nothing but a thorn in my side anyway, running around the place like she was the only one to ever lose someone. If she blew my cover, all those innocent people would die. The thoughts whirled in my head, and the demon mark throbbed as I closed the gap between us. "You don't frighten me, Amber. I can take you. I always was better in the ring." My hand shot out, my fingers closing around her throat as I slammed her back into the door. Her eyes widened, and for the first time since I'd met her when I started working for the Elite, I actually saw the first glimmer of terror in her eyes. Shit, what the hell was I doing? I released her as suddenly as I'd grabbed her, my hand automatically going to the demon mark. There was definitely something wrong with me, something dangerous and dark lurking inside me, and I had no idea how to control it. First, the urge to rip the shifter apart, to glory in the spill of his hot blood across my hands. I'd known deep down inside that I could take him if I just gave in to the darkness I harbored within. I could have ripped his still-beating heart from his chest, and it wouldn't have cost me a second thought. And now this. God, what would I have done to her? "What are you?" Sonia was babbling, the fear in her voice dragging me back to the shitstorm I found myself in the middle of. "Your eyes, they glowed. You don't exist anymore. They wiped your kind out." Double shit. If she was putting the pieces of the puzzle together, then I really was screwed. Shoving the thread into my pocket, I did the only thing I could do. Placing my hands on either side of her face, I leaned in toward her. Sonia struggled in my grip, lashing out with her arms and legs as she fought to get out of my hold. "Forget," I said, my voice taking on a familiar hollow sound. Energy wound its way up through my body and out through my hands. Sonia went limp in my grip, but I could still see the fear reflected in her gaze. Her hatred for me was well and truly embedded inside her, wrapped up in her memories for Steve. How could I make her forget what she'd seen when her mind was in such turmoil? How could I be sure it would work without wiping everything clean? "Don't kill me," she whimpered, and the sound tore at my heart. "I won't, but I need you to forget. Forget everything you saw. Stop looking for ways to catch me out." "You killed Steve," she said, but her voice was a little distant and empty. "Forget," I said again, delicately plucking through her thoughts in an attempt to pick out everything connected to what she had seen. "Steve," she said, and I jerked my hands away from her face. There was such confusion in her voice, and that wasn't meant to happen. Sonia slid down the door, landing on the floor without so much as a sound. Crouching down next to her, I gazed into her blank stare. "Sonia?" My heart hammered in my chest as I spoke to her, but she stared past me as though I wasn't even there. Grabbing her shoulders, I shook her gently. Her head lolled back and forth on her neck, but her eyes cleared a little. "Amber, what are you doing?" Her voice was groggy, but she knew who I was, and my heart soared. "You had a fall," I said. It was a lie, but it was vastly better than the truth. "I fell?" There was doubt in her voice, but I ignored it. At least she wasn't back to accusing me of killing Steve. "Why would I fall? If Steve finds out, he'll go mental. He's so afraid I'll hurt the baby." The rest of her words were a blur to my ears. She didn't remember he was dead. I'd wiped his death out of her mind. How was that even possible? I hadn't touched anything I wasn't supposed to. As far as I knew, I'd only interfered with her memories of seeing me stealing evidence. She pushed up onto her feet, swaying gently, forcing me to keep a hold of her. What was I supposed to do? If she didn't remember, it was just a giant mess, and the longer I hung around, the greater the risk of getting caught. "Why was I in here?" she said, staring around at the stack of evidence crates. Shrugging, I grabbed the door and pulled it open, ushering her out into the corridor. Was I supposed to tell her that Steve was dead? How could I remind her of something like that? She needed to know the truth, but I couldn't break that kind of news to her. She already blamed me once. If I was the one who told her, the jolt to her memory would be too much. She'd probably remember everything, and then I'd be back to square one all over again. "I guess you went in to get something. You've probably got baby brain." I wasn't even sure what the hell baby brain was, but I'd heard of it, and I was going to use it. It was enough to draw a wide smile to her face once more. "I know, I keep forgetting where I've left my keys. Secretly, I think Steve takes them just to play with me. He says our son is taking up all my brain space, and he's right." I nodded and gave her a tight smile. This wasn't something I wanted to talk about. Steve was dead. Everything was beyond messed up. "Sonia!" A vaguely familiar voice called out from the opposite end of the corridor. She turned and grinned. "Thanks, Amber, for not making it hard. If it had been one of the guys in there, I don't think I would have ever lived it down." She moved away from me and I let her go, the truth stinging along the tip of my tongue. Rachel, one of the other elite officers and one of Sonia's closest friends, stood watching and waiting. I knew from the confused expression she wore that she hadn't expected to see Sonia hanging so amicably with me. She was probably also wondering why Sonia looked so damn happy. Without a backwards glance, I spun on my heel and raced for the main entrance. The scream split the air as I hit the front door, my hands sliding off the door handle and slamming into the glass as I pushed out onto the street. Another piercing scream, choked with sobs, and I let the door slam shut behind me, but the sound followed me. It wasn't something I could just shake off, and I wasn't convinced I deserved to just shake it off. Sonia's screams would follow me into my nightmares, and I deserved every second of it. Reaching the street, I paused next to Nick and tried to calm my racing heart.
"You get what you needed?"
he asked, eyeing me curiously. "Yeah," I said. "Now let's get the hell out of here." He didn't need to be asked twice, and he didn't ask for an explanation. All things I was beyond glad for. Chapter 29.
"So how does this work?"
Nick asked as he paced back and forth through my small living room. "I need a map of the city, and I can use the thread wrapped around a crystal to scry. It should give me a pretty accurate location of where this guy's hiding out." Pulling the city map free from underneath my pile of old magazines, I stared down at the different lines and circles I'd drawn across its surface. My experiments with scrying so far hadn't been particularly successful, but I was chalking it up to not having enough conviction. This time, I had a reason to scry, something I was genuinely seeking, and it made sense that I'd be able to find it, especially as I had something so connected to what I sought. Grabbing the clear quartz crystal from the table, I tugged the thread from my pocket and wrapped it around the sparkling quartz before letting them both hang down from the chain. It swung wildly over the map, but nothing happened. Closing my eyes, I imagined the quartz landing on the location I needed, but when I opened my eyes, there was still a big fat nothing. Sighing, I dropped back onto the floor and stared down at the map. Scrying was supposed to be one of the easiest things for a witch to master, and with my new power coursing in my veins, it should have been child's play. Instead, I was left frustrated and confused. "It's not working," I said. I'd risked everything to get the thread, and for what? It hadn't done me any good, and the longer I sat here with nothing to show, the longer Dex and Victoria were out there facing certain death. I wasn't particularly fond of Victoria, but I definitely didn't want her to die. Leave and return to New York, maybe, but death wasn't in the cards.
Well, is there something else you need?
Nick asked, crouching down next to me. I don't know, all of this, I said, gesturing to the map and the crystal. It's all still so new. I don't know if I'm doing any of it right, and I'm pretty certain everything I touch turns to crap.
That's not true,
Nick said, kneeling next to me and cupping my face with his hands.
You can do this, Amber. You just need to let it happen, and it will. For God's sake, you summoned a demon to fight off your sister. This won't beat you.
His words washed over me, soothing the anger that bubbled within me. I was doing that an awful lot lately, getting angry for the sake of it without any real reason. Was it all part of the demon mark? Was it just one of the shitty side effects that I hadn't completely figured out yet? He was right, of course. I had summoned a demon to stall Lily, and if I could do that, then what was stopping me from figuring this out too? In the end, I was the only one standing in my own way. Grabbing the athame from my belt, I dragged it free and Nick released me.
Wow, what are you doing?
He asked, catching my hand before I could slice the blade across my palm. I need something to jumpstart the system, and blood works for everything else. He let me go, his gaze skeptical.
Do you really need to slice yourself badly? Won't a little do the same job?
I shrugged, running the wickedly sharp edge of the blade over my hand. It burned, the pain tingling and stinging as my blood welled in the shallow wound. Clenching my fist, I held it over the map and the crystal, letting the crimson droplets run down, plopping onto the map with loud, wet sounds. It pooled around the crystal as though drawn to it, and I gratefully took the cloth Nick handed to me, wrapping it around my hand as I watched the crystal seemingly soak up the small puddle of red. The blood flowed around inside the crystal as though I'd poured it into water, swirling and dancing against its crystal cage.
Shit,
Nick muttered, a low whistle escaping him as he watched the crystal drink every last drop of my blood. Clearly, I'd been missing a pretty integral aspect of the scrying process, and the fact that I hadn't come across bloodletting as a facet of the process left me with a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. I'd always known the shadow sorcerers were powerful. It was one of the reasons they'd been hunted to extinction in the first place. But no one had ever suggested their power was anything other than morally ambiguous. It was just power, and as such could only be corrupt because of who wielded it. But bloodcraft was a serious magic, and not the light and airy kind my mother practiced. Was I dark? Was that even a possibility? It certainly wasn't something I'd really thought about before, but judging by what had happened with Sonia and all the rest, it was entirely possible. Picking the crystal up, I let it swing across the surface of the map, the weight drawing it back and forth, each swing becoming wider than the last until it started to spin on the end of the chain.
What are you doing to it?
Nick said, watching its movements with a mixture of wary surprise. Nothing, I just picked it up, I said, tightening my grip on the crystal as it swung wildly out of control. Closing my eyes, I imagined dropping it onto the map over the location I needed, but my mind was still filled with thoughts of my dark magic, Lily, and the creep who'd taken Dex and Victoria. There was a crack, like the sound of glass splitting, and the crystal stopped spinning. Opening my eyes, I stared down at the map as my blood poured out of the split crystal. It didn't just drip down onto the map and pool in the center the way I imagined it would. Instead, it ran in a thin, steady stream, splitting apart the second it hit the map and running in two different directions. I watched it move, one side coming to a halt over a place just outside the city, and the other...
What is that?
Nick asked, leaning a little closer to the map. The blood on the opposite side was pooling into the shape of what looked like a small skull over Crescent Hill Cemetery. The place where it was pooling started to smoke, a tiny hole appearing in the center as a small flicker of blue flame appeared. Lily, I said. I wasn't even sure why I said it or how I even knew it was her, but I was suddenly certain it was. The blood smoked like it was made of acid, the flickering blue flame moving faster, following the trail back across the map to where the crystal was still trickling a steady stream of blood. It jumped, and I released the chain as the flickering flame hit the crystal. There was a pop, and the crystal shattered, the pieces exploding outwards like a tiny, sharp bomb. Nick fell back on the floor, the pieces of crystal bouncing harmlessly around us.
I know she's supposed to be your half-sister, but we seriously need to do something about her,
he said, dusting some pieces of crystal from his hair. I didn't answer him. There was no point when I agreed with him. Leaning back over the table, I stared down at what was left of the map and the remaining puddle of blood. It sat proudly on the outskirts of the city, directly over the spot where King City's oldest casino had burned down the year before, the blood already dried into the paper. At least she didn't completely destroy the map, I said as I climbed to my feet. Lily was bad news, and I wanted to find her. I needed to find her, to stop her, whatever that meant. The last time I'd faced her, I'd barely gotten away with my life. She might have gone quiet, but I couldn't imagine her really giving up. She just wasn't the type. But for this time, at least, I couldn't go chasing after her, not with everything else at stake.
How do you want to do this?
Nick said, standing next to me. Save who we can and kill everything else.
Aren't you supposed to call it in or something?
Not this time. I played it that way the last time, and I'm not making that mistake again. Nick grinned.
Good, because the elite are a bunch of stuck-up assholes, always playing by the rules. No offense.
None taken, I said, returning his smile with one of my own. I was never a play-it-by-the-rules kind of girl.
Good, because rules ain't my thing. They only get in the way. When I want something, I take it, no matter the cost.
There was something in his voice that told me we weren't talking about the elite anymore. Nick's grin widened, and he pulled his machete from beneath his leather jacket. How he managed to carry it there without cutting himself wide open was beyond me. If it had been me, I'd be bleeding from the minute I picked it up.
When this is over and done with, I'll show you exactly what I mean.
His voice lowered and rumbled low in his chest, causing things low in my belly to tighten. I think I'd like that. I regretted the words the minute they left my mouth. They weren't exactly the smooth reply I'd been going for, and I cringed inwardly when Nick raised an eyebrow at me, his wicked grin turning my insides to molten lava. Focus, Amber. Think of the handsome man when everyone is safe. I swallowed back the rampant thoughts in my head and slipped my hand inside my own jacket, pulling the small bottle Hadu had given me free. Let's hope less is more. This is going to be less search and rescue and more kill everything that moves. Nick's grin instantly melted away, replaced with an expression I was coming to know as his serious and thoughtful gaze.
It'll be enough,
he said. Tightening my grip on the bottle, I replaced it safely inside my jacket and zipped the pocket shut. God, I hoped he was right. Chapter 30.
How do we know this is it?
Nick asked as he killed the engine on his motorcycle. Technically we don't, but I'm almost positive it is. I mean, come on, he could hardly keep them locked up somewhere in the city itself. He needs space, I said, fighting free of the helmet. Climbing from the bike, I sat the helmet on the seat. I wasn't any more used to the motorcycle, but I had at least moved past the phase where my legs were complete jelly the second I stepped onto solid ground. Perhaps there was hope for me after all. My cell phone buzzed in my pocket and I lifted it free, staring down at the screen and the unfamiliar number that pulsed across the front. Stabbing the green button with my thumb, I lifted it to my ear. Yeah, I said, suspicion heavy in my voice.
Amber.
His voice was hoarse, and there was a breathlessness that I wasn't used to hearing, but I'd have known his voice anywhere. Graham, you're all right. When did you wake up? My voice went up a notch, and I didn't care that I wasn't fit to keep my excitement contained. Nick shot me a surprised look, and then returned his attention back to cataloging the weapons he'd brought with him. From where I was standing, it looked like he'd stored an arsenal in different places on his bike, places I wouldn't even have contemplated looking.
They extubated me an hour ago. I insisted on getting a phone call. This place is worse than prison. They didn't want me to stress out by calling you.
Each word sounded like a labor of love to just get out, but the fact that he was awake and capable of talking, it was nothing short of a miracle. How can you be so alert? I came to see you a couple of hours ago. You were completely out of it then. There was silence on the other end of the line, and I felt my uneasiness crawling up the back of my throat. It wasn't possible. None of it was. Nothing gets past you, dear sister, Lily said, the disdain in her tone more than obvious. You should be a detective or something.
Where's Graham?
I said, grinding my words out from between my teeth. He's here, still out of it, as you so aptly described. Isn't it amazing just how fragile we are as humans? That one little slip up here with a piece of machinery, all I'd need to do is unplug one and boom. Your precious little daddy replacement is dead. If you touch him, I will kill you. Touchy, touchy, sis. If I wanted him dead, I'd have done it already. But there is something I want you to do for me. My grip on the phone became punishing, and I could feel the blood in my fingers draining away as I struggled not to crush it. Why would I do anything for you? Because we're family. Her laughter tinkled down the line, and I cringed. We'll never be family, Lily. You and I both know it. Yes, well, that's as may be, but I still want a favor. I opened my mouth to speak again, but she cut me off before I could even get the words out. Cut the goody-two-shoes crap, Amber. I want the blade Zek is using. Zek, I repeated. The name sounded so familiar, but I just couldn't put my finger on why. Yeah, Mr. Zek, he's a consultant. Travels from place to place, dealing with situations just like this one. Lily herself trailed off, and another burst of giggles escaped her. Oh, this is too good! Did the elite bring Zek in to help out on the case? My heart flipped in my chest, and the bottom dropped out of my stomach. Zek was the consultant the elite had used to clear the spirit out of Marcy Colton's body. The memory of him standing in the medical examiner's office, the look of sadness in his eyes, I'd honestly believed he was just highly empathetic about the victim. What an idiot I'd been. Lily, how do you know so much? I'm keeping tabs on you, Amber. I'm not a fool. I know the power you've got, and I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. Summoning the demon wasn't playing nice. It was my turn to laugh, and Nick shot me another curious glance. Why is it the bad guys always think it's unfair when the good guys turn the tables on them? Is that what you are, Amber? Are you really sure about that? I didn't answer her. There was no point. She knew the kind of power I had. She knew it better than I did. I'm not going to get you anything, Lily. You can go to hell. I could practically hear her shake her head on the other end of the line. You don't know the full extent of your gift. I guess if you did, then Graham wouldn't be lying here so vulnerable. What if I said I could bring him back for you? Heal him? Would that change your mind? Her words sent a frisson of excitement racing through me. It wasn't possible, was it? Well, anything really was possible. Just because I hadn't contemplated it or been too afraid to attempt it didn't really mean anything. Bring me Zek's blade, and I'll bring Graham around. Call this number when you have it, and I'll tell you where to leave it. And how do I know you'll keep your word? You don't. The line went dead, and I stared down at the screen. What was I supposed to do? In my head, the answer seemed pretty obvious. I wanted Graham alive and well, but at what cost? And how could I even truly trust Lily to keep her word and not do more harm? What was that about? Nick asked, coming level with me. It was Lily. She wants me to do her a favor, I answered, holding the phone in my hand as I readjusted my weapons holster. Your sister? What could she possibly have wanted? She wants the blade Zek is using. Who's Zek? Nick said, and I remembered he hadn't been with me when I'd questioned Zek with Victoria. He's the guy doing all of this. Nick nodded and moved to pull his Beretta out. He works for the elite, I said, and Nick froze mid-movement. He what? Yeah, he's the guy who comes in and cleans up the magical issues. Pretty much we're screwed. Nick took a second to think about it before shrugging. I've had worse odds. Sometimes screwed isn't an unpleasant experience. Nick, seriously, Zek is powerful. I have to call it in. We can't just go wandering in there and not let the elite know that one of their own is corrupt. I dialed the main office number. As I spoke, the sound of the phone ringing was suddenly drowned out by the rattling of a cargo door slowly opening on the side of the casino. Elite, John's voice droned over the line, and I cut him off. It's Amber. We found the guy responsible. Bill Zek. We're... The phone hummed in my hand before it went completely dead, and I was left staring down at the blank screen, my own face reflected back up at me. We've got a really big problem here, Nick said, jerking my attention back to the casino and the shambling horde crossing the space towards us. There were so many of them, far more than I'd been expecting. The bottle of antidote Hadu had given me wasn't going to cut it. The horde moved at a relentless pace, closing the gap between us, and Nick raised his gun, his finger depressing the trigger. Silence. No explosive gunfire the way I'd expected. There was just a boatload of nothingness. Pulling my own Glock free, I aimed it at the nearest rotted person and pulled the trigger. The bullet jammed, the trigger making one pathetic click as I squeezed it over and over before finally admitting defeat. What was left of the dark-haired woman grabbed me, her flesh sliding away from the bones in her fingers, her nails snapping off as she struggled to get a grip on me. In her eyes, I could see fear, and it rolled my stomach. Christ, she was aware. She knew what was happening to her, the same way the others had, but at least in their eyes I'd just seen the blank stare of whatever spirit had possessed them.
Fuck, the guns aren't working,
Nick roared, using the butt of his gun to fend off the nearest person clawing at him. The dark-haired woman clawed at my face, her face twisting as she mouthed, "Help me," into my face. There was nothing I could do for her. Her body was way too far gone, and I knew what would happen to her the second I crushed the invading spirit within her. I did the only thing I could do, grabbing her neck and head with both hands and simultaneously shoving my power into her rotted remains. The spirit twisted in the grip of my power, fighting back as I crushed it. I jerked my arms, wrenching her neck to the side as bile crept up my throat. The human horror disappeared from her gaze the second I did it, and the spirit screamed in frustration. At least she wouldn't feel the next part. My power wound its way around the spirit inside and crushed it completely, the body going limp in my grip. I let it drop to the ground, trying not to focus on the fact that it was already beginning to swell. Glancing in Nick's direction, I watched him hack through two shambling corpses that attacked him, his machete blade slicing through their swollen bodies easily. "We need to get inside! We need to find Zek!" I said, shouting to Nick over the sound of shuffling feet. He nodded, his expression grim as he moved towards me. I didn't wait for him, and spotting the break in the horde, I raced forward, crashing through the front door of the casino as another body careened into mine from behind. His weight rode me to the floor, and air rushed out of my lungs as he crushed me against the scorched carpeting. Rolling to the side, I knocked him from my back and hopped to my feet before he had the chance to come at me for a second time. "Dex," I said. The second I saw him, his eyes were gray and unfocused, the skin on his face slack and sagging, but from what I could see, there didn't seem to be any visible signs of rot. He didn't react to his own name, instead lunging towards me, his movements clumsy and uncoordinated. Whatever Zek had summoned didn't have the best command of the human body, and part of me couldn't help but wonder why. "Dex, no!" I said, sidestepping his wild grab for me. How the hell was I supposed to get him to hold still long enough for me to give him the antidote? Pulling the bottle free of my jacket, I lunged at him. If I couldn't reason with him, then I had no choice but to use force against him. Crashing into his chest, it was my turn to ride him to the carpet. He wrapped his arms around my chest and squeezed, making each breath harder and harder to take. Tugging the cork from the bottle, I leaned forward and jammed the top of it into his mouth, the blue liquid splashing against his lips. He drank greedily, and his grip on my chest disappeared as he attempted to grab the bottle from my fingers. I whipped it away, sliding the cork back into place as Dex growled at me. Rolling away out of his reach, I climbed to my feet and watched him. He flipped over and crawled towards me, his spine bowing upwards as the blue liquid began to work.
Amber, look out!
Nick shouted, his words drowned out by the sound of Dex's scream of agony. I moved, but I was far too slow, my attention caught up in Dex's movements as he bucked and heaved on the floor. Pain burned through my side, and I screamed, the sound ripping from my throat. Agony roared in my body, every nerve ending on fire as the blade bit deeper in through my back. It was a pain I recognized from when I'd walked the scene back at the River Gardens. Agony like this wasn't something you could wipe from your memory so easily. I took a shuddering step forward, but a firm hand on my shoulder halted me from moving off the blade. "Don't stop looking now, dear. You'll miss the show," Zek whispered against my ear, and a wave of nausea rolled through me. Dex coughed and choked, his body heaving as he started to retch, his fingers digging into the burned carpet. The gray smoke that I'd watched pour down his throat spluttered out through his mouth and into the air. He choked and retched, forcing it out until it pooled around him. Zek whistled low, and the gray smoke whipped up towards us. I closed my eyes, sealing my lips shut, but Zek twisted the blade in my side, and I screamed again. The sound was instantly silenced, and I felt the spirit force its way down my throat. Struggling to suck in a breath, I jerked and spluttered until the sound of static filled my ears. The pain I'd felt seemed very far away, like the constant dull ache of a tooth on the verge of catastrophe. Nick stormed towards me, but it wasn't me he wrapped his arms around. My body wasn't my own. The spirit inside me probed at the power coiled in my core, but there was no response. My power was my own, and there was nothing on this earth that could control it but me. Heat spread across my chest and my body twitched. I was only vaguely aware of the movement. Being so detached made it all the more difficult to have any real thoughts. Everything seemed to just run on instinct. The heat turned to a fiery rage that flooded my veins, and Nick's grip on me faltered. I wanted to cry out to him, to ask him what was going on, but my mouth refused to cooperate. The demon mark flared to life, and I wasn't just instinct anymore. I was pain and fury and everything in between. The spirit twisted and fought against the mark, but the demon-infused gift had been with me longer. It had become a part of me, and it wasn't willing to let me go. The world went black, my vision fading as my lungs ceased to expand and my heart slowed to a crawl. At least if I died, it would be knowing the feel of my own body. Chapter 31. Air rushed in my lungs. Pain and the overwhelming urge to eat the biggest burger I could get my hands on.
Breathe, goddammit!
Nick's voice filtered down to me and my heart sank. Was I still possessed? Was that why it sounded as though I was buried at the bottom of a well? Fighting my way to the surface, I surged upwards. Every inch of my body felt as though it had been well and truly abused and beaten, and maybe in a way it had. Pressing my hand to my side, my fingers came away warm and sticky. That bit hadn't been a part of my imagination. "Where is he?" I said, struggling to sit up against Nick's arms.
He ran when you went demonic.
There was no hint of laughter or sarcasm in Nick's voice, and I waited for him to smile, but it never came. "What do you mean when I went demonic?"
I mean, full-on black eyes, deep voice, the full exorcist. For a second, I thought maybe I was gonna have to...
Nick trailed off and dipped his gaze toward the floor. "You'd have done what needed to be done," I finished for him as I crawled onto my hands and knees and then pushed up from the floor. "We need to get him. There's no way he can be allowed to get away with what he's done. And anyway, there's still all of that to deal with," I said, gesturing to the horde that was now wandering around outside the locked door. Sirens split the air, and I spotted the telltale black elite vans as they pulled up outside the casino. Trust John to trace my call. Stumbling forward, I paused next to Dex, who was sprawled across the floor, unmoving.
He's still alive, just utterly out for the count,
Nick offered, as though he knew what I was thinking. "We still need to find Victoria." I didn't wait for my answer. Instead, I moved forward, the wound in my side burning like a son of a bitch with each step I took. Pushing through the double doors that led into the main casino floor, I paused. Victoria lay on the stage near the front of the room, and Zek stood over her. From my position, I couldn't tell if she was alive or not. All I knew for sure was that she wasn't moving. "Freeze!" I said as Zek lifted his blade into the air. The tip of it glistened red in the fluorescent lights overhead. He didn't look at me, bringing the knife down towards Victoria, his arm moving in a blurred arc. Without thinking, I raised my own arm, power flooding the room like warm water. It crackled along the edges of my skin, and I could just make it out as it danced along the tips of my fingers. Calling my power had never been this easy before. Something had clearly changed, but I had no idea what it was, and considering it was now my power holding Zek's arm suspended above his head and preventing it from plunging the blade into Victoria's chest, I wasn't going to question the change too closely. "You should be dead," Zek called over his shoulder. "Yeah, well, I don't die that easy," I answered, using the time I'd bought to close the distance between me and the stage. Zek strained against my magic, pushing and pressing as though testing my limitations. I could feel him brush it against it, much the same way a cat could wind its way around my legs, all soft fur and warm purrs. It was a front. Whatever power Zek possessed wasn't soft and gentle, I was certain of that. I'd felt it when he'd plunged the blade into me. Maybe it wasn't Zek at all. Was it possible that the power all came from the blade? I wouldn't know until I got closer, but there had to be a reason Lily wanted it. Reaching the edge of the stage, I tried to split my concentration between Zek and Victoria. She lay on her back, her eyes shut, with thick black thread crisscrossing her lips and eyes. Hopping up onto the stage, my gaze darted up to Zek, and he smiled at me, a cruel, twisted grin that told me just how much he was truly enjoying this situation. "What have you done?" I said, reaching down and placing my hand on Victoria's neck. Her pulse beat a tattoo against her delicate skin, or at least I hoped it was her heartbeat and not something incubating inside her. "She's the perfect gateway, immortal and strong." Zek's words made no sense, and I took a small thread of my power and pushed it into Victoria. There was nothing but a black, sucking void, and I planted my hands on the stage, as though physically anchoring myself to the spot could stop me from falling headlong into whatever dwelled inside her. A sound of ripping fabric filled the air, and I gathered my power back around myself as Zek's arm dropped to his side, the blade dropping from his grip. That was the problem with being human and losing circulation. Victoria's eyes opened, the stitches tearing away, but what looked up at me wasn't human. The eyes were black and glassy. She blinked up at me, and I expected to see nothing but the blank stare of one of the possessed staring back at me. Instead, I was met with recognition.
No, 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 you can't do this. It's not how it works,
Zek said, backing up across the stage as Victoria pushed up onto her feet. She moved with a grace I hadn't noticed before, her joints rolling as though held together with pure magic. She shivered, a complete rolling of her skin, and her black hair shimmered down her back in a long wave. I watched her skin turn blue before it ran with purple lines that reminded me of a tattoo of vines. She glanced over her shoulder, and her eyes were still completely black, not a hint of white, just a bleak darkness that seemed to extend all the way down into my very soul. Her black hair flowed around her as though it had a life of its own, and she stalked toward Zek, each step deliberate, the movements of a predator. "Wait!" I said, calling out to her, whatever she was, because I was completely lost. "Wait." She rolled the word around her tongue as though it was a foreign concept. "We need to bring him in alive. We need to know what he was up to, how many others there are." Victoria seemed to weigh my words, and then shook her head. I caught myself staring at the mass of hair that shimmered across her shoulders and back. Dragging myself back from the edge, I blinked hard. The sound of Zek choking made it easier for me to snap free of the glamour she'd used to distract me. Whipping out with my power, I let it slap into her, but she barely even registered the hit. The full extent of her intention focused on Zek as she lifted him into the air as though he was nothing more than an inconvenience. "You can't kill him," I repeated. "I can, and I will. If I don't, he will expose us both, and that is something neither of us can tolerate, Amber." Her voice was strange, deeper, huskier, and it raised goosebumps across my arms. "We can't do it for selfish reasons." She glanced at me from over her shoulder. Staring into her eyes, I saw a combination of pure innocence and utter evil. Neither good nor truly bad. She had the kind of eyes you could fall into and go completely insane within. It was her eyes that reminded me of the gray-colored spirits, neither good nor evil, a perfect balance of the two. The sound of Zek's neck as it snapped brought the world rushing back in a punishing wave. Victoria let his body drop to the stage before turning to face me once more. She shuddered, her skin shifting back in a wave, the black, bottomless eyes the last thing to disappear. "What have you done?" I said, racing across the stage to where Zek lay dead. "I killed him. He needed to die, Amber." "That wasn't your choice to make. That's not what we do." "It is when the choice is between your certain death or survival. Look at all the lives he ended. Can you honestly say the world won't be a better place without him?" She was right. The world was far better off without him, but that didn't mean I had to like it. "What are you? What were those things?" "Changeling. He was using the spirits of the Fae who had crossed over, trapping them in limbo and twisting them so they became the destructive possessing force." "But why?" The sound of shouting in the hall cut me short. "Amber, I'll keep your secret if you keep mine. No one can know what I am." I stared down at Zek's broken body. He was the reason Graham was on life support. "Fine, but you owe me an explanation." Victoria nodded as the main door into the casino burst open and Anthony strode in, the wide grin on his face telling me that the threat outside was no more.
"Cavalry's here, ladies. No need to panic."
Victoria shot him a withering look and hurried down from the stage, leaving me to explain everything that had happened. Crouching down next to Zek, I scooped up the blade and hid it in my weapons belt along with my athame. What the elite didn't know couldn't hurt them, and I needed time to contemplate Lily's offer.
"What happened to this guy? Did you and the newbie combine your awesome girl power to kick his ass?"
Anthony asked as he climbed up onto the stage. "Trust me when I say you really don't want to know," I said, exhaustion washing through me, my shoulders drooping as I picked my way over to the edge of the stage.
"Hey, don't go too far. Gonna need statements from everyone present."
I didn't answer him. I already knew the drill. It would be hours before I could escape, go home, and lick my wounds in the quiet of my own apartment. Stalking away from the stage, I tried to control my thoughts and everything I'd learned. The time to digest would come later. For now, I would have to console myself with the knowledge that my secret was still mine to keep. For now, at least. Chapter 32. Sitting on the side of the road, I watched the elite mill around. The forensic team had already arrived, and I'd spotted Callum heading into the casino. Part of me wanted to see his reaction when he realized it was Zach, but I was too tired to bother moving. My cell phone buzzed and I tugged it free. Graham's number flashed across the screen. Scrambling with the phone, I nearly hung up before I could get it to work properly. Graham?
Amber, what have you done?
He was hoarse, but it was him. The censure in his voice wasn't something Lily could master. Nothing yet, I said.
She was here babbling about some blade. She wants it. It's the only reason I'm awake. The doctors are all hailing it a miracle.
I laughed, the sound bubbling up from the back of my throat, causing my shoulders to relax. He was alive. She'd kept her word. Of course, that meant I'd have to keep mine, and the voice in the back of my head told me that would be one giant mistake.
Graham, you have no idea how close you came. It's a miracle.
My voice cracked, and the sound of Graham sighing filtered down the line.
We can discuss it another time. I just wanted you to be the first to know I was awake.
And you don't know how glad I am.
So this is where you're hiding out.
Nick's voice cut through my conversation, and I stared up at him as he towered over me. I've got to go, Graham, but as soon as I've washed the crime scene off me, I'll come in to see you.
Right. You take care, Morgan, and don't do anything until we've discussed it.
The line went dead. Utterly typical of Graham. Having a near-death experience hadn't changed his inability to end a call with goodbye. Graham's awake, and I'm just waiting to get a lift back to the city, I said, turning to face Nick.
That's great, but why aren't they taking you to the hospital?
He said, dropping down next to me, concern etched into his face.
Nah, it's just a flesh wound. Amber, did you show it to anyone? It didn't look like a flesh wound earlier. It looked a hell of a lot more serious than that.
He tugged at the edge of my shirt, dragging it up to reveal the ragged-edged cut that was rapidly healing. It seemed the bone blade Zek had cut me with was more than just a weapon. Wincing, I dragged my shirt back down, covering the mark up. I really don't want to go to hospital. It'll be fine, I promise.
You know you're a fool, right?
He said, anger coloring his words. Really? I'm the fool?
Yeah, and we both know it. A little common sense would tell you to get it seen to. Who are you trying to prove how tough you are to? Because whoever it is doesn't deserve it.
Pushing up onto my feet, I bit back my whimper of pain as I started back towards the cars. Nick's hand wrapped around my wrist, jerking me back around to face him.
You're one of the most infuriating women I've ever met. Why won't you listen to anything I'm saying? Why is everything some major suicide mission?
Don't be ridiculous, I started to say, but Nick dragged me in against his body, his lips crashing down on mine as his kiss took me by surprise. My body responded to his unbidden, my arms lifting to twine around his neck as he traced his tongue along my bottom lip before he sucked it in between his teeth. This time, I didn't bother to keep my whimper to myself. I moaned and deepened the kiss, crushing my body against his rock-solid chest. I broke the kiss first, my mind whirling into action, throwing out every possibility and way this could end in tears. He stared down into my face, his eyes heavy with lust as he searched my face.
I care about you, Amber.
Jerking out of his grip, I raced across the dry road and signaled to Anthony, who was packing up one of the elite trucks. You heading back into the city? I asked.
Sure. Need a ride?
Anthony asked, tossing the last gear bag into the back. I didn't answer him, choosing instead to simply climb into the truck and slam the door behind me. Anthony climbed in next to me, some of the other members of the cleanup crew jostling around in the back, their gentle teasing of each other making it easier to take my mind off what had just happened. This kiss hadn't been like the one in Sanctuary.
Drop you at your apartment?
Anthony asked. I nodded and stared out the window, purposefully staring in the opposite direction of where I'd stood with Nick. I didn't want to witness his anger. I needed time to think, and I wouldn't be able to do that if I couldn't get the thought of his lips against mine out of my head.
This do ya?
Anthony asked, pulling the truck to a halt at the bottom of my street. I nodded and pushed open the door, climbing down without a backwards glance. The ride back into the city had been blissfully silent. I slammed the door and started the walk back up the street. Night had closed in, and the streetlights flickered on and off as I picked up my pace. A sense of unease rolled down my spine, and I paused as someone stepped out of the darkness up ahead.
Elite bitch, you need to be taught a lesson. You don't just kill one of our pack and walk away scot-free.
The voice melted out of the darkness, gruff with the promise of violence. He went rogue. You know the law. I took a step forward, but something slammed into the back of my shoulders, sending me sprawling to the ground. Laughter followed, lots of different voices, and the first real tendrils of terror spread up through my core. There were a lot of them. A few I could take, but not this many. Crawling forward, I searched my surroundings for a heavy weapon I could use, but there was nothing. My Glock was gone, taken as evidence after Anthony and the rest of the cleanup had arrived. "We don't need to do this," I said, biting down on my tongue as someone wrapped their hands into my hair, jerking my head back.
Yes, we do.
The first voice spoke again, and the first kick landed in my side. Claws ripped at me. Kicks and punches rained down on my head. They moved fast, their blows coming so hard and fast that I didn't even have the chance to call on my magic. Instead, anger and rage spread through me as I struggled to get away. I wasn't a victim. I wasn't helpless, but I was outnumbered, and they were shifters, their strength and speed far beyond that of a normal human's. Darkness rolled through me. Fire burned in my veins, and my demon mark stirred, spreading through my limbs as my vision went black, and I was lost to the blissful ignorance of unconsciousness. Chapter 33.
Amber!
A familiar voice called to me, pulling me out of the darkness. I opened my eyes, but there was something wet and sticky in my lashes, making it hard to blink.
Amber, what happened?
Nick said, panic bringing back my memories in a cold rush of reality.
They jumped me,
I said, my voice hoarse and alien to my ears as I blinked and tried to focus on my surroundings. Everything was red. The sidewalk I was kneeling on was bathed in what looked like red paint. Glancing down at my hands, I realized the paint extended up my arms as far as my elbows.
Amber, what happened after that? Who did this?
Did what? I said, my brain refusing to make sense of the scene in front of me. It wasn't paint. The realization washed over me and stole my breath. None of it was paint. It was blood, and I was bathed in it. The urge to rip them all limb from limb washed through me, and I scrambled backwards on the pavement. I'd done it all.
Nick, it was me. I did this.
My brain continued to refuse to put together the pieces lying around me, and that's all they were, pieces. I'd done exactly as I'd thought and ripped them all limb from limb. But how? How was this even possible? My body ached, and I could only imagine what a lumpy, bruised mess I was. So how had I managed to get the upper hand and do so much destruction? Grabbing the edge of my shirt, I pulled it open and stared down at the place where the demon mark sat. It, like the rest of me, was soaked in blood, but that wasn't what bothered me. The black veins extending down and across toward my heart were far more worrisome.
Nick, what's happening to me?
He shook his head and crouched down next to me.
I don't know, but we'll figure this out. We'll figure it out together. I promise I won't let you slip away, Amber, no matter what.
His declaration gave me hope, or at least I wanted to believe him, but as he wrapped his arms around me and pulled me close, I couldn't help but look around at the carnage surrounding us. As much as I wanted to believe it, this wasn't something you could just forget, and it wasn't something you could just clean up and pretend never happened. No matter what happened now, things were irrevocably changed and there was no going back. My only hope of getting out of it all with my soul still intact was to hope and pray I could get rid of the demon mark. If not, then it would be only a matter of time before I went completely dark side, and once that happened, there would be no redemption and no happy ending. Tears started down my cheeks as I stared at the broken bodies on the sidewalk. Could there even be a happy ending for someone like me? And if there was, at what cost would it come? And would I be willing to pay it? This has been Bloodcraft, The Shadow Sorceress, Book 2. Written by Belinda Sheehan. Narrated by Angela Daw. Copyright 2016 by Belinda Sheehan. Production copyright 2016 by Belinda Sheehan.
Audible.